Chapter 641 Breakthrough. 160,000 years old. Chapter 641 Breakthrough. 160,000 years old. 3 billion years. Not bad. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly thought of another question and asked again, if I use the Book of Misfortune to curse others, will it also strengthen the curse and celestial? If that was the case, wouldn't the Book of Misfortune be useless? No, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. If not for the Book of Misfortune, he wouldn't have been able to kill those powerful enemies that far exceeded him. Hanju immediately made his choice. You choose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from the curse and celestial. You will obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. He took out the Book of Misfortune and the heavenly Tao spirit stone and started to fuse them. Several months later, the Book of Misfortune was successfully upgraded. It transformed from a Freedom Numinous Treasure to a Freedom Supreme Treasure. After successfully upgrading the Dharma treasure, Hanju entered cultivation. Next, he wanted to break through to the mid-stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos realm. The birth of the curse and celestial did not affect the immortal world. Ever since the sages discussed about Kundi's death, the various sage sects began to take action. The sage sects each sent disciples to the various mortal worlds to teach Tao techniques. Not only was the immortal world developing rapidly, but the mortal worlds were also the same. The chaotic cities of the immortal world began to recruit living beings to search the nearby dark forbidden zone and create a teleportation formation to help the immortal world expand. For a time, the entire heavenly Tao fell into a busy state. The sages did not stop and continued preaching. More and more Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals appeared. In addition to the existence of the Heavenly Tao Providence Board, their reputation spread very quickly. 5,000 years passed in a flash. Hanju's seclusion ended and he began to preach the Tao to the hidden sect disciples. The great Tao of extreme origin covered the 100-peak immortal river while his gaze looked at the immortal world. Hanyu had just reached the deity realm not long ago. He was now one of the 10 great war gods of the human race. His providence was connected to the human race. Ever since Li Daokong became a sage, the providence of the human race had increased steadily. They had already entered the strongest 10 races in the immortal world. After the demons dispersed, the immortal world became peaceful. The various races were busy cultivating and had no time to fight for territory. The sages had always been preaching a philosophy that the immortal world would become larger and larger. There was no point in fighting for territory now. Hanju didn't expect much from Hanyu, but he still looked forward to his development. If Hanyu could become one of the prodigies of the immortal world, Hanju would naturally be happy. Unfortunately, if Hanyu was tied down by the humans, they might tie him down in the future, preventing him from doing whatever he wanted. Hanju turned his gaze to the netherworld. The netherworld was also developing. From time to time, Empress Haotu would preach the Tao to the ghost deities and build a chaotic city at the end of the Yellow Spring. It was said that the end of the Yellow Spring was the weakest point of the heavenly Tao. If the enemy wanted to invade the heavenly Tao, the netherworld would definitely be the best place to attack. In addition, ever since the Dark Sage King died, the immortal world's reincarnation mystic realm had been sealed by the sages. The entrance was guarded by pseudo-sages all year round, and no living beings were allowed to approach. Everything was on track. Hanju smiled in satisfaction and started to check his emails. Even someone as strong as Ancestor Shishin was still being attacked by the inauspicious evil, mysterious Tao devils, and mysterious mighty figures. It was truly tragic. Indeed, only the heavenly Tao was the safest. Hanju thought silently. The curse and celestial has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points. 6.5 stars. This notification appeared in front of him, indicating that the intelligence of the cursed and celestial had already been born. Hanju didn't care. 100 years later, the lecture ended and he continued cultivating. 500 years later, he finally had the chance to break through. Hanju began to break through in seclusion. Breaking through a minor realm wouldn't encounter a bottleneck. Hanju only needed to be patient. 80 years later, Hanju successfully broke through. The long-awaited breakthrough touched him inexplicably. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 162,123 octillion 49 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race: Primordial and Celestial. Immeasurable Emperor. Cultivation: mid-stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm. Perfect Sage Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation. Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle. Body Tempering. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin. Unknowingly, Hanju was already 160,000 years old. He could be called an ancient existence by all living beings. Hanju sighed as he consolidated his cultivation. At the same time, outside the immortal world, towards the north, a majestic sea of fire attacked from the darkness. The sea of flames was unknown. In the torrential flames, figures emitting a terrifying aura stepped on the flames. In the lead was a burly figure that was 1,000,000 feet tall. He wore purple-black heavy armor and held a spear that was longer than his body in each of his 4 arms. His waist was surrounded by fire dragons that constantly breathed out, looking sinister and terrifying. Children of the flame race, the heavenly Tao is ahead. As long as we break through the heavenly Tao, the flame race won't have to hide anymore. The 1,000,000-foot-long figure roared angrily. His voice alerted the chaotic city at the edge of the immortal world. Before he could finish speaking, the billions of flame race living beings swept over like a wave. The chaotic city was shocked. They gathered the disciples of the various sects to prepare for battle. A world-shattering battle erupted. Outside the 33rd heaven, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate walked out of his Tao field. He waved his right hand and wanted to cast a spell to directly destroy the flame race, but his expression changed. The moment his dharmic powers left the heavenly Tao, they were negated by a domineering force. An existence beyond the sages was lurking in the dark. HMPH, don't interfere in battles below the sage realm. A cold voice sounded, causing the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's face to turn ashen. At this moment, a sword chi shot out from the universal hall and vanished into the darkness. You don't know your limits. The cold voice sounded again. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's sword chi dissipated as soon as it left the heavenly Tao. Soon, the sages gathered in the universal hall. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's expression was dark. That person just now is called Undying Tao. He was a powerful existence at the same time as the Tao ancestor and is already on par with the great Tao. You can't defeat him. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate frowned. I've already ordered the Jia school to resist the flame race. However, the flame race is very strong. They have more than 10 pseudo-sages and more than 1,000 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Damn it, where did this flame race come from? Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, the chaos is endless. There are also powerful races hidden. The reason why Undying Tao appeared was to stop the sages from interfering and facilitate the invasion of the flame race. The heavenly Tao can only isolate existences above the sages. The flame race has no sages. As long as they break through the defense line, they can enter the heavenly Tao. If they slaughter all the living beings in the heavenly Tao and abandon the heavenly Tao's providence, the heavenly Tao will die. Everyone, give the order to be on guard. Other than the battle with the flame race, the other chaotic cities have to increase their manpower. Understood. The sages sent voice transmissions. Emperor Shao asked, should we ask Hanju to help? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, Undying Tao is an existence that far exceeds the Dark Sage King. If fellow Taoist Han is confident, he will naturally attack. In the previous Heavenly Devil calamity, Tao Heavenly Devil came from Undying Tao's subordinate. His hatred for the Heavenly Tao is deeply rooted. He has always felt that he is stronger than the Tao ancestor, but the Heavenly Tao did not choose him. The other sages frowned. Shi Du Dao muttered, perhaps I shouldn't have attained the Tao so early. He was confident in his strength and was invincible among those of the same realm, even Li Daokong was not his match. But he could only be a spectator now. Chapter 642 Ancient Battle. Chapter 642 Ancient Battle. HMPH. Li Daokong snorted. He was unhappy with Shi Du Dao's confidence. Shi Du Dao ignored him. The other sages were already used to the conflict between the two new sages. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, all of you, pass Dharma treasures to your disciples. The flame race is coming menacingly. The immortal world might not be able to withstand them. The sages nodded. At the same time, the battle in the north outside the immortal world had already erupted. 10 pseudo-sages and 1,000 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals directly swept through chaotic city. A pseudo-sage from the Buddhist sect used a great mystical power to isolate the battlefield, but he was quickly destroyed by the combined forces of the flame race's pseudo-sages. The situation was not optimistic. The sage sect sent a large number of disciples to the battlefield. Countless cultivators appeared in the sky of the immortal world, and all of them flew in the same direction. The scene was extremely spectacular. This matter shocked the entire immortal world. All living beings did not understand what was happening an hour later. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice resounded through the myriad worlds. The chaos is attacking the heavenly Tao. The flame race is attacking with billions of sinister devils. The other party has an existence that surpasses the sages. To stop the sages from interfering, The cultivators of the myriad worlds must go and provide assistance. This will be the first defensive battle in the history of the heavenly Tao where all living beings work together. If the heavenly Tao is broken by the flame race, all living beings will be in danger. The heavenly Tao will be in danger. The various races and sects have to work together to survive. With that, powerful figures flew down from the 33rd heaven. These were almighty figures who had listened to the Tao in the sage Tao fields. On the other side, the 100-peak immortal river was also alarmed. The personal disciples came to the Taoist temple. They couldn't sit still if the heavenly Tao was in trouble. The hidden sect had already supported many factions, which meant that Hanju wanted to take root in the immortal world. The disciples knelt in front of the door and waited uneasily. After a while, Hanju's voice floated out. Li Xuanao, recruit disciples above the deity realm and volunteer to protect the heavenly Tao. The personal disciples can also go out. It happened so suddenly that Hanju had no choice but to change his stance. He had just checked the battlefield. The foundation of the flame race was extremely terrifying. There were more than 1,000 zenith heavens. There were fewer zenith heaven golden immortals in the entire heavenly Tao than in the flame race. It was really a matter of life and death. Yes. Li Xuanao stood up excitedly and started to gather the disciples. The personal disciples dispersed, leaving the black hell chicken behind. The black hell chicken shouted, "Master, can the heavenly Tao win? Why do you ask? Should we prepare to run away?" The black hell chicken's voice trembled. Hanju remained silent. The flame race was indeed menacing. However, it was still not a life and death matter for him. He could try to stop them first. If he really couldn't, Hanju would directly use the invocation Tao and summon all the disciples back to run away. The array formation of the Tao field itself could resist the existence of the great Tao. Even without the heavenly Tao, Hanju might not die directly. Run if he couldn't win. The chaos was huge, there was definitely a place to hide. Hanju said, "Run." "Where to?" The black hell chicken said, "Wherever master goes, I'll go." "Get lost." "Okay." The black hell chicken flew away. On that day, Li Xuanao calculated that there were 20,000 deity realm disciples. Among the personal disciples, other than the black hell chicken and the chaotic heavenly dog, everyone was willing to go and fight the flame race. Among them were Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, Zhang Yi, Chu Shiren, Li Xuanao, and 5 other zenith heavens. Hanju waved his hand and sent them out. After that, he looked up. The war at the edge of the heavenly Tao was already very tragic. A large number of cultivators had died. The flame race also suffered heavy casualties, but they couldn't hold on to their numbers. Hanju came to the 33rd heaven. He quickly traveled through the edge of the heavenly Tao and frantically used the simulation trial to test. Several breaths later, he finally detected undying Tao. This fellow had a 2-star hatred towards him. It appeared when the Dark Sage King died. Hanju returned to the Taoist temple. He directly entered the simulation trial and fought with undying Tao. He was defeated in less than 10 breaths of time. Hanju tried his best but still couldn't block undying Tao's domineering dharmic powers. He didn't try again. The difference in strength was not something that could be reversed with experience. Hanju suddenly sighed. Without the ancestor, the situation of the heavenly Tao is really different. In the past, when ancestor Shishin was around, even if the Tao destruction mystical power eliminated 90% of the living beings, the chaos did not dare to rashly invade the heavenly Tao. Once the ancestor left, all sorts of monsters appeared. Hanju hesitated to curse undying Tao to death. Would this expose his identity? Damn it, when the heavenly Tao perished, the danger would be even greater than exposing his identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju looked up. As the experts of the immortal world joined the battlefield, the speed at which the defensive line retreated began to decrease. However, it was still unable to block the attacks of the flame race. The morale of the flame race was too strong. Even their weakest member risked his life. Hanju discovered that the middle-level forces of the flame race were not much. They were severely lacking in the deity realm. Most of the living beings were between Grand Unity Earth Immortal and Grand Unity True Immortal. It seemed that the development of the flame race was very abnormal. It might be related to their cultivation techniques. From the looks of it, the immortal world might not lose. Hanju decided to wait and see. It just so happened that the living beings of the heavenly Tao needed a calamity to unite. As more and more cultivators headed to the outer battlefield of the heavenly Tao, rumors of various battlefields spread in the immortal world and the myriad worlds. It's said that the flame race has more than 1,000 zenith heaven golden immortals. So many. It's too tragic. The netherworld is about to be filled. Is the flame race that terrifying? Didn't you pay attention to the Heavenly Tao Providence board? Several mighty figures in the top 20 have lost their rankings. They almost died on the battlefield and had no choice but to use Providence to protect their souls. All sorts of terrifying rumors spread wildly. All living beings were terrified, but the calamity of the world was coming. Countless living beings were also aroused and rushed to the battlefield. They would rather die without regrets. More and more races began to issue orders. All the disciples of the immortal realm had to participate. It was the same for the newly risen humans. Because already experts from the flame race had stepped into the immortal world. The flame race was unstoppable. However, they could only step on it and could not advance anymore. In the extreme north of the immortal world, a mighty figure that shone with light stood proudly under the sky. He kept waving his horsetail whisk, causing monstrous dharmic powers to form terrifying hurricanes. They spread out in an arc and occupied an area of 800 million kilometers, preventing the pseudo-sage of the flame race from breaking into the depths of the immortal world. This mighty figure was the three pure sacred ancestor. Now that the immortal world was in trouble, Hanju naturally didn't forget him. The three pure sacred ancestor was invincible in the immortal world. Among the pseudo-sages, it was definitely the strongest existence. It was the most suitable to guard the border of the immortal world. Outside the 33rd heaven, seeing the three pure sacred ancestor attack, the sages heaved a sigh of relief. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate muttered to himself, "Strange. Li Mui is dead. Who is the three pure sacred ancestor listening to now?" Sect Master Tianju said, "Can't he have the intention to protect the Heavenly Tao?" The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate felt that it made sense and no longer doubted it. He continued to pay attention to the battlefield. The three pure sacred ancestor blocked all the pseudo-sages of the flame race alone, giving the immortal world a chance to rest. Chapter 643 The Ancestor Returns, Body and Soul Extermination. Chapter 643 The Ancestor Returns, Body and Soul Extermination. Although the three pure sacred ancestor stopped the pseudo-sages of the flame race, he couldn't kill them. The leader of the flame race raised his forearms and shouted angrily, "Members of the flame race, impart the providence of the great Tao to me." His voice not only resounded throughout the battlefield, but even the entire immortal world could hear it. It was deafening. More than 100 million flame race living beings sacrificed their providence. Streaks of light flew out from their bodies and rushed towards their leader. The scene was magnificent and illuminated the dark space. Because the leader of the flame race had retreated outside the immortal world, the three pure sacred ancestor could not hurt him. The three pure sacred ancestor frowned. The pseudo-sages of the immortal world who had the chance to rest attacked again. They couldn't let the leader of the flame race become stronger. The three pure sacred ancestors' power quickly spread throughout the immortal world, making all living beings heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was such an expert in the immortal world. Hanju had been watching the battle, delaying his cultivation. This couldn't continue. Hanju sighed and silently took out the Book of Misfortune. The Dark Forbidden Lord has to save the world again. His fame and fortune are all occupied by you sages. I'm the one taking the blame. Sigh, how can there be a savior as low profile as me in the world? Hanju started cursing undying Tao. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. In just 5 days, countless people died in the battle at the edge of the immortal world. Negative karma soared. The pseudo-sages of the flame race began to split up and lead the troops to attack, causing the three pure sacred ancestor to be unable to take care of all the enemies. A group of flame race living beings had already entered the immortal world. The leader was a pseudo-sage with 50 zenith heavens under him. The immortal world was in chaos. The sages had a headache. The morale of the flame race was too strong, even stronger than the living beings in the immortal world. All of them charged like mad. As long as there was a breath left, they would fight 100 battles without stopping. Hanju didn't pay attention to the immortal world. He stared at his attributes panel and emails. 1 trillion years of lifespan. 10 trillion years. 100 trillion years. 500 trillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy undying Tao's Tao heart has been damaged. Continue. Since he wanted to curse, he would send this guy off in one go. It was best to intimidate the deity realm of the ruins of End. Hanju cursed with all his might. 800 trillion years. 1 quadrillion years. 2 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy undying Tao's Tao is destroyed. His providence is in chaos and his soul is damaged. Your enemy undying Tao was attacked by your good friend Ancestor Shishin and was severely injured. Ancestor Shishin had returned. Hanju immediately stopped. Since Ancestor Shishin had made a move, he didn't have to waste his lifespan. He looked up and saw that outside the heavenly Tao, the space occupied by undying Tao was shattered. Endless chaotic lightning interwove, and undying Tao's aura rapidly faded. He felt another vast aura. Ancestor Shishin. The ancestor had returned at a critical moment. Heavenly Venerate Zondu also discovered this matter. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly destroyed the headquarters of the flame race, which was outside the heavenly Tao. Tens of millions of flame race living beings turned to dust one after another. They were unable to resist at all. The living beings who had perished looked at the dust ahead and fell into despair. The despair did not last long. In less than 3 breaths of time, the tens of millions of living beings of the flame race were all dead. Not even a remnant soul was left. It could be seen that Heavenly Venerate Zondu had attacked in anger after enduring for a long time. In the immortal world, the leader of the flame race, who was still fighting, sensed something and suddenly turned around. His eyes instantly turned red. No. The flame race member roared hoarsely and quickly waved his 4 spears, causing rolling flames to drown countless cultivators of the immortal world. He wasn't the only one. The other flame race mighty figures also discovered the situation behind them. The flame race has nowhere to run. Once we leave, we will be slaughtered by sages. Children, we can only kill until the end. The flame race will continue to grow stronger and not fear death. Kill, the leader of the flame race roared. His aura soared, shocking the entire immortal world. The ground of the endless immortal world shook violently as if the end of the world was coming. The 3 pure sacred ancestors snorted and drew a circle with both hands. 3 mighty divine shadows appeared in front of him. They each held a sword and slashed with it. Green, black, and white sword chi erupted. Dense, they filled the world, drowning the leader of the flame race. The mighty figures of the immortal world sensed that the flame race outside the heavenly Tao had been eradicated by a sage. Excited, they all tried their best to fight again. Hanju was paying attention to the emails. What a pity. Undying Tao was only severely injured and not killed. The ancestor was still a little lacking. He actually couldn't kill this fellow. Hanju had spent 2 quadrillion years of his lifespan. The more Hanju thought about it, the more depressed he became. No, he had to kill Undying Tao. Although 2-star hatred points was not high, this fellow had always wanted to destroy the heavenly Tao. Without it, he would be in danger. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and continued cursing. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. At the same time, the flame race was already exhausted. Their weakest living beings were Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, with less than 300 members. They had nowhere to run and could only fight to the death. In the north of the immortal world, the ground was dyed red as blood rained down from the sky. The leader of the flame race stood on the ground like a huge peak that reached into the clouds. Above the sea of clouds, he was surrounded by thousands of mighty figures from the immortal world. Even deity realm existences dared to surround him. The leader of the flame race was covered in blood and panting heavily. His scarlet eyes were filled with anger. The flame race lost. The leader of the flame race felt sorrow. After the immortal world knew that they were about to win, they were all extremely excited and mocked the flame race. You dare to invade the immortal world with just you? What flame race? I've never heard of them. HMPH, where's your sage protector? Did he run away? Poor thing, do you really think that the heavenly Tao can be destroyed by your race? Cut off his head and put it at the edge of the immortal world to warn the hidden races in the chaos. Although this battle was short, there were no fewer casualties in the immortal world than in the flame race. At least 10 billion living beings had died. Torrential anger filled the hearts of every participant. It was useless even if the flame race surrendered. The flame race didn't plan to surrender, either. In the distance, Great Loose Heaven said, "Sacred Ancestor, aren't you going to kill him?" His words were agreed by the other pseudo-sages, who did not understand what the 3 pure sacred ancestor was waiting for. The 3 pure sacred ancestor did not answer. He stared calmly at the leader of the flame race. The leader of the flame race smiled sadly. That's right, come and kill me. Let's see how many pitiful zenith heavens I can drag down with me. After recognizing the reality, the leader of the flame race no longer felt any pressure. The flame race was about to become extinct. In that case, what did he have to worry about? The other flame race mighty figures also revealed determined expressions. There was no change in this battle. In the end, all the flame race members died. The corpse of the leader of the flame race was sealed into a 1,000,000-foot-tall mountain to warn his descendants. On the other side, Hanju was still focused on cursing Undying Tao. His lifespan was quickly deducted by a quadrillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy Undying Tao's Tao heart shattered and his body was destroyed. Continue. His body and soul had yet to be destroyed. Hanju gritted his teeth and persisted. Another quadrillion years of lifespan was thrown in. Because of your curse, your enemy Undying Tao's soul and cultivation dissipated. The great Tao is filled with pity. Thunderclouds rumbled as if the sky was crying. Chapter 644 Pengu's Killing Intent. Chapter 644 Pengu's Killing Intent. Hanju felt the phenomenon and couldn't help but be surprised. You, the heavenly Tao, mourn for the enemy. Are you blaming me for saving you? Of course, he only complained a little. The heavenly Tao was a rule and did not have the emotions and desires of living beings. Hanju suddenly thought of something. Undying Tao perished and caused a great Tao phenomenon. The chaotic deity and Kundi who had faked their deaths did not have any great Tao phenomenon, so why did the mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End think that they were dead? Perhaps those mighty figures did not really think so. They only wanted to put blame on the Dark Forbidden Lord. This was the only explanation. Hanju adjusted his state and started to improve his Sword Tao mystical powers. Several months later, he continued to cultivate the grand unity aspect. However, just as he began, Ancestor Shishan's voice entered his ears. All the sages have come to the great ultimate hall. I have something to say. Hanju didn't move immediately after hearing that. Ancestor Shishan was stronger than him. Furthermore, he could be active in the heavenly Tao. Hanju wasn't a heavenly Tao sage. If he died in the heavenly Tao, he would really die and not be revived endlessly by the heavenly Tao. Does Ancestor Shishan have any intention of killing me? 170 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? The value of the ancestor seemed to have increased. Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. Hanju moved out of the Tao field and arrived outside the 33rd heaven. The great ultimate hall that had been silent for a long time emitted divine light again, becoming the most dazzling Tao field outside the 33rd heaven. Hanju came to the front of the great ultimate hall. The other sages were already there. Even Empress Haotu came. Li Daokong sighed. Sect Master, do you still remember how we listened to the Tao together in the great ultimate hall? The sages had strange expressions. It was fine if he didn't mention it, but they felt uncomfortable when he did. They wanted to forget Hanju's potential. Compared to him, they felt so mediocre, like mortals. Hanju didn't answer. Was Li Daokong provoking him? Shi Dudao stared at him curiously. He was very curious about the sect master of the hidden sect. For some reason he inexplicably felt that Hanju was like the Dark Forbidden Lord. At this moment, the door to the great ultimate hall opened and the sages entered. Ancestor Shishan was sitting on a mat. When the sages came in front of him, he opened his eyes and waved his right hand. A mat appeared behind each sage. The sages meditated. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was the first to speak. Ancestor, you're finally back. If not for you, the heavenly Tao would probably be in danger. The other sages also flattered him with some sincerity. Previously, when they saw the flame race attack the immortal world, they were all extremely nervous. After the heavenly Tao restarted, the foundation of the immortal world was still a little lacking. However, there were many living beings but not enough mighty cultivators. Ancestor Shishan sighed. Before I attacked, misfortune befell Undying Tao. Someone was cursing him. The sages were stunned. Sect Master Tianju narrowed his eyes and said, Dark Forbidden Lord. Be it the heavenly Tao or the deity realm of the ruins of End, many people pretended to be the Dark Forbidden Lord and cursed the enemy. However, only the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse could injure a great Tao sage. The sages began to sigh. It's the Dark Forbidden Lord again. In that case, he supports the heavenly Tao. Who is the Dark Forbidden Lord? In the past, I felt that it was fellow Taoist Hanju. Now, it seems that it shouldn't be. If fellow Taoist Hanju can kill Undying Tao, he would have directly attacked earlier. Cough cough, fellow Taoist Han is here with us. What nonsense are you saying? Ha ha ha. Perhaps because they had experienced many calamities together, the sages also began to joke about Hanju as if they were close. Hanju didn't answer but snorted in his mind. It's fine if you want to cause trouble, but don't joke with me. He immediately asked in his mind, does Ancestor Shishan have any killing intent towards me? 170 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Ancestor Shishan said, Undying Tao has perished. I previously severely injured him. I didn't expect the Dark Forbidden Lord to still not let him go. This is also good. The deity realm of the ruins of End probably won't come to harm the heavenly Tao for the time being. I have something to announce. I will leave the heavenly Tao. With that said, the sages widened their eyes in shock. They urged him to stay. Ancestor Shishan was their greatest backing. If he left, the deity realm of the ruins of End would definitely become even more rampant. Although Li Daokong, Shi Dudao, and Fang Liang did not say a word, they didn't want Ancestor Shishan to leave either. Before they attained the Tao, they knew that the one who truly protected the heavenly Tao was not a sage, but Ancestor Shishan, the Tao ancestor's close friend. Ancestor Shishan continued, I've discussed with the great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End and decided to go together to suppress the ancient desolate. In the next period of time, the deity realm of the ruins of End should not disturb the heavenly Tao, but you can't let your guard down. There are many races like the flame race hidden in the chaos. Some of them were expelled by the heavenly Tao, and some were born from the creation of mighty figures. In the long years, they have already risen. Because of the existence of the immeasurable calamity, the heavenly Tao's strength has always been restricted. Instead, it has fallen behind the chaos. I don't know why the Tao ancestor set the rules like this, nor can I guess. Hearing this, the sages did not feel good. To be honest, the invasion of the flame race had deeply stimulated them. They even blamed the Tao ancestor. Heavenly Venerate Zondu asked, what is hidden in the ancient desolate that actually requires the great Tao sages to join forces? Ancestor Shishan said, Pengu's killing intent. The sages were stunned. Pengu split the world apart and his body transformed into all things, but his killing intent was not recorded in the legends. Back then, Pengu slaughtered 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials to attain the Tao. His killing intent even began to bewitch his Tao heart. He had no choice but to extract his killing intent and suppress it in the heavenly Tao. As time passed, more and more chaotic fiend celestials appeared again and resonated with Pengu's killing intent. After undergoing Tao integration, the Tao ancestor had no choice but to suppress Pengu's killing intent in the ancient desolate. Once this killing intent appears, it will definitely reproduce the scene of blood cleansing the chaos. Ancestor Shishan sighed and the sages fell silent. Han Ju was deep in thought. Could that supreme power be Pengu's killing intent? But after so many years, could Pengu's killing intent still continue to become stronger? Logically speaking, if Pengu had died, the chaotic fiend celestial that had survived for so long would have long surpassed him. Wait, could Pengu be alive? Han Ju's heart tightened. He felt that it was very possible. Under normal circumstances, who was willing to sacrifice themselves to create a new world? Anyway, Han Ju didn't want to. After the heavenly Tao was established, the mighty figures of the later generations also proved one thing. Creating a world did not necessarily mean sacrificing oneself. For example, Li Mui and Ancestor Shishan had both created their own little heavenly Tao. Ancestor Shishan suddenly looked at Han Ju and said, Han Ju, which chaotic fiend celestial are you? The sages also looked at him. Han Ju said, Heavenly Constellation Fiend Celestial. In any case, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial had already been born. Ancestor Shishan frowned. The sages were balanced. Since Han Ju was really a chaotic Fiend Celestial, it was normal that they couldn't compare. I know the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial. He's still alive. Why is it you? Ancestor Shishan asked again. Chapter 645 Ancestor's Heart. Chapter 645 Ancestor's Heart. The entire Great Ultimate Hall fell silent. The sages waited for Han Ju's explanation. Han Ju remained silent, but he was panicking on the inside. However, on second thought, something was wrong. He had already created the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial. If there was another heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, the two heavenly constellation Fiend Celestials should be able to sense each other. After all, they were both of the same great Tao. This old dog is tricking me. Han Ju asked in his mind, is Ancestor Shishan tricking me? 170 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was very dissatisfied with Ancestor Shishan. Why are you tricking me for no reason? Trying to mess with me? I think you're asking for a curse. Seeing that Han Ju didn't answer, Ancestor Shishan continued to ask, what? Do you have something you can't say? Han Ju pretended to be bitter and said, I don't understand what you mean, Ancestor. I'm the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial is me. There can't be two chaotic Fiend Celestials that are the same. What do you want to say to me, Ancestor? I don't understand how I offended you. I can be said to be diligent in dealing with the heavenly Tao. I interfere every time the heavenly Tao is in trouble. I don't usually rely on the heavenly Tao to cultivate. I have a clear conscience towards the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao doesn't tolerate me, I'll leave. He immediately stood up. The other sages dissuaded him. Fellow Taoist Han, what are you doing? Ancestor doesn't mean that, he's just puzzled. Ancestor, Hanju really sacrificed a lot for the heavenly Tao. During the time you left, if not for him, we would have long collapsed. Yes, so what if Hanju is not the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial? In any case, he belongs to the heavenly Tao. Sect Master, if you want to leave, I'll leave too. The sages took Hanju's side. The reason was that Ancestor Shishan was about to leave. They could still rely on Hanju. Ancestor Shishan said helplessly, I'm just asking. I don't really know the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial. Why are you angry, young friend Hanju? Hanju sat down angrily and sighed. I don't know why. I've always been cultivating in seclusion, but there are always people coming to find trouble with me or question my identity. It might be related to the variable that the Tao Ancestor said. The Tao Ancestor's words have screwed me over. In the past, not only did the heavenly Tao sages try to rope me in, but even the deity realm of the ruins of Enstigen, Empress Nua. The eyes of the sages flickered. They also remembered the variable that the Tao Ancestor had mentioned, but they didn't expect the deity realm of the ruins of En to have also tried to rope Hanju in. Ancestor Shishan was expressionless, but he was also dissatisfied with Digen. HMPH. He didn't expect Digen to scheme behind his back. Ancestor Shishan said, since you are the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial, I will entrust the heavenly Tao to you. Only you are a freedom sage. I hope that you can protect the heavenly Tao. If I can return alive, I will give you a huge opportunity. Hanju neither agreed nor disagreed. Why was he tricking him for no reason? To put it bluntly, he didn't trust him. He couldn't take Ancestor Shishan's opportunity. Heavenly Venerate Wufa couldn't help but ask, Senior, your cultivation is so high. Are you really going to offer yourself to the ancient desolate? In his opinion, even if Pengu's killing intent broke out, Ancestor Shishan could still hide. Back when Pengu attained the Tao, some chaotic Fian Celestials had survived. Ancestor Shishan glanced at him and said, destroying Pengu's killing intent is not only to protect the heavenly Tao and the chaos but also to attain the Tao. Whoever can defeat Pengu will inherit his vast providence. I see. The sages were enlightened. In that case, they believed him. As sages, they knew sages the best. How many sages could risk their lives for the sake of righteousness? Ancestor Shishan continued, all right, I've already said what needs to be said. I'll leave the heavenly Tao to you in the future. With that said, Ancestor Shishan's figure gradually vanished. He was like a phantom from head to toe. The sages looked at each other. Hanju stood up and prepared to leave. Heavenly Venerate Zondu stopped him and said, fellow Taoist Han, come to the Universal Hall. Hanju nodded, and the two sages left. The other sages were not curious. Heavenly Venerate Zondu often met the sages alone. The sages had also communicated in private. Heavenly Venerate Zondu had only arranged the matters of the heavenly Tao and did not have any selfish motives. Universal Hall. Hanju and Heavenly Venerate Zondu sat down. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, Ancestor Shishan is suspicious of you. You have to be careful. Hanju said, I understand. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's favorability towards him far exceeded Ancestor Shishan's. Hanju also had a good impression of him. I called you here this time to talk about the reincarnation space. I've decided to occupy the Earth immortal world. Next, the reincarnation space will fight against the infinite space with all its might. After expelling the infinite space, I'll let the reincarnation space occupy the Earth immortal world and personally connect the providence of the Earth immortal world to the heavenly Tao to expand it, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said in a low voice. Seeing that he didn't have to interfere, Hanju put down his concerns and asked, are you confident? Don't worry. Now that the mighty figures of the deity realm of the ruins of End can't make a move in time, Zhen Yuanzi has also been invited to the ancient desolate. The mysterious chaotic Fian Celestial of the Earth immortal world and the sage behind the infinite space are not the freedom sages and are not my match. I'm the best choice for this task. After all, my master is still very intimidating. After I leave, fellow Taoist Han, help me keep an eye on Sect Master Tianju, Heavenly Venerate Zondu continued. Sect Master Tianju, this fellow. Hanju thought of the heavenly sect master who was suppressed in the ancient desolate. Could it be that the heavenly sect master was planning on backstabbing him? I'll keep an eye open. Yes, let's talk about the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Zondu began to describe his next arrangements for the heavenly Tao. It still had to continue expanding. The flame race had given the sages too much stimulation. The living beings of the entire heavenly Tao were actually unable to defeat the chaotic race. It was simply a great humiliation. The sages would think of a way to increase the spirit chi in the immortal world and constantly teach Tao techniques to increase the strength of all the living beings. However, where the rules of the heavenly Tao were, it was impossible for them to increase without any worries. Heavenly Venerate Zondu mentioned Fang Liang. The sages were thinking of a way to gather the jade slip of creation for him. Fang Liang said that he had a way to expand the heavenly Tao. 2 hours later, Hanju had just left the 33rd heaven. He returned to the 100-peak immortal river and sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. He asked in his mind, does Sect Master Tianju plan to betray the heavenly Tao? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. Hanju cursed silently. He was indeed a traitor. In that case, he wouldn't be polite anymore. The next day, Hanju came to Sect Master Tianju's Tao field. Sect Master Tianju opened a door and smiled at him. Fellow Taoist Han, you are such a rare guest. Is this your first time visiting me? Sect Master Tianju asked with a smile. Hanju smiled. Yes, I want to invite you to the 100-peak immortal river as a guest. The Jia school has taken good care of the Holy Mother sect. You and I can get closer. The two of them spoke at the entrance of the Tao field. Presumably, the other sages could hear them. Sect Master Tianju smiled even wider. That's a good thing. Hanju grabbed his wrist affectionately and directly used the power of the imprisonment fiend celestial to immobilize him. The two of them disappeared. At first glance, the two of them seemed to be leaving hand in hand. They were very close. Chapter 646 Ancestor Fanju, Heavenly Tao Taking Sides. Chapter 646 Ancestor Fanju, Heavenly Tao Taking Sides. Hanju brought Sect Master Tianju directly to his Taoist temple. To prevent him from self-destructing, Hanju used the power of the confusion fiend celestial to make him in a muddle-headed state and unable to wake up. Hanju then threw him into the primordial heavenly prison. Unlike the previous heavenly venerate Wufa, Hanju was far stronger than Sect Master Tianju. Sect Master Tianju couldn't break free from his great Tao power, so Hanju didn't need to look after him. Hanju could finally start cultivating the grand unity aspect. In the blink of an eye, 300 years passed. Hanju had newly learned 50 chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idols. It took longer than before, mainly because the power of the fiend celestials conflicted with each other. The new fiend celestial Dharma idols were respectively the sheltered rainbow fiend celestial, the little fiend celestial, the uninjured fiend celestial, the heavenly square fiend celestial, the intentless fiend celestial, the soul sovereign fiend celestial, the poverty fiend celestial, the Tao gathering fiend celestial, the fog fiend celestial, the terror fiend celestial, the great affection fiend celestial, the great essence fiend celestial, the twisted fiend celestial, the eternal night fiend celestial, the primordial martial fiend celestial, the race fiend celestial, the degree fiend celestial, the avatar fiend celestial, the ultimate sorrow fiend celestial, the spirit ruler fiend celestial, the soul firmament fiend celestial, the connate loose fiend celestial, the rotten fiend celestial, the mutual longing fiend celestial, the skeleton bone fiend celestial, the golden tablet fiend celestial, and the ethereal fiend celestial. The 10,000 creation fiend celestial, the voidless fiend celestial, the strongest fiend celestial, the cloud pool fiend celestial, the supreme height fiend celestial, the shadow follower fiend celestial, the punishment fiend celestial, the combat prison fiend celestial, the reflection fiend celestial, the light slaughter fiend celestial, the repentance chaos fiend celestial, the blade fiend celestial, the origin substance fiend celestial, the steps Tao fiend celestial, the loose gatherer fiend celestial, the calamity card fiend celestial, the one book fiend celestial, the control fiend celestial, the drought fiend celestial, the revolving world fiend celestial, the bitterness fiend celestial, the missing fiend celestial, and the billion finger fiend celestial. Most of these fiend celestial powers were a little special. For example, the strongest fiend celestial was not the strongest fiend celestial. This was a power that pursued the strongest great Tao. Once used, one's strength would increase greatly and one would be instilled with the belief to pursue being the strongest. The stronger the opponent defeated, the stronger the great Tao power. To Hanju, this was not very good. He would easily lose his mind. He wouldn't use it unless he was desperate. The uninjured fiend celestial was an absolutely defensive great Tao that couldn't be harmed. It needed an even stronger great Tao power to kill it in one strike. The ultimate sorrow fiend celestial had an extremely strong emotional resonance. It could absorb the sorrow of all living beings to make itself stronger. The loose gatherer fiend celestial could condense all true existences and also disband them into extremely tiny fragments. The 10,000 creation fiend celestial was like the fusang tree. Its body grew 10,000 branches that could create a world and connect to an existing world. As long as the world he created existed, he wouldn't die. Wait, Hanju began the simulation trial and adapted to the new power of the Fian Celestials. After 10 years, he finally ended in satisfaction. At this moment, Sect Master Tianju was still in the primordial heavenly prison. Hanju looked at the immortal world. After the flame race failed, the immortal world returned to its previous state. Although all living beings cultivated harder, conflicts couldn't be avoided. For example, if the human race wanted to rise, they needed to expand their territory and increase their resources. However, the nearby races were all once demons. The blood feud between humans and demons was engraved in their blood. Therefore, the human race was surrounded and fell into deep trouble again. Li Daokong was still not powerful enough. After the flame race's calamity, all living beings understood one thing. Sages couldn't personally interfere in the immortal world. This fact subconsciously reduced their threat. Furthermore, with the various races joining forces, sages couldn't send mighty figures to capture them all in one go for the sake of the humans. It was not in line with the cultivation goal of the current heavenly Tao. Because of this, Hanyu fell into various battles. His cultivation level increased very quickly. Hanju didn't pay attention to the humans for too long. It was fine as long as Hanyu was fine. If Hanyu could lead the human race to prosperity, Hanju would change his opinion of him. He might even give him a huge opportunity to have the right to chase after his ancestor Han. Hanju looked at the Holy Mother sect next. It had developed very well. He didn't know if it was because of Li Yao, but the number of female human disciples in the Holy Mother sect increased and had already surpassed the female disciples of other races. Ever since the establishment of the Holy Mother sect, they had been backed by the Jia school and had never encountered any trouble. Previously, when the flame race attacked, the battle had already ended when they had just arrived on the battlefield. Hanju looked at the reroll world below the immortal world. Ever since he had released the reroll world, it had developed alone. Now, it was only inferior to the first mortal world, the loose heaven world, and had become the second mortal world. Although Hanju didn't care about the reroll world, the heavenly race, the Jia school, the divine palace, and the Holy Mother sect all helped it. They even sent disciples to stay and preach the Tao to mortals. The current white-robed Buddha had used the providence of the reroll world to become a zenith heaven cultivator. He was also a famous figure. In the netherworld, Su Qi had been cultivating in seclusion, but because of him, Yang Tiandong's status rose. The other kings of hell did not dare to offend him and followed him everywhere. Everything was fine. Hanju suddenly noticed someone, an old friend. Mo Zhu. Back then, Li Mui took in Mo Zhu as his disciple and wanted to scheme against Hanju. However, before Li Mui died, she had already returned to the immortal world. As time passed, she and Hanju had long become strangers. He usually couldn't remember her. After all, Hanju had asked Mo Zhu to stay. She insisted on leaving and wanted to make the Mo family famous. Time passed quickly. Mo Fucho had died and the Mo family was already in the past. The current Mo Zhu had already changed her name. Her name was Ancestor Fanju, and she was hidden in a corner of the immortal world. This name was clearly derived from Hanju's. Mo Zhu was already at the deity realm, all thanks to the human school's Tao technique. Seeing Mo Zhu, Hanju couldn't help but recall the years in the mortal world. He sighed. Not long ago, he was still looking forward to the immortal realm. Hanju didn't look for Mo Zhu. She had already grown up and could protect herself. If she wanted to find him, she could just come to the hidden sect. Hanju had calculated that Mo Zhu had met Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan didn't hide Hanju's whereabouts, but Mo Zhu never returned. Why didn't she return? She probably felt that she was unqualified. Everyone had their own ambitions. Be it Hanju or Mo Zhu, they wouldn't risk their lives for the so-called love. Hanju sighed and entered cultivation again. 500 years later. Primordial Heavenly Prison has successfully enslaved the target. Sect Master Tianju has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability. Max. Hanju immediately checked Sect Master Tianju's profile picture from his interpersonal relationships. Sect Master Tianju. Late-stage Heavenly Tao Sage, Sect Master of Jia School, Immeasurable Emperor. His favorability towards you is at the maximum. Sect Master Tianju, who was meditating, opened his eyes and knelt down. Hanju smiled. There's no need to be so polite. Our relationship will still be the same in the future, at least on the surface. Go back. If others ask, you know what to do. Sect Master Tianju said respectfully, I understand. Hanju waved his hand and sent him to the 33rd heaven. Sect Master Tianju followed his memories and came to his Tao field. At this moment, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate appeared and followed him into the hall. After the door closed, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked curiously, "Why was Hanju looking for you?" Sect Master Tianju replied, "We chatted about the relationship between the Holy Mother sect and the Jia school. It can be considered an alliance." The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate clicked his tongue in wonder. That works too. It seems that the Chan school should also establish a relationship with the Holy Mother sect. Sure, the Heavenly Tao will take sides sooner or later. We have already severed ties with the deity realm of the ruins of End. Why don't you make an alliance with fellow Taoist Han? That's true. Tianju, I believe you. I'll go prepare now. Chapter 647 Hidden Punishment Lineage, Nether Race's Predicament. Chapter 647 Hidden Punishment Lineage, Nether Race's Predicament. After releasing Sect Master Tianju, Hanju immersed himself in cultivation. Time passed. 1,000 years passed. Hanju opened his eyes and checked his emails. During this period of time, Heavenly Venerate Zondu left. He wanted to control the Earth Immortal world and expand the providence of the Heavenly Tao. Ancestor Shishan also began to be active in the emails. He was basically attacked, but he was not severely injured for the time being. After looking around, the immortal world was safer than the chaos. The evil Heavenly Emperor and Han Tuo had been fighting almost the entire time. It was unknown who they were fighting with. After reading the emails, Hanju teleported to the second Tao field. Sweeping his sage sense out and observing the entire Earth Immortal world, he caught Heavenly Venerate Zondu's aura at the edge of the Earth Immortal world. Although the Earth Immortal world was already considered a little Heavenly Tao, its self-protection ability was far inferior to the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Zondu could come and go as he pleased, and the Earth Immortal world couldn't expel or resist him. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was casting a spell to gather the providence of the immortal world. Hanju didn't care. He looked at the Fian celestial candidates he had chosen. Yongdu, Ren Gang, and Yin Hongchen were still alive. As for the other Fian celestial candidates, they had long perished. Among them, Yongdu's cultivation was already infinitely close to the Emperor realm. Hanju discovered that there was some great Tao power hidden in Yongdu's body. This aura was extremely obvious to him, who had grasped the grand unity aspect. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce, then his expression became strange. He had deduced that Yongdu had gone to the infinite space to be a spy and become the top batch of reincarnators. He had obtained the lecture of the sages behind the infinite space and had actually successfully comprehended a trace of the power of the great Tao. In the past 1,000 years, the reincarnation space had already expelled the infinite space from the Earth Immortal world. Heavenly Venerate Zondu had personally found that sage. After the two sages fought, that sage compromised and gave up the Earth Immortal world. Not only that, but the top batch of reincarnators in the infinite space had also been forced to stay. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. Hanju thought for a moment and sent a dream to Yongdu. In the dream, Yongdu was immediately excited when he saw Hanju, who was covered in divine light. He had already seen a sage, but that sage was completely incomparable to Hanju. This aura was unforgettable for him. He could tell at a glance. "Greetings, senior," Yongdu knelt down and said excitedly. If not for Hanju, he wouldn't be where he was today. Hanju said, "I've seen your growth. I'll give you two choices next. 1. Follow me immediately to my Tao field to cultivate. 2. Continue to stay in the Earth Immortal world and spend the rest of your life in peace. I'll look for you in 100 million years." Hearing this, Yongdu took a deep breath and said firmly, "I'll go with you." He had enjoyed everything in the Earth Immortal world. Ever since he had joined the infinite space, what he yearned for the most was cultivation. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to be so powerful that he would no longer be subservient and be controlled by others. Hanju was very satisfied with his determination. "If you follow me, you might have to cultivate diligently for a long time, even until the Earth Immortal world is destroyed naturally. Are you willing?" Yongdu was stunned. Hanju's words shocked him. At the same time, he understood something else. He could live longer than the Earth Immortal world. "I'm willing," Yongdu hurriedly said. Hanju didn't say anything else. He directly broke through the dream and sucked Yongdu into the second Tao field. Landing in front of him, Yongdu was shocked. Hanju began to use absolute purification on him, just in case. Yongdu came back to his senses and hurriedly knelt down. Hanju didn't say anything else. As he waited for the system to purify him, he let the great Tao of extreme origin cover Yongdu's soul, allowing him to quickly enter a state of Tao comprehension and walk the path of cultivation of the great Tao of extreme origin. As for Ren Gang and Yin Hongchen, they still had to train. Anyway, Hanju didn't want to create chaotic Fian Celestials one after another. If Yongdu wanted to fuse with the Fian Celestial Qi, his soul strength had to increase. Next, Hanju planned to make him stay in the second Dao field to cultivate. 10 years later, Yongdu walked out of the Taoist temple. He looked around curiously and quickly saw Marong Qi, the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial, the Crimson Fox, and Dong Zhou. He was secretly shocked. These 4 people were unfathomable. He had never felt such fear. At this moment, Marong Qi opened his eyes and waved at him. Although they were very far apart, Yongdu could see his actions and immediately rushed over. Hanju had already introduced him to the others. He would cultivate in peace and be polite to them. Arriving in front of Marong Qi, Yongdu cupped his fists respectfully and introduced himself. Marong Qi said, "I'm Marong Qi. Your cultivation level is so low, but you can still become a chaotic Fian Celestial." "Where are you from, chaotic Fian Celestial?" Yongdu was surprised. What was that? He didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything Marong Qi had heard of the Earth Immortal world. As for the reincarnation space, he had never heard of it. "I didn't expect Grandmaster's control to reach so far. He's not as secluded as he looks." Marong Qi sighed. Hanju looked like he was not fighting for Providence, but he was actually secretly nurturing powerful forces with a heart as deep as the sea. Marong Qi was not disgusted. Instead, he felt safer. Only by following such a Grandmaster could everything go smoothly. On the contrary, he only had a powerful cultivation level but no shrewdness. He would suffer sooner or later. Marong Qi chatted with Yongdu to get closer. Meanwhile, Hanju returned to the main Dao field. Li Xuanao was kneeling at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Hanju let him in. Arriving in front of him, Li Xuanao bowed respectfully and said, "All these years, the disciples of the hidden sect who went out have returned one after another. All the personal disciples have returned. Among the unnamed disciples, 8,736 have yet to return. I've already informed them one by one, but they still haven't returned. I think we can announce that they have betrayed the hidden sect and also set up a special hidden sect law enforcement hall to capture these disobedient disciples. Although the hidden sect is a land of cultivation, rules are still necessary." Hanju said, "The law enforcement hall will be controlled by Zhou Mingyu. You will help him create it. The number of people will be fixed at 10,000. They must be at the deity realm. You can let the nether race also send a portion of their clansmen." "Understood." Li Xuanao nodded. He was not disappointed. He was already the second guardian and couldn't control more power. Otherwise, people in the hidden sect would definitely gossip. Zhou Mingyu was the reincarnation of the previous great sage equaling heaven who had once wreaked havoc in the heavenly court. Now, he had become the disciple of the Supreme Buddha, Chu Shiren. He was considered a direct descendant of Hanju, and his cultivation was also attempting to break through to the Zenith Heaven realm. As the master of the Law Enforcement Hall, he would definitely receive the help of his personal disciples. Law Enforcement Hall is too vulgar. Let it be the Hidden Punishment Lineage. Hanju thought for a moment and spoke again. Li Xuanao naturally had no objections. Soon, he left. Hanju looked at the nether race in the 100-peak Immortal River. The 10,000 nether race members had all returned. However, the nether race had currently encountered a bottleneck. All the clansmen were stuck at the 6 mystic divine origin realm and could not break through. It was as if a force was suppressing their cultivation realms. Hanju had been busy cultivating and didn't want the nether race to break through too quickly, so he didn't care. However, after so many years, the nether race couldn't hold back anymore, and the atmosphere in the clan was a little solemn. Hanju had no choice but to use the derivation function. I want to know why the nether race can't reach the Zenith Heaven realm. 150 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? The value of a great Tao sage. Chapter 648 Dizhong. Chapter 648 Dizhong. Continue. Hanju directly made his choice. The nether race was a very powerful and important force to him. He had to support them. He was still looking forward to nurturing 10,000 pseudo-sages to wreak havoc in the chaos. Hanju entered the illusion. Opening his eyes, Hanju came to a dark hall. On both sides stood huge stone pillars carved with mysterious ferocious beasts. The surface of the stone pillars looked transparent and there was magma surging in them, causing the atmosphere in the hall to be eerie. At the top of the sky were rolling dark clouds. They were millions of feet tall, like a world. Hanju looked up and saw 10 huge stone statues in front of him. The stone statues were sinister and ruthless with different postures. In front of the 10 stone statues was a stone staircase that was millions of steps tall. At the top was an altar that floated high in the sky. On the altar, a burly man with a bare upper body was meditating. His black hair was wild and scattered casually. His muscles were visually impactful, like a human-shaped ferocious beast. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Di Zhong, great Tao sage, leader of the ancestral magi, immeasurable emperor, descendant of Pangu. Han Ju was shocked. The ancestral magi were really alive. Then, these 10 stone statues should be the remaining 10 ancestral magi. Even Dijin was still alive, so it was normal for Di Zhong to be alive. In the legends of the primordial world that Han Ju knew, the Magus race and the demon race were the 2 strongest races in the world. In order to fight for supremacy, they stirred up the immeasurable calamity. Other than Empress Haotu, who had transformed into reincarnation, all the 12 ancestral magi perished with Dijin and Eastern Emperor Taiyi. It was very tragic. Now it seemed that this history was not true. After all, Han Ju had never experienced that history. Di Zhong suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Who is intercepting my Magus race bloodline?" Di Zhong pinched his fingers to deduce, then his expression became strange. How to sigh, forget it. Di Zhong raised his hand to cast a spell. Seeing this, Han Ju finally understood that Di Zhong was restricting the nether race's cultivation realm. As for why, he didn't know. The dream shattered. After returning to reality, Han Ju touched his chin and thought. The best way to resolve this matter was to kill Di Zhong. However, Di Zhong had no grudge with him. He naturally wouldn't do such an immoral thing. Forget it, I'll wait a little longer. In any case, Di Zhong was contacting Empress Haotu. When the 2 of them met and he explained the matter, they should be able to remove the cultivation restrictions of the nether race. Han Ju became even more emotional. This pressure on the bloodline of the later generations was like a cultivator controlled by the great Tao. Not bad. Han Ju had also used bloodline suppression on Han Tuo, but that was done personally, unlike Di Yang's method, which was countless spaces away. It was truly unimaginable that he could easily do it. Thinking about it carefully, Han Ju actually had no way to kill the great Tao sage. The previous chaotic deity and Kundi seemed to have perished, but they were actually faking their deaths, making Han Ju unable to continue targeting them. The only one who died was Undying Tao, who was severely injured by Ancestor Shishan. It was caused by his and Ancestor Shishan's combined efforts. Han Ju shook his head and laughed, not thinking about it anymore. In any case, he would surpass the great Tao sage sooner or later. One day, the great Tao sage would also be like a chicken or dog in front of him. He could be killed with ease. Immortal world, human imperial city. In a residence, Han Yu was meditating in the courtyard and cultivating. He was dressed in a white robe, still exuding a youth aura. He looked calm and imposing, and his face had the vicissitudes of time. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Han Ju's disciple, Long Hao. Long Hao was handsome and looked like the evil heavenly emperor. He stood with Han Yu as if Han Ju was facing him. Han Yu sensed his appearance and asked without opening his eyes, "What is it?" Long Hao chuckled, "I'm preparing to attack the Dragon Palace. Do you want to join forces? When I control the Dragon Palace, you can choose their divine weapons. You should know that the dragon race likes to collect treasures." Han Yu opened his eyes and rolled his eyes at him. He said angrily, "The last time I accompanied you to explore the mystic realm, my body was destroyed. You still want to trick me?" At this moment, Hao Tian's soul body rose above Long Hao's head. He smiled and said, "Young friend Han Yu, you can't say that. Didn't I give you the best natural treasure?" A soul body rose above Han Yu's head. This was the existence formed by the negative karma of the immeasurable calamity that Han Ju had helped Han Yu subdue, calamities vengeful. TCH, that's nothing. Han Yu can obtain a treasure of the same value with a word in the human race. The calamities vengeful snorted. His tone was very similar to Han Yu's. He knew Hao Tian. In the vast negative karma, some ghosts had seen him. Those memories had already been absorbed by the calamity. Hao Tian glared at him. How can the humans compare to the dragon race? Tisk tisk, can that human defeat the dragon race? If they fail, the human race will suffer. The 2 souls began to quarrel. Han Yu felt a headache. He looked at Long Hao and asked, "Must we go?" Long Hao spread his hands. "I have no choice. My master has given the order. If I don't complete it, I'm afraid I'll be expelled." Han Yu asked curiously, "Who is your master?" "The master of a zenith heaven golden immortal should be very strong, right? At least a pseudo-sage." He had been very curious before, but Long Hao refused to say. Long Hao smiled. "My master is a sage. How about it? Are you relieved with such a powerful backing?" Han Yu said disdainfully, "My master is also a sage." Your master has to kowtow in front of him. Impossible, Han Yu said angrily as if he was humiliated. In his heart, Li Daokong was an indomitable mighty figure. He was the most arrogant person in the entire heavenly Tao. Long Hao chuckled, feeling even happier. Stupid kid. He deduced that Han Yu was Han Ju's descendant, but he didn't say it. Han Yu looked so similar to Han Ju. He was definitely related, that's why he had been taken in by Li Daokong. Li Daokong didn't even tell him the truth. He naturally didn't dare to interfere, lest he ruined Han Ju's plan. Alright, I'm serious. Come with me. I need you, Long Hao said solemnly. Han Yu was not weak. He had inherited Li Daokong's legacy and rarely encountered opponents of the same realm. After the heavenly Tao restarted, Long Hao's previous dragon court had long perished. There were even fewer old friends. He had previously visited some old friends, and all of them wanted to sever ties with him and were unwilling to follow him. It almost infuriated him. Helpless, he could only look for Han Yu. Long Hao said, "You can tell the human emperor about this. The human race is currently in a dilemma. If you want to make a name for yourself, you have to take the risk. Once I control the dragon race, I can help the human race. I have the bloodline of the true dragon race and am a zenith heaven golden immortal. The 4 sea dragon kings are not my match, but I'm weak. I need your help to restrain the dragon race's useless troops." Of course, this was just empty talk. He wanted to prove his connections to the dragon race. Han Yu said, "I'll go find the human emperor." Go now. Long Hao urged. Han Yu could only move. 2 hours later, he appeared in the courtyard. Several people were accompanying him. They were all in the upper echelons of the human race. The human emperor was also among them. The human emperor looked to be in his 40s. He was not considered handsome, but his eyes were filled with dignity in his black robe. Chapter 649 Death in a Dream, Attack in the Netherworld. Chapter 649 Death in a Dream, Attack in the Netherworld. The human emperor stared at Long Hao and said, "Long Hao, the son of the previous heavenly emperor of the heavenly court. If I remember correctly, you have already entered the hidden sect and are seeking revenge on the dragon race. Is this your personal opinion, or is it the hidden sect's intention?" Long Hao smiled and asked, "What do you think?" The human emperor was silent. The other mighty figures looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. Hidden sect. Han Yu was moved. He remembered that Li Daokong was also from the hidden sect then. He thought of Long Hao's words. Was this fellow really not bragging? Could Li Daokong really have to bow down to his master? Long Hao said helplessly, "There are some things that I can't say clearly, understand? I actually don't think highly of the humans. It's just Han Yu. You should know who Han Yu's master is." The human mighty figures were moved. It was all thanks to Li Daokong that the human race could be where they were today. They had naturally tried their best to collect Li Daokong's legends and had even spread them in the race. Li Daokong was a cultivator of the hidden sect. The sect master of the hidden sect was the high and mighty immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. Human emperor said excitedly, "Thank you for the opportunity the hidden sect has given us. We humans are willing to help you subdue the dragon race." Long Hao smiled. "In that case, go get ready. We'll leave at any time." All right. The human emperor and the mighty figures immediately left. They were clearly very excited, thinking that they had boarded the hidden sect's bus. After they left, Han Yu frowned and asked, "The hidden sect has taken a liking to the humans?" If that was the case, Li Daokong would definitely give him an order, but he did not. He suspected that Long Hao was bluffing. However, it had to be said that the banner of the hidden sect was too attractive. The hidden sect had many branches. They went from the heavenly race to the 9 nether. If they could obtain their protection, the human race would be safe. Long Hao smiled. "Don't worry, I won't trick you." Han Yu looked at him deeply. "Your master is the master of the hidden sect." Then, what's my master's identity in the hidden sect? First guardian. My master is really powerful. Hee. You're not convinced? I'll tell my master. No, I'm convinced. I'm most convinced by Li Daokong. 1,000 years later, Han Ju opened his eyes again and checked his emails habitually. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious Tao Devil X892048. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by an inauspicious evil X10,928,327. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend ancestor Shishan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your grand disciple Fang Liang dreamed of the Tao ancestor when he was cultivating. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhou Fan obtained the dream of your enemy, 7 Tao sage, and left the heavenly Tao. Your good friend Empress Haotu was attacked by a mysterious force and was severely injured. Han Tuo was beaten up along with the evil heavenly emperor. Han Ju's heart didn't ache. He even wanted to laugh. He thought of the previous calamity and often saw the immortals of the heavenly court being beaten. Needless to say, it was quite interesting. He believed that the evil heavenly emperor would treat Han Tuo well. After all, he had deduced the future. Han Ju continued reading. 7 Dao Sage and the Dao Ancestor were both moving. It was unknown what they were plotting. Forget about Fang Liang. Now that he had become the Dao Ancestor, Han Ju couldn't be bothered with him. But why did Zhou Fan leave the heavenly Dao? As for Empress Haotu, she was severely injured in the netherworld. Han Ju continued reading. After a while, he finished reading the emails and first visited Zhou Fan in his dreams. Zhou Fan was his highly regarded disciple. He couldn't ignore him. He had to at least put on a show for the 7 Dao Sage. In the dream, Zhou Fan suddenly opened his eyes and looked around in horror. Han Ju asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Fan saw that it was him and hurriedly said, "Master, don't visit my dreams. I'm fighting." Han Ju immediately extinguished the dark nightmare and checked the emails. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by an inauspicious evil and was severely injured. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by an inauspicious evil. His body was destroyed and his soul was about to disperse. Your disciple Zhou Fan was protected by your enemy, 7 Dao Sage. His injuries have healed and he has revived again. Han Ju looked at the 3 emails that appeared one after another and couldn't help but be silent. Oops. It seemed that he had to be more cautious next time. The Dark Nightmare was a great Dao mystical power that could forcefully drag people into a dream, but the other party might die if they were in battle. That was true. Han Ju suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He smiled sinisterly. He could use this to deal with enemies in the future. Han Ju stopped thinking and sent a dream to Empress Haotu. The dream was the Yellow Spring. Han Ju asked first, "Are you fighting?" Empress Haotu was stunned. "No, why do you ask?" Han Ju said, "I sent a dream to my disciple just now. He was fighting and almost died because of it." Empress Haotu. Han Ju remained silent. Empress Haotu was attacked by a mysterious force. The sages did not react, which meant that this matter was very hidden. How should he ask? "I was injured not long ago. A mysterious existence is spying on the netherworld." Empress Haotu suddenly sighed. She continued, "I don't know who the other party is, but his power is very strong and can counteract my power of reincarnation. He's at least a freedom sage. Otherwise, he won't be able to enter the netherworld." Han Ju said in surprise, "A freedom sage shouldn't be able to break through the power of the heavenly Dao, right?" Empress Haotu said, "Perhaps he used some secret technique. His strength is indeed stronger than a heavenly Dao sage, but he's not much stronger. Furthermore, I sense a familiar aura from him, but I can't remember from where." She was a sage of reincarnation. How could she not remember this? The other party must have erased karma, preventing Empress Haotu from deducing. Han Ju asked in his mind, "I want to know who attacked Empress Haotu." For the sake of others, Han Ju really didn't want to waste his lifespan. However, if the netherworld was broken, the heavenly Dao would be in danger. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A line of words appeared in front of him. Fuxidian, Great Dao Sage, Ancestor of the Human Race, Immeasurable Emperor, Ancestor of the 8 Trigrams. Fuxidian. Han Ju frowned. Why did this fellow become a Great Dao Sage? He didn't see it in the emails, either. Achieving the Great Dao as soon as he died was not simple. This was cheating. Han Ju said, "I have to tell the other sages about this. If you can't ask, I'll go." Empress Haotu said, "Thank you." The dream ended. Han Ju directly came to the 33rd heaven and gathered the other sages in Sect Master Tianju's Dao field. He told them about Empress Haotu being attacked. The sages were shocked. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said in surprise, "Why can't we sense it?" Heavenly Venerate Wufa snorted. "Needless to say, the other party is far stronger than us. He can even avoid the heavenly secrets." The sages were silent. Fang Liang said, "No, if the other party attacks in the heavenly Dao, it's impossible for him to avoid the power of the heavenly Dao unless he's a heavenly Dao lifeform. In addition, the netherworld is the lowest level of the heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao lifeform, could it be Heavenly Venerate Zondu? Only he's far stronger than us," the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate added. Han Ju glanced at him. "You really know how to guess." Han Ju had no choice but to say, "It shouldn't be Heavenly Venerate Zondu. I've been contacting him. By the way, did the sages who died previously really die?" Chapter 650 Primordial Origin, Primordial Fian Celestial. Chapter 650 Primordial Origin, Primordial Fian Celestial. You mean a sage is faking his death? Sect Master Tianju frowned and asked. Li Daokong mocked, the fate of you sages is indeed unpredictable. Chu Zilai said, sage fated secrets and Sage Jinan died after becoming mad sages. Li Mui was killed by fellow Taoist Han, leaving only Nua and Fuxidian. Especially Fuxidian, we didn't see him die with our own eyes. Fuxidian. Fang Liang pinched his fingers to deduce and his eyes flickered. Sect Master Tianju said in confusion, isn't Fuxidian the weakest heavenly Tao sage? How can he be far stronger than us? Even if he obtained a huge opportunity during this period of time, it's impossible for his strength to increase so quickly. Fellow Taoist Han isn't even this fast. The others also discussed. It's indeed impossible. It's not Fuxidian. Could it be Nua? Empress Nua is indeed unfathomable. Previously, when we killed her, I felt that it was too easy. Could it be that Nua didn't die? That's right, it's her. After she died, her primordial purple chi couldn't be found at all. Doesn't this mean something? What should we do? Should we find Nua? Seeing that they found out the truth, Hanju was satisfied. Fang Liang said, it's impossible to find her. The other party attacked Empress Haotu and must be targeting the heavenly Tao. We can only increase our defense against the netherworld. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked, how? We sages can't go. But if a pseudo-sage goes, they will be cannon fodder. I have a plan, which is to increase the number of mortal worlds between the netherworld and the immortal world, causing the providence of the heavenly Tao to protect the netherworld. The stronger the power of the heavenly Tao in the netherworld, the harder it is for the enemy to invade. Fang Liang's plan made the sages ponder. However, nurturing mortal worlds was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Emperor Shao suddenly said, it's fine to nurture the mortal worlds, but I think the most effective way is to move the heavenly race to the netherworld. After all, the heavenly race is a heavenly Tao race. The sages looked at him in surprise. If the heavenly race moved to the netherworld, they would definitely lose control of the immortal world. Then, who could inherit the authority of the heavenly race? They couldn't help but look at Fang Liang. Were they colluding? Hanju was expressionless and didn't feel that there was anything wrong. In fact, this was indeed the best way to increase the power of the heavenly Tao in the netherworld. Fang Liang could only say that he took advantage of the situation. Sect Master Tianju looked at Hanju and asked, what do you think, fellow Taoist Han? Hanju said, both are feasible. During the heavenly Tao calamity, we should put down our own benefits and consider the heavenly Tao. No plan is completely identical to our losses or benefits. He wasn't afraid that Fang Liang would act recklessly. If he showed any signs of messing around, he would directly throw him into the primordial heavenly prison. The other sages naturally had no objections. Hanju didn't participate in the rest. He returned to the 100-peak immortal river and continued cultivating. The sages moved very quickly. In less than a few months, they sent their highly regarded disciples to the bottom of the immortal world to approach the netherworld and open up a world. Although the two worlds of yin and yang were opposites, there was also a threshold. In addition, the heavenly race also began to move to the netherworld. Facing the arrangements of the sages, Ji Shanshan appeared very obedient and did not even question them. The day Fang Liang became a sage, he knew that he had lost. On the other side, the humans had attacked the dragon race many times and had been in a stalemate for hundreds of years. Finally, it ended. The dragon race had a new leader. It was Long Hao. At the same time, the two races shook hands and formed an alliance. This matter caused a huge commotion in the immortal world. The dragon race was a first-rate race with deep foundations, but they were actually defeated by the humans. The living beings who knew the inside story were shocked by the terrifying strength of the hidden sect. At first, the humans were not the dragon race's match at all. They even suffered heavy casualties because of this. Long Hao had no choice but to seek the help of the Holy Mother sect. Once the Holy Mother sect attacked, the heavenly race, the Chan school, and the Jia school also struck. Before they even fought, the dragon race couldn't withstand the pressure and raised the white flag. The commotion caused by this matter was ultimately covered up by the matter of the heavenly race moving to the netherworld. After the heavenly race headed to the netherworld, the heavenly Tao lineage controlled by Fang Liang began to call itself the immortal gods and took control of the heavenly rules of the world. This was the difference between a sage and a mortal. A sage could decide the authority of the heavenly Tao's myriad worlds with a few words. They didn't even need to threaten with force. Time flew. Another 1,000 years passed. Hanju opened his eyes and habitually checked his emails. Han Tuo and the evil heavenly emperor were still being beaten. How bitter. Although he was being beaten, Han Tuo's cultivation was increasing very quickly. He was already at the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Battle was very effective. After reading the emails, Han Ju asked in his mind, will Fang Liang become my enemy in the future? The Heavenly Dao sect was recruiting immortals again with a huge commotion. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Tisk tisk, was Fang Liang already equivalent to the Heavenly Dao? Continue. No, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why he did not deal with Fang Liang was that he believed in him. Although Fang Liang had become the Dao ancestor, he might not tell him his ambitions and plans. Will Fang Liang betray the Heavenly Dao? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. After receiving a clear answer, Han Ju was completely relieved. However, this was only Fang Liang. Han Ju couldn't deduce the Dao ancestor's true intentions. Han Ju looked at the netherworld. Ever since the heavenly race moved to the netherworld, a large amount of the heavenly Dao's providence surged there, causing it to no longer be covered in dark clouds. Sunlight even appeared. The light formed by providence and the power of reincarnation increased, causing the order of the netherworld to also recover. The ghost deities also benefited. Only the immortals of the heavenly race were unhappy. Only their benefits were damaged. In short, everything was developing in a good direction. Han Ju's gaze passed through the netherworld and spied the dark forbidden zone outside. He suddenly saw something. It was a stone tablet with a coffin behind it. There were all sorts of strange patterns carved on the coffin as if ghosts were about to rush out at any moment. Seeing this coffin, Han Ju felt inexplicably terrified. He couldn't sense the aura of the coffin and the stone tablet at all. If he didn't see them coincidentally, he would probably take a long time to discover them. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. He couldn't deduce the origin of this coffin. He had no choice but to use the derivation function. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive. It was even more valuable than the ancestor. Han Ju was even more nervous and carefully chose to continue. Primordial origin, transformed from the primordial chaos Fian Celestial. The primordial chaos Fian Celestial was the last opponent of Pengu among the 3,000 Fian Celestials. After being defeated, it sacrificed itself and transformed into the primordial chaos realm so the great Tao exists forever. After absorbing the primordial chi, the primordial chaos Fian Celestial will transform and become a primordial Fian Celestial. Primordial chaos tablet. The primordial chaos Fian Celestial's birth supreme treasure. It can absorb the dharmic powers of all primordial chaos realm living beings. Primordial Fian Celestial. Han Ju widened his eyes. So other than him, there was really a primordial Fian Celestial. Was the Tao ancestor not targeting him? This thing was a little strong. He was Pengu's last opponent. It was equivalent to being second only to Pengu among the 3,000 Fian Celestials. Han Ju had to ask cautiously, when will he enter the Heavenly Tao? Chapter 651 Taking Refuge, Choosing Fian Celestial Candidates. Chapter 651 Taking Refuge, Choosing Fian Celestial Candidates. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected that primordial origin and the Heavenly Tao reject each other, so it can't enter the Heavenly Tao. Primordial origin doesn't have any ill intentions towards the Heavenly Tao, either. No ill intentions. Then, why was he here? Han Ju continued to derive and deducted another 200 billion years of his lifespan. He is avoiding a powerful existence. As for what it is, the system cannot derive it. So, he was here to hide. Han Ju hesitated to establish a connection with primordial origin. Once this fellow successfully transformed, he would be the same as him. No, wouldn't this expose that he was a primordial Fian Celestial? In any case, this fellow did not want to harm the Heavenly Tao. It didn't matter to him. After Han Ju made up his mind, he looked away. The appearance of primordial origin made Han Ju feel a sense of danger. He still had to speed up the nurturing of the chaotic Fian Celestials. Han Ju called Great Loose Heaven into the Taoist temple. Great Loose Heaven's cultivation was already at the perfected pseudo-sage realm. It was very suitable for him to directly transform into a chaotic Fian Celestial. It just so happened that Han Ju did not want to give him the Great Tao Purple Chi. He suppressed his excitement and greeted Han Ju. He had been in the 100-peak Immortal River for a period of time. Han Ju finally called for him. Could it be to attain the Tao? Great Loose Heaven's heart that had experienced the vicissitudes of time began to tremble. The first thing Han Ju said was, Great Loose Heaven, is your goal to be a sage or higher? Great Loose Heaven was stunned. Although he was a mighty figure of the immortal world, Great Loose Heaven didn't know about the deity realm of the ruins of End and the extraordinary person hidden in the depths of the chaos. Even if he had gone to the deity realm of the ruins of End, he couldn't come into contact with such an existence. Great Loose Heaven asked carefully, "What do you mean?" Hanju said, "I'll give you two choices now. One is to attain the Tao and become a heavenly Tao sage. But this is the end. 2. I'll give you a supreme bloodline and help you gain the potential to surpass the sages. There's an even wider world outside the heavenly Tao. Do you know how I obtained my status? If I was only an ordinary sage, how can the other sages give the hidden sect a chance to develop? It's only because I've already surpassed the heavenly Tao sages. Even if the current sages join forces, they won't be my match." Hanju's tone was firm and confident. Great Loose Heaven was fascinated. "What price does the second choice require?" Hanju said, "Pain. The process of replacing the bloodline is very painful. In addition, I'll move you to another place to cultivate diligently later. It's equivalent to losing your freedom. I'll only let you go after the Great Tao calamity ends." Great Tao immeasurable calamity. Great Loose Heaven was secretly shocked. Although he didn't understand what the Great Tao immeasurable calamity was, when he thought of the Heavenly Devil calamity and the Flame Race's calamity, it was obvious that the Heavenly Tao was not as safe as before. Great Loose Heaven fell into a dilemma. Hanju wasn't in a hurry. He believed that Great Loose Heaven would make the right choice. If not for the fact that it was very difficult to get creation spirit stones, how could Hanju choose Great Loose Heaven? This was a huge opportunity. After a long while, Great Loose Heaven looked up and said, "I choose the second path. Sect Master, please bestow me a supreme bloodline." His bloodline potential was already top-notch in the Heavenly Tao, but he believed that Hanju would not lie to him. Hanju waved his hand and took Great Loose Heaven into the primordial world. He then directly crushed his body with the power of freedom and extracted his soul. Great Loose Heaven was shocked, but he did not shout or scream. Instead, he waited nervously. Hanju took him to the Fi and Celestial Chi. Looking at the balls of Fi and Celestial Chi in front of him, Great Loose Heaven's soul trembled. He felt like he was facing his natural enemy. A fatal sense of danger constantly corroded his heart. Hanju hesitated for a while and decided to give the Shadow Flood Fi and Celestial to Great Loose Heaven. The Shadow Flood Fi and Celestial had the same effect as the Avatar Fi and Celestial. It could split into countless great Tao shadows and was one of the earliest Fi and Celestial Dharma idols that Hanju had comprehended. The fusion process was even more painful than Great Loose Heaven imagined, but in order not to embarrass himself in front of Hanju, he still endured it. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. Seeing that Great Loose Heaven had already adapted to the power of the Shadow Flood Fi and Celestial, Hanju no longer used his dharmic powers to protect him. He turned his attention back to reality and started cultivating. He had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. When he opened his eyes again, Hanju stretched lazily. Such a cultivation pattern had already become a habit. If he didn't cultivate for 1,000 years, he would feel uncomfortable all over. 2,000 years passed. Dozens of new worlds had already appeared at the border of the two worlds. The heavenly race had also completely adapted to the days in the netherworld. Hanju looked at the immortal world and decided to choose some Fi and Celestial candidates. Previously, the flame race had attacked the immortal world. In terms of high-level combat strength, the immortal world was already behind. Hanju had a feeling. The flame race was not the strongest race in the chaos. His gaze landed on the reroll world and on the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. After more than 100,000 years, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was still around. It was the strongest holy land in the reroll world. It was all thanks to the white-robed Buddha's support. However, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was no longer the same as before. The old location of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was already barren, far from the current Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Hanju suddenly wanted to take a walk. He sent out a soul thought and transformed into a clone to descend on the old location of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The mountains here were undulating. The 18 peaks of the Jade Pure Sect were no longer there. There were even very few people here. As he walked in the forest, the sunlight shone on Hanju through the cracks among the leaves. Images of the past appeared in his mind. For some reason, Hanju thought of the previous sect master of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, Li Qingzi. "Are you satisfied with the current Jade Pure Sacred Sect?" Hanju muttered in an emotional tone. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Tao had restarted and Li Qingzi's soul had long dissipated. He didn't have a chance to see the Jade Pure Sacred Sect again. Hanju didn't use his sage sense to scan the surroundings. Instead, he blocked his senses and walked around as if he was traveling the forest. Half a day later, Han Ju stuffed a manual into a crack in a mountain. It was the 6 Paths of Reincarnation technique. If someone could obtain this manual and enter Han Ju's vision, he could become a Fian celestial candidate. His soul thought returned to his body. Han Ju's gaze turned to the immortal world. It was better to choose from the immortal world. The growth period of living beings in the mortal world was too long. For example, Yongdu was still far from becoming a pseudo-sage. For some reason, Han Ju suddenly thought of Han Ming. After parting with Han Tuo, Han Ming cultivated in seclusion alone. He had not come out of seclusion for more than 10,000 years. Han Ju had severed the karma between them. However, Han Ming treated Han Tuo very well in this life, which made him feel better. This kid's favorability towards Han Ju was already 6 stars. He shouldn't stab him in the back. The current Han Ming was already at the 6th mystic divine origin realm but couldn't break through to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. This was the limit of his potential. He wouldn't advance unless he became the disciple of a mighty figure. Han Ju sent him a voice transmission. Han Ming, who was cultivating in the cave abode, suddenly opened his eyes. Han Ming. Han Ju's voice sounded again, making Han Ming understand that he was not hallucinating. This voice Han Ming couldn't forget it. Han Ming suppressed the huge waves in his heart and asked, "What is it? Want to join the hidden sect? You need me?" "No, I'm just giving you an opportunity." "Then forget it. I don't want to cause trouble for you. I already owe you a lot." Han Ming shook his head. He had also hated Han Ju's ruthlessness in the past, but if not for him, the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't have helped him reincarnate. Therefore, he only felt reverence and gratitude towards Han Ju and didn't even dare to approach him. Chapter 652 Merit to the Heavenly Tao, Mysterious Senior. Chapter 652 Merit to the Heavenly Tao, Mysterious Senior. Hearing Han Ming's answer, Han Ju was speechless. "Do you want me to say it? You're not giving me face." Han Ju remained silent. Han Ming was also silent. After calming down, Han Ming realized that there was something wrong with his words. Han Ju wouldn't look for him for no reason. Han Ming asked again, "Are you still there?" Alright, I'm willing to join the hidden sect. Then pack up." "Alright." 5 minutes later, Han Ming left for the 100-peak immortal river. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind and quickly entered cultivation again. Several years later, Han Ming came to the 100-peak immortal river and was directly taken into the Taoist temple by Han Ju. He didn't let Han Ming out but stayed in the Taoist temple to cultivate. Han Ming sat on a mat and carefully glanced at him. Shining with divine light, he was unable to see Han Ju's true body. This was the first time he felt this pressure. Han Ming took a deep breath. He had also fantasized about cultivating beside Han Ju in the past, but he knew that the other party was cold and could only be delusional. Now that it had become reality, he actually felt that it was unreal. Han Ming mocked himself. What was he thinking? He stopped thinking and focused on cultivating. Han Ju didn't say anything to him. Perhaps he wanted to see his cultivation attitude and potential. He couldn't lose face. Little did he know that the reason why Han Ju ignored him was to complete the requirement of 1,000 years of seclusion. His cultivation couldn't be interrupted. Outside the 33rd heaven, the sages gathered in the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Zondu had already returned. He scanned the sages and said, "Fellow Taoist Han and I joined forces and obtained the Earth Immortal World. Next, I plan to fuse the Earth Immortal World into the Heavenly Tao and create a spatial tunnel between the two worlds to connect them." Earth Immortal World. The sages looked at each other. They had all heard of this world. In the past, the Earth Immortal World was also a part of the Immortal World. Just like the ancient Desolate, after the battle of the sages, the primordial world shattered and split into many pieces. Now, only the immortal world remained in the Heavenly Tao. Chu Zilai said, "Yes, just tell us if you need us to do anything." The other sages did not have any objections and felt that this matter was not too big. Emperor Shao said, "Recently, a mysterious coffin appeared outside the netherworld. Its aura is unfathomable. I don't dare to approach it. It's still up to the Heavenly Venerate to decide." Oh, Heavenly Venerate Zondu couldn't help but look outside the netherworld. After a while, he saw Primordial Origin's coffin. He couldn't help but frown. He immediately vanished. The other sages followed closely behind. The sages came to Primordial Origin's coffin together. Fang Liang stared at it and frowned. The stone tablet in front of the coffin did not move, but it caused the sages' hearts to palpitate. "What is this? When did it appear? Emperor Shao, why didn't you say so earlier? I just discovered it not long ago. Besides, the Heavenly Venerate wasn't present. Do you dare to investigate? In any case, I don't dare. Why didn't I find this before?" Could it be that this is the item that attacked Empress Houtu earlier? The sages communicated in a low voice. Heavenly Venerate Zondu sent a voice transmission to Empress Houtu. Soon, she appeared. Did this thing hurt you? Heavenly Venerate Zondu pointed at Primordial Origin's coffin and asked. Empress Houtu shook her head. No, the aura is completely different. What is this? Who is hidden in the coffin? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, we're not sure, either. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate raised his eyebrows. Should we think of a way to suppress it? Heavenly Venerate Zondu shook his head. He carefully stared at Primordial Origin's coffin and fell into deep thought. At this moment, the stone tablet shook violently, startling all the sages. They took out their respective supreme treasures and waited solemnly. Streaks of blood appeared on the stone tablet. Words were written on it like long bleeding worms. Soon, a line of words appeared. It was difficult to understand. The sages couldn't understand. Fang Liang read, born in chaotic times, merit to the heavenly Tao, died of fate, and was reborn in the primordial chaos. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked in surprise, you can understand it? Fang Liang said, the Tao ancestor taught me such words. They are written by the chaotic Fian Celestial. The sages were deep in thought. They couldn't understand, so they didn't dare to confirm if Fang Liang was telling the truth. Li Daokong said, let's think of a way to eliminate it or drive it away. Shi Dudao nodded. I agree. Li Daokong glanced at him with disdain. Shi Dudao pretended not to see it. Merit to the heavenly Tao, Heavenly Venerate Zondu muttered. Fang Liang said, it should be a chaotic Fian Celestial in the coffin. As for this stone tablet, it's probably a supreme treasure. We should be careful. The sages nodded and continued to discuss how to deal with Primordial Origin. Han Ju opened his eyes. He entered seclusion for another 1,000 years in joy. He had already begun to treat 1,000 years as a day. He was improving every day. This feeling was too satisfying. Han Ju looked at Han Ming beside him. In the past 1,000 years, Han Ming had also been cultivating diligently and had never spoken. He was very well behaved. Not bad. Han Ju directly teleported them to the second Tao field. Han Ming opened his eyes and discovered that the Taoist temple had changed. Han Ju said, cultivate here in the future. You can take a walk outside. There are a total of 5 people in this Tao field including you. Listen to Marong Qi in the future. Marong Qi. Han Ming noted it down silently. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Marong Qi. After telling him Han Ming's background, he returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. He stood in the Taoist temple and stretched, checking his emails. Your son Han Tuo has invaded a little heavenly Tao. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your enemy, Fuxidian. He was severely injured. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has entered the Dark Forbidden Zone. Your disciple Long Hao has absorbed the providence of the dragon race and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a little heavenly Tao lifeform X 6,720,239. Your good friend Ancestor Shishan has entered the Ancient Desolate. Your good friend Pan Shin has entered the Ancient Desolate. Your descendant Han Yu received a dream from your enemy, Nua. His cultivation has increased greatly. Recently, Fuxidian had been very active. Even Nua had begun to move around and had even found Han Yu. There was definitely a conspiracy. Han Ju continued reading. After he finished reading all the emails, he sent a dream to Han Yu. In the dream, Han Yu opened his eyes and saw Han Ju, who was glowing with divine light. He immediately became vigilant. What's going on? An illusion? Han Yu frowned as if he was facing a great enemy. Han Ju smiled teasingly. Little fellow, you don't remember me. Han Yu's eyes widened when he heard the voice, and he said with a trembling voice, Senior, it's you. Although he had already acknowledged Li Daokong as his master, he would never forget the mysterious mighty figure who had given him a cultivation technique. If not for that mighty figure, how could he have cultivated to a level that satisfied Li Daokong? So you still remember me. I thought you forgot about me after becoming my disciple. Han Ju smiled. Han Yu hurriedly cupped his fists. I will never forget Senior's kindness. What instructions do you have for me, Senior? Han Ju said, has anyone visited you in your dreams recently? Han Yu frowned. He couldn't help but think of Nua's dream. Why did it attract this mysterious senior? Nua was an existence that surpassed sages. This mysterious senior was definitely not weak. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to sense it. Chapter 653 Ancestor, Laozi's Choice. Chapter 653 Ancestor, Laozi's Choice. I'm asking you a question. Can you tell me? Han Ju saw Han Yu lost in thought and couldn't help but interrupt him. What was this kid pretending to be? If he continued pretending, Han Ju would throw him into the primordial heavenly prison. Han Yu came back to his senses and hesitated. Nua has also done me a favor. I'm afraid, Han Ju said angrily, do you know who I am? You are. I'm your ancestor. Impossible. Han Yu subconsciously rejected him. He had seen Han Tuo before. He was very annoying and pretentious. Han Yu suddenly thought of something, and his expression shook. His body couldn't help but tremble. The painful memories that had been sealed in the depths of his heart appeared. Back then, when he was in the greatest despair, he had begged his ancestor Han Tuo to save the Han family. Han Tuo had not replied to him. While he was filled with anger and hatred, a savior he had never imagined appeared. It was his ancestor's ancestor. After so many years, Han Yu had also tried to find his life-saving ancestor, but he had never found him. So, he has been taking care of me all along. He even gave me a cultivation technique. Han Yu was touched and aggrieved. Although he already had descendants, in front of his ancestors, he would always be a child. Seeing Han Yu's eyes turn red, Han Ju had a headache. He hated such emotional scenes the most. Since you know who I am, you also know why I helped you. Now, you should also understand why Nua is looking for you, Han Ju snorted and said sternly. Han Yu's emotions were interrupted. He was a deity realm existence, after all. He naturally wouldn't act like a child anymore. He was no fool. There was no love in the world without a reason. Why did Nua look for him? Did she really think highly of his talent? Han Yu's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Han Yu took a deep breath and said, Nua told me that the Heavenly Tao sages are not really doing this for the good of the Heavenly Tao. She was plotted against by the sages and had no choice but to pretend to die. She wanted to nurture me to become a sage and let me lead the human race to ascend to the Heavenly Tao race again. Nua still remembered the humans. In Han Ju's impression, Nua cared more about the demons than humans. Otherwise, with the backing of a sage, how could the human race be in trouble? Han Ju asked in his mind, is what Han Yu said true? 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Nua did tell him that. Han Ju looked at him and said, since we've already acknowledged each other, I'll preach the Tao for you. Han Yu was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Han Ju immediately used the great Tao of extreme origin to drown Han Yu's consciousness, making him immersed in the vastness of the great Tao. After a certain period of time, Han Yu opened his eyes. It was as if he had a dream. Once he woke up, the world he knew had already changed drastically. With Han Ju's help, he could be considered to have truly come into contact with the great Tao. Although he had yet to truly step into the great Tao of extreme origin, he had at least laid the foundation. After comprehending the great Tao, Han Yu's senses and thoughts changed drastically. His entire temperament also became much more stable. Han Yu suddenly thought of something and muttered with a vexed expression, I forgot to ask for my ancestor's name Sai. Although it was a sigh, Han Yu quickly smiled. In the past, he always felt lonely. Now that he saw Han Ju, he understood that he also had someone to care about. His heart was warm. He thought of Han Tuo again. HMPH. Just you wait, I will definitely surpass you. Han Yu's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He spent 50 years preaching to Han Yu. After Han Ju severed the dream, he didn't start cultivating immediately. Instead, he looked at Primordial Origin's coffin outside the Netherworld. Primordial Origin's coffin was still there, and the Primordial Chaos Tablet did not move. However, Han Ju felt the remnant aura of the sages nearby. It seemed that the sages had already discovered Primordial Origin some time ago. Han Ju looked at the Heavenly Tao. It was invisible, but the providence of the Heavenly Tao wrapped the immortal world and the myriad worlds like a huge barrier. He discovered that a line appeared beside this huge barrier. The other end of this providence line entered the darkness and was connected to the distant Earth immortal world. Heavenly Venerate Zondu also returned. After hesitating for a moment, Han Ju still decided to find Heavenly Venerate Zondu. He arrived outside the 33rd heaven and had just appeared in the Universal Hall when the door opened. Han Ju arrived in front of Heavenly Venerate Zondu. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, you're here for the mysterious coffin outside the Netherworld, right? Han Ju nodded. Heavenly Venerate Zondu sighed. I've contacted Master. This coffin has a powerful background. He escaped from the ancient desolate. The reason why he came to the Heavenly Tao is to use the Heavenly Tao's providence to avoid the inauspicious evil and Tao devils. Han Ju asked in surprise, the Heavenly Tao can also block the inauspicious evil and Tao devils. Previously, an inauspicious deity had infiltrated the immortal world. If not for the strange deity going to devour it, the immortal world would definitely be in chaos. That's right. This is also why the inauspicious evil is only in the dark forbidden zone, while the Tao devils are only in the deity realm of the ruins of End. The heavenly Tao might not be powerful, but its rules are extremely high. Like giant god Pangu, the heavenly Tao is definitely the safest place in the chaos, but it's also the place with the most shackles. It's like a prison. You can be safe in it, but you won't be able to escape it. Heavenly Venerate Zondu nodded. Hanju asked, if the inauspicious evil infiltrates the heavenly Tao, what does that mean? Heavenly Venerate Zondu shook his head. Impossible. The next second, he seemed to have thought of something and looked terrified. Hanju was already making it clear. Heavenly Venerate Zondu stood up and said, I have to tell Master. Hanju nodded and left. After returning to the 100-peak Immortal River, Hanju felt relaxed. It had to be said that it was really good to have Heavenly Venerate Zondu around. He could do anything. Hanju thought of Li Qingzi inexplicably. Back then, he had always cultivated in peace. Li Qingzi was always busy with everything in the sect. At most, Li Qingzi would ask him what to do. Sigh, he was really getting old and nostalgic. Hanju laughed at himself. He continued cultivating. 800 years later, Heavenly Venerate Zondu sent him a voice transmission, saying that he had something to discuss. Hanju replied that he had to enter seclusion for 1,000 years. He was still 200 years away. Although Heavenly Venerate Zondu was puzzled, he could only agree. After the 1,000 years were up, Hanju came to the Universal Hall to see him. Hanju asked, what is it? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, I've asked. They are inauspicious deities. They are existences who have developed intelligence among the inauspicious evil. Now, there are mysterious existences among the inauspicious deities who have gathered them and might be about to succeed. They can't affect the heavenly Tao for the time being. We can be at ease. Oh. Hanju responded. He was very curious about Laozi. Laozi seems to be biased towards the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, be it the inauspicious deity or the chaotic Fian Celestial's coffin, we can ignore them. This time, I've returned from the deity realm of the ruins of End and brought a prodigy. Fellow Taoist Han, do you want to take him in as your disciple? Giving me a disciple of the human school. Do you want to plant spies? Hanju rolled his eyes. Chapter 654 Guanbubai. Chapter 654 Guanbubai. Heavenly Venerate Zondu rolled his eyes and said, since you're so afraid of spies, why did you accept Li Daokong and Li Xuanao? It's different. Li Mui was chasing after them. Hehe. Heavenly Venerate Zondu didn't want to talk to him. Although Li Mui made him unhappy, the human school had lost its face, after all. He didn't want to mention it lest it hurt Hanju's relationship with him. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said seriously, this child is not simple. He was a freedom sage in his previous life and died when he tried to break through to the great Tao in the chaos. He's a connate life form with the highest potential. He might even reach the potential of a chaotic Fian Celestial in the future. Hanju asked in surprise, if he's so powerful, why are you giving him to me? Because he doesn't submit to me. In the heavenly Tao, only you can subdue him. Why do we have to subdue him? He has too many enemies in the deity realm of the ruins of End. I want to rope him into the heavenly Tao, but he holds it in disdain. Fellow Taoist Han, this child values relationships. Once he acknowledges you, he will definitely not leave the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Zondu stared at Hanju and said helplessly. The current heavenly Tao was weak. If he did not rope in some geniuses from the outside world and relied on himself to develop, it would be too slow. Hanju thought for a moment and said, all right, where is he? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, when he comes, I'll tell him to go to the 100-peak Immortal River to find you. All right. Hanju and Heavenly Venerate Zondu chatted about the reincarnation space again. Although he had already successfully grasped the Earth Immortal World, Heavenly Venerate Zondu did not plan to give up on the reincarnation space. Immortal Emperor Samsara and the disciples of the human school who controlled the reincarnation space would use the providence of the Earth Immortal World to attain the Tao. There would only be 2 heavenly Tao sages in the Earth Immortal World. This was Heavenly Venerate Zondu's guarantee to Hanju. Not only that, but the other sage sects were also not allowed to enter the Earth Immortal World. Heavenly Venerate Zondu and Hanju were only separated by the Earth Immortal World. Hanju was very satisfied with this. If Heavenly Venerate Zondu was really impartial, Hanju would suspect him. No matter how powerful an existence was, they would still want benefits. You couldn't see it, but the difference in cultivation realm was huge. After chatting, Hanju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. He sent his consciousness into the primordial world in his body. Great Loose Heaven's transformation process was about to end smoothly. Hanju hoped that the heavenly Tao would reduce the tribulation and give him time to develop. More than 600 years later, a man appeared outside the 100-peak immortal river. He wore a blue robe and looked imposing. The arrogance that emitted from his bones was very obvious. I am Guan Bubai. I'm recommended by Heavenly Venerate Zondu to visit the sect master of the hidden sect, the blue-robed man said. His voice spread throughout the 100-peak immortal river, waking all the disciples. Hanju was busy cultivating in seclusion and didn't pay attention to him immediately. After waiting for a day, Guan Bubai was furious and immediately rushed to the universal hall outside the 33rd heaven. Seeing Heavenly Venerate Zondu, he asked, "Why is that immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage ignoring me?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu had a headache. He likes to enter seclusion for 1,000 years every time. Previously, when I looked for him, I had to wait until his seclusion ended. Guan Bubai frowned. Why is this person so pretentious? It's not pretending. He prioritizes cultivation. Aren't you such a person? Guan Bubai was silent. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said earnestly, "Immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage killed Tao heavenly devil and the dark sage king. How many mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End want to kill him? But they can't. Following him, you will have the opportunity to surpass your previous life. I've already told you about his growth speed. You should understand." Hearing this, Guan Bubai turned around and left. Heavenly Venerate Zondu closed his eyes. Hanju entered seclusion for another 1,000 years. Unknowingly, he was already 170,000 years old. Time truly did not spare anyone. In the blink of an eye, the stars had shifted. Hanju opened his eyes and moved the champion, who had been waiting outside the 100-peak immortal river for 10 years, into his Tao field. More than 300 years ago, Hanju knew that Guan Bubai came. At that time, it even caused a system notification. Detected bearer of Conate Providence, check its origin. Seeing this notification, Hanju sighed. It had been a long time. He checked the information again. Guan Bubai. Late stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, Freedom Reincarnation, Conate Lifeform, Invincible Heart, Chaotic Profound Technique. In his previous life, he was attacked when he was attempting to break through to the Great Dao Fruit and had no choice but to reincarnate as a remnant soul. Hanju wasn't looking forward to Guan Bubai, to begin with, so he didn't break his own cultivation rule for this. It was a good opportunity to suppress him. At that time, the words that Guan Bubai said sounded extremely conceited. With such a personality, if he really acknowledged Hanju as his master, he might cause many troubles in the future. Guan Bubai opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived at a Taoist temple. His gaze landed on Hanju, who was covered in divine light and looked extremely mysterious. He curled his lips slightly. How pretentious. This guy was even better at pretending than him. Guan Bubai had been wandering around the immortal world for the past few years and didn't expect to return and wait for another 10 years. He was a little dissatisfied with Hanju. He did not speak. Hanju didn't say anything, either. The Taoist temple fell silent and the atmosphere was awkward. In the end, Guan Bubai couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Zondu didn't tell you clearly." Hanju smiled. Calling him Zondu by name, "It seems that you don't care about Heavenly Venerate Zondu. In that case, why do you want to become my disciple?" Guan Bubai said, "No matter how strong Heavenly Venerate Zondu is, he's only at the Freedom Realm. I was also at this realm in my previous life and was of the same generation as him. As for why I wanted to acknowledge you as my master, it's because you're a chaotic fiend celestial. The Great Tao realm is not difficult for you to attain." Hanju raised his eyebrows. From the sound of it, it was very easy for a chaotic fiend celestial to become a great Tao sage. At least, this had already spread. Guan Bubai believed it firmly. Hanju said, "You can acknowledge me as your master. From now on, you can only stay in my Tao field. You are not allowed to leave without my orders." Guan Bubai said, "All right, but I have to make one thing clear. Once I reach the Freedom Realm, I have to leave and pursue my great Tao. In the future, if I attain the Great Tao, I will still acknowledge you as my master. As long as you don't go against my principles, you can entrust anything to me." His tone was neither humble nor servile. It was as if he was discussing a cooperation with Hanju. Hanju reached out and sucked Guan Bubai in front of him, directly using absolute purification on him. Guan Bubai said in a low voice, "What do you mean?" He couldn't break free from Hanju's dharmic powers and couldn't move, so he was a little flustered. After all, he was only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal now. Hanju said calmly, "You fled from the deity realm of the ruins of End. I'm worried that you have other mighty figures' tricks on you. I'll help you eliminate them. Don't worry, if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't go to so much trouble. Guan Bubai heaved a sigh of relief. After the absolute purification ended, Han Ju let Li Xuanao arrange a residence and opened the authority of the simulation trial for Guan Bubai. At this point, Han Ju had another disciple. When the personal disciples learned of this, they came to visit Guan Bubai. However, he directly entered seclusion and did not see them. This made the personal disciples unhappy. Li Xuanao said meaningfully, "This new disciple is at the late stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm." Chapter 655 Calamity Race, Confrontation. Chapter 655 Calamity Race, Confrontation. Han Ju didn't dislike Guan Bubai's conceitedness. At least, he didn't mock the other disciples or show off his cultivation. The first thing he did after entering the sect was to enter seclusion. This determination made Han Ju very satisfied. The path of cultivation was indeed not lonely. Han Ju started to check his emails. The emails in the past 10,000 years were no different, but there was nothing that caught his attention. After reading the emails, Han Ju continued cultivating 4,000 years past in a flash. Han Ju opened his eyes and teleported to the second Dao field. His eyes narrowed, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Great Loose Heaven. Great Loose Heaven had already successfully transformed into the Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial. After landing, Great Loose Heaven fell into a daze. He suddenly woke up and hurriedly knelt down. "Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master. Great Loose Heaven will forever be loyal to you," Great Loose Heaven said excitedly. With his 6-star favorability towards him, Han Ju believed that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Han Ju smiled. "Go out, cultivate here in the future and listen to Marong Qi." "All right." Great Loose Heaven did not say anything else. After bowing, he walked out of the Taoist temple. Marong Qi and the others sensed his aura and immediately walked over. Learning that Great Loose Heaven had also transformed into a chaotic fiend celestial, they congratulated him. After knowing that Great Loose Heaven was a terrifying existence at the perfected pseudo-sage realm, Yangdu became even more nervous. At the same time, he looked forward to his future even more. Everyone here was a chaotic fiend celestial. He would be the next. Great Loose Heaven knew that there were actually other chaotic fiend celestials. He was even more shocked, but he hid it in his heart. What was the sect master trying to do? Cultivate a chaotic fiend celestial army. There were already 4 chaotic fiend celestials. There would be more in the future. Great Loose Heaven thought of the scene of a group of chaotic fiend celestials coming out of seclusion and sweeping through the chaos in the future. His blood boiled and his fighting spirit soared. Han Ju didn't leave the second Dao field immediately. He began to observe Ren Gang and Yin Hongchen. The two of them were already Grand Unity True Immortals. Ever since Yangdu, they had become top reincarnators in the reincarnation space. Han Ju didn't ask Immortal Emperor Samsara to take care of them. They could reach this point because of their own efforts. It was worth mentioning that there were some conflicts between the two of them. They had fought before and there was no outcome. After entering the reincarnation space, the two of them soared into the sky. They were even stronger than Yangdu back then. Apart from their own potential that was higher than Yangdu's, it was all thanks to the reincarnation space that had already occupied the Earth immortal world and enjoyed its providence. The speed at which the reincarnators became stronger was several times faster than before. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to visit them in their dreams and preach the Tao to them. He directly pulled the two of them into the same dream. Without waiting for their reaction, the great Tao of extreme origin drowned their consciousness. At the edge of the galaxy, there was a planet shining with countless lights. Thousands of space stations circled around it. There were as many flying transports as there were locusts. On the planet, a majestic building was surrounded by clouds. At the highest level, a woman sat on the shiny glass floor. The walls were filled with technological light and were dazzling. She wore a tight black cultivation robe that accentuated her figure perfectly. She was Yin Hongchen. She suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were confused and her body trembled slightly. After a long time, she calmed down and muttered, "Was that a dream?" "No, my cultivation level has actually increased by quite a bit. It must be the work of that mysterious senior who taught me my cultivation back then." Yin Hongchen's eyes lit up. She was already a top-notch reincarnator. She had tried all sorts of rewards in the reincarnation space and had never experienced such an experience. Yin Hongchen couldn't help but be curious about that senior. Who was he? Why was he nurturing her? Unable to figure it out, Yin Hongchen began to recall what she comprehended. Extreme origin, on the other side, on a meteor. A burly man with a naked upper body sat in a huge pit. His black hair fluttered slightly and his aura was wild. He was the other Fian celestial candidate Han Ju had chosen, Ren Gang. Ren Gang slowly opened his eyes. He was also shocked by the great Tao of extreme origin. Who are you? Am I not an orphan? Ren Gang's expression became complicated. This unparalleled expert who ruled the Milky Way began to worry. After returning to the 100-peak immortal river, Han Ju didn't continue cultivating. Instead, he preached the Tao to the disciples. Under the attack of the hidden punishment lineage, the disciples who went out and didn't return had been captured. The disciples who didn't return were all dead. This time, Guan Bubai was immersed in the lecture. 100 years passed quickly. Guan Bubai has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 5 stars. After becoming his disciple, he didn't have a good impression of Han Ju. This time, he directly reached 5 stars. Indeed, he had to show his strength. Han Ju smiled. He was looking forward to being undefeated. He could sense that Guan Bubai had already stepped into the great Tao of extreme origin. His comprehension speed was faster than all the other disciples. The prodigies from the chaos were indeed different. He planned to nurture Guan Bubai until he was invincible. He wasn't afraid of him betraying the sect after that. After all, there was the primordial heavenly prison. Han Ju already wanted to arrange a chaotic Fian celestial position for Guan Bubai. Sages, come to the Universal Hall immediately. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice suddenly entered Han Ju's ears, his tone revealing a hint of anxiety. Surprised, Han Ju immediately looked at the netherworld. Indeed. A large amount of aura approached from the dark forbidden zone outside the netherworld as if it wanted to drown it. Inauspicious evil? No, although it was invisible, the aura was strong and not as mysterious as the inauspicious evil. Han Ju frowned. He immediately headed to the Universal Hall. In the Universal Hall, the sages gathered and discussed the mysterious aura outside the netherworld. Han Ju didn't interrupt. When Heavenly Venerate Zondu suddenly appeared, the sages turned to look at him. The impatient South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was the first to ask, "Who is it this time?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu sighed. The Calamity race is the strongest race in the deity realm of the ruins of End. This time, they have the backing of Fuxidian and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. As expected, Fuxidian is not dead. His backing is Nua. Nua is the first-generation sage and has long been a great Tao sage. She was an important pawn left behind by the first-generation sages to supervise the next heavenly Tao sages. After the Tao ancestor disappeared, the situation of the Calamity changed drastically. That was why she escaped. Fuxidian is a sage supported by Nua. They're actually siblings. Fuxidian and Nua are united. This Calamity is equivalent to a showdown. The sages frowned. They were not surprised that Nua was still alive. After all, they had guessed so before. Fang Liang asked, "How's the Calamity race compared to the Flame race?" Shi Dudao snorted. "They must be stronger. Otherwise, would they be sent here just to die?" Li Daokong smiled disdainfully. "That's right." The sages looked at them in surprise. Why were these two sages suddenly on the same side? Fang Liang, Shi Dudao, and Li Daokong were all new sages. They weren't polite to each other and did not need to be polite. Looking at his 3 pawns, Han Ju didn't say anything. Chapter 656 Divine Lord Peacock. Chapter 656 Divine Lord Peacock. Prepare for battle. This time, our target is the netherworld. We can't let the Calamity race barge in. At that time, the order of reincarnation will be chaotic. It won't be as easy to comfort the immortal world as breaking through, Sect Master Tianju said, then pulled the topic back to the Calamity race. He looked at the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate immediately said, "I've already cut ties with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. If the Heavenly Tao loses, I definitely won't survive. Don't worry, I'll definitely support you with all my might." He was surprised. Why didn't Sect Master Tianju target the other sages first? Weren't they close friends? Heavenly Venerate Zondu added, "We're already united. Don't worry about each other. I suggest that the Heavenly Tao sect head to the netherworld first. Chan School, Jia School, Human School, and Hidden Sect will guard the immortal world and the heavens first. I suspect that the Calamity race is only the first step. Those existences are plotting. How can we be their match? They won't put all their pawns on the table immediately." The sages nodded. Nua's escape was enough to make them not dare to underestimate her. Fang Liang had no objections. "I'll arrange it immediately." He then sent a voice transmission to the Divine General telling him to mobilize the Heavenly Tao sect disciples. Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at Emperor Shao and asked, "How's the takeover of the Devil race?" Emperor Shao replied, "They're already on a scale and can enter the war at any time." This netherworld defense battle can test them. The devils were scattered in the heavenly Tao, the little heavenly Tao, the depths of the chaos, and so on. They were virtually the most widely distributed race. Even in the ancient desolate, they suppressed the devil ancestor in the primordial devil race. Emperor Shao had never had any authority in the heavenly Tao before. It was mainly because he did not have a sect he controlled and the devils had been suppressed. Now was the chance for the devils to rise. Once they obtained the heavenly Tao merit and with the operation of heavenly venerate Zondu, the devils would make a comeback sooner or later. Among the sages, other than Li Daokong and Shi Dudao, they already had their own forces. Even heavenly venerate Wufa's Wufa sect was very large in scale and not much inferior to the other sage sects. Hanju listened to heavenly venerate Zondu's arrangements and didn't interrupt. Heavenly venerate Zondu clearly took care of the hidden sect. The other sages didn't dare to have any objections. After all, the hidden sect didn't enjoy the providence of the heavenly Tao and Hanju had repeatedly protected the heavenly Tao. He should give them face. Moreover, half of the current sages were Hanju's spies. Heavenly venerate Wufa, Chu Zilai, and sect master Tianju had already been enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison. Fang Liang and Li Daokong had also left the hidden sect, and heavenly venerate Zondu had a personal relationship with Hanju. Only Shi Dudao, the south extreme heavenly venerate, and Emperor Shao were left. Shi Dudao was Hanju's spy as well. The south extreme heavenly venerate was a close friend of sect master Tianju. In other words, the only person who could refute Hanju now was Emperor Shao. It was difficult to do anything alone. It had to be said that this feeling was quite good. After discussing the battle plan, the sages dispersed. Heavenly venerate Zondu stopped Hanju. Fellow Taoist Han, you have to help if we encounter a freedom sage this time. After all, the ancestor is not here, he said meaningfully. Hanju asked, will a great Tao sage participate in this attack? No, my master said that all the great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End will go to the ancient desolate to suppress it. This is a consensus. No great Tao sage will dare to be absent. Heavenly venerate Zondu's words caused Hanju to sigh. Without a great Tao sage, how dare they attack? Would they come and be defeated one by one? Hanju thought about it again. From the point of view of the deity realm of the ruins of End, how could he believe that he was invincible? Presumably, the freedom sage sent this time was much stronger than the dark sage king. He might even be in existence infinitely close to the great Tao sage realm. Hanju said, I'll deal with them if I can. If I can't, I'll stay in the heavenly Tao. At most, I'll waste their time and wait for the ancestor to return. Heavenly venerate Zondu said meaningfully, your Tao field is in the heavenly Tao. How did you let yourself be in the heavenly Tao? Can you also attack in the heavenly Tao? Hehe, you're thinking too much. If that was really the case, I would have long destroyed the flame race. I only used a secret technique to carve out a space in the heavenly Tao and borrow its protection. I can't walk the immortal world with my true body. Hanju didn't fall for it. This fellow wanted to force him to work hard. Heavenly venerate Zondu said, that's true. After all, even the Tao ancestor can't move in the immortal world. The two of them chatted for a while more before Hanju left. Heavenly venerate Zondu stared in the direction Hanju left, his eyes flickering. After returning to the Taoist temple, Hanju began to deduce the future. In this calamity, who is the strongest enemy the heavenly Tao faces? Hanju asked in his mind. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Divine Lord Peacock. Perfected freedom sage, immeasurable emperor, demon saint, great Tao mystical power inheritor, he was indeed a perfected freedom sage. Hanju was not afraid. He was now at the mid-stage of the freedom primordial chaos realm and was confident in defeating someone in the perfected realm. However, the prerequisite for him to make a move was that he could insta-kill Divine Lord Peacock. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Hanju didn't believe that all the great Tao sages were focused on dealing with the ancient desolate. Even if they sent a clone, it was still extremely dangerous for him. Continue cultivating. Hanju closed his eyes and strove to reach the late stage of the freedom primordial chaos realm as soon as possible. In the later stages, he wouldn't be far from perfection. At the perfected realm, he was only a step away from becoming a great Tao sage. In that case, he would break through soon. In the dark forbidden zone, boundless mist filled the air. Countless living beings were hidden in the mist. Their postures were different, all of them were ugly, like ancient ferocious beasts. 9 huge beasts that looked like ferocious tigers were wrapped in chains. At the other end of the chains was a huge and majestic city. It was black and sinister like a turtle shell. On the city's highest building stood dozens of transformed figures. The leader was a woman dressed in black armor and a dragon bone crown. Her facial features were handsome, but her left face was covered in black scales, making her look sinister. The black-armored woman stared ahead and asked, "When will the Divine Lord arrive?" A black-robed man beside him said in a low voice, "He's already on the way. He's tied down by the heavenly court of the dark forbidden zone. He'll probably take some time." The black-armored woman frowned. At this moment, a ball of black smoke appeared beside her. A figure came out from it. "Patriarch, he has already reincarnated into the 6 paths of reincarnation. He can attack at any time." The woman in black armor fell into deep thought. After a long while, activate the yin-yang array formation and open the barrier tunnel to the heavenly Tao's netherworld. Once it's opened, the entire race will rush in and occupy the netherworld as soon as possible. Without my orders, you are not allowed to invade the world of the living. The woman in black armor ordered. The mighty figures of the calamity race behind her agreed in unison. Soon, the roars of ferocious beasts sounded in the boundless mist, as if the horn of war had sounded. Netherworld. At the end of the Yellow Spring, countless immortals and ghosts stood on both sides of the Yellow Spring and floated in the air. Shining with divine light, the heavenly god general suddenly frowned. He saw fluctuations in the darkness at the end of the Yellow Spring. It was space. Boom. Read novel fast updates at novelin.net. Space shattered, and a terrifying red pillar of light stirred up waves in the Yellow Spring and rushed into the depths of the netherworld. The heavenly god general immediately attacked, using his powerful body to block the red pillar of light. A terrifying aura overflowed from the spatial hole. The first to charge was a 10,000-foot tall terrifying giant. It seemed to be made of meat, and it had a terrifying aura. Chapter 657-7 I value you the most. Chapter 657 I value you the most. Roar. The 10,000-foot tall giant roared hoarsely, like a ferocious beast that had broken out of its cage. It exuded a violent and savage aura. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. The heavenly god general's eyelids twitched. He shouted, "Fight!" Thousands of heavenly troops used their mystical powers one after another. The spatial hole behind the 10,000-foot tall giant quickly expanded. Countless living beings of the calamity race were like a school of carps crossing the river as they attacked without care. A huge battle quickly erupted. The surging waves of the Yellow Spring couldn't calm down for a long time. The calamity race directly sent 13 pseudo-sages as the vanguard, with hundreds of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals behind them. Their momentum was huge, even stronger than the previous flame race. However, this time, the heavenly Tao was long prepared. The cultivators of the heavenly race, the heavenly Tao sect, and the netherworld entered the war. The news quickly spread to the immortal world. The mighty figures ranked ahead of the Providence board rushed to the netherworld's 9 springs. Not all the mighty figures in the immortal world belonged to sage sects. Most of them had their own factions and ambitions. In the previous battle with the flame race, all the living beings who had participated and survived had obtained merit. This made the mighty figures concerned. It was not only to protect the heavenly Tao but also to fight for merit. After the flame race, another race attacked from the chaos. It's called the calamity race. The location of this battle is the netherworld. I hope that all cultivators will go and fight. Protect the heavenly Tao and protect the order of reincarnation. The heavenly Tao is becoming stronger. An unprecedented huge change is happening. In the future, there will be more than 9 sages in the heavenly Tao. There will even be existences that surpass the sages. We, heavenly Tao living beings, should be united. This will not be the last calamity. It will also be the opportunity for the heavenly Tao to rise. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice resounded through the myriad worlds, causing an uproar. To sages, this calamity came quickly. However, to all living beings, the calamity of the flame race was already a legend. It was extremely ancient. However, Heavenly Venerate Zondu's words were filled with bewitchment, painting a magnificent scene of an epic era for all living beings. Hanju sighed. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was indeed capable of fooling people. He didn't mind it and continued cultivating. This 1,000-year seclusion was only halfway done. He had to continue. If the sky collapsed, the sages would hold it up. He had no need to worry. He didn't want to be a nanny. Time passed quickly. Soon, 1,000 years passed. Hanju's cultivation improved again. He opened his eyes and looked. The netherworld was already completely chaotic. Hundreds of years of battle had sacrificed countless cultivators. The calamity race was indeed powerful. Compared to the flame race, not only were they more powerful, but their mid-level combatants' strength was also abundant. The heavenly Tao had always been defeated, and the Yamahal had already been occupied by the Calamity race. The current netherworld could be said to be the back garden of the Calamity race. Strangely, the Calamity race did not further invade the mortal world and the immortal world. The sage sects were still constantly sending disciples to attack the netherworld. During the Calamity, countless geniuses also appeared. Han Ju saw that Empress Haotu, Su Qi, Yang Tiandong, and the other leaders of the netherworld were all imprisoned. This prison was located at the bottom of the Yellow Spring and was guarded by millions of living beings from the Calamity race. There was even a pseudo-sage among them. It could be said to be extremely tight. Outside the netherworld, in front of the spatial hole, was a Calamity race city. An extremely powerful aura could be sensed from inside. Divine Lord Peacock. It was obvious that the Calamity race was different from the Flame race. The Flame race was completely a pawn and only knew how to charge. Why did the Calamity race have their own plans? Han Ju couldn't figure it out and couldn't be bothered to use the derivation function to ask. He discovered that in just a few hundred years, dozens of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and a pseudo-sage had appeared in the Heavenly Tao. However, the cycle of reincarnation was controlled, causing the Heavenly Tao to be filled with wandering ghosts. Han Ju said, "Come in." Outside the Taoist temple, Li Xuanao had been waiting for several years. He entered and knelt down to Han Ju. "Sect Master, the battle in the netherworld has been going on for hundreds of years. The Heavenly Tao is weak. Should the hidden sect make a move?" Li Xuanao asked. He felt that this was a good opportunity. Most of the disciples in the hidden sect had already reached their limits. They couldn't improve by cultivating alone. The Heavenly Tao merit could allow them to advance to another level. Han Ju smiled. Not yet. The Calamity race was different from the Flame race. They were even stronger. Han Ju didn't want the hidden sect to sacrifice themselves in vain. Heavenly Venerate Zondu wasn't in a hurry, so why would Han Ju be in a hurry? Li Xuanao could only offer his opinion. As long as Han Ju did not agree, he couldn't force him. Call Tao Sovereign over, Han Ju instructed. Li Xuanao immediately left. Not long after, Tao Sovereign arrived. He knelt in front of him. Han Ju asked, "When will you become a pseudo-sage?" Tao Sovereign had already reached the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, but he couldn't become a pseudo-sage. Logically speaking, with his chaotic physique and Han Ju's great Tao of extreme origin, it shouldn't be difficult for him to become a pseudo-sage. Tao Sovereign hesitated and then said, "Master, it might be related to my Tao heart. I understand myself. I love fame. I've been in seclusion in the hidden sect and always want to go out and adventure." Han Ju didn't reply. Tao Sovereign was uneasy. Han Ju silently deduced. So the reason why Li Xuanao came to propose was that Tao Sovereign begged him. How cunning. Han Ju was even more satisfied with Li Xuanao. Even if his suggestion was rejected, he didn't sell Tao Sovereign to save his image. Han Ju said, "Tao Sovereign, do you know who I value the most?" Tao Sovereign said carefully, "Guan Bubai." Tao Sovereign felt the greatest pressure from this junior brother. He used to have the strongest potential, but the addition of Guan Bubai had lost him his title. This was also the reason why he urgently wanted to go out. "No, it's you. It's always been you." Han Ju rejected firmly. Tao Sovereign trembled. Han Ju said, "Since you want to go out, I'll support you. However, other than becoming a pseudo-sage, you have to make a name for yourself. Han Ju, either don't fight or emerge at the top. If you fight, you have to be spectacular and dazzling like a bright sun. Tao Sovereign, I hope you can be as impressive as Li Daokong in the previous Calamity." Tao Sovereign's blood boiled when he heard that, and he immediately promised. That day, Tao Sovereign left the 100-Peak Immortal River and headed to the netherworld to participate in the battle. The reason why he released Tao Sovereign was first, to let him break through, and second, to give Heavenly Venerate Zondu an explanation, proving that the hidden sect wasn't just watching the show. Han Ju's gaze landed outside the netherworld. Divine Lord Peacock's aura was indeed very strong, so powerful that he wasn't confident in insta-killing him. In that case, he could only do what he could as a world savior. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Divine Lord Peacock. After a while, Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. What happened? He couldn't curse Divine Lord Peacock. Han Ju tried a few more times and the curse failed. Something was wrong. I want to know why I can't curse Divine Lord Peacock. Han Ju used the derivation function. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive. Could the existence be stronger than Ancestor Shishin? Continue. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Karma bead. Great Tao Supreme Treasure. It can isolate all karma. It is formed by the soul of a chaotic fiend celestial. Chapter 658 Challenge the Dark Forbidden Lord. Chapter 658 Challenge the Dark Forbidden Lord. Karma Bead. Great Tao Supreme Treasure. Han Ju was enlightened. No wonder the deity realm of the ruins of End still dared to invade the heavenly Tao after the Dark Forbidden Lord attacked. So he was prepared. Even the chaotic deity or Kundi didn't have such a supreme treasure. How could Divine Lord Peacock obtain it? Does this fellow have a stronger backing? Han Ju continued to derive. 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Great Tao Sage, immeasurable Emperor, founder of the Chan School. Because you stopped the Dark Sage King from destroying the Heavenly Tao, he has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points. 2 stars. It was him. Han Ju frowned and was still very puzzled. The Karma Bead was even more valuable than the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Would he be willing to give this treasure to the Divine Lord Peacock? The Karma Bead was probably Divine Lord Peacock's Dharma treasure. To be able to control such a Dharma treasure and not be fought over by the great Tao sages, Divine Lord Peacock was a talent. Han Ju wanted to test him. He directly used the Dark Nightmare and faced Divine Lord Peacock in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The dream was above the yellow spring. The two of them floated in the air. Divine Lord Peacock wore a gorgeous embroidered robe and a 7-colored feather wind. He had a handsome face, and his crown was embedded with the head of a peacock. He was handsome and domineering. Especially his eyes, they were very sharp and cold. He stared at Han Ju and asked, "Who are you? What a mystical power. You actually pulled me into the dream directly and I didn't sense anything." Han Ju asked, "You're also impressive. You have a supreme treasure that can block curses." Divine Lord Peacock narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "Dark Forbidden Lord." Han Ju didn't deny it. He wanted to show his cards. He had read Divine Lord Peacock's information and did not know the word Chan School. In addition, he had a supreme treasure that even the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not have. He might have only been invited. "I'm very interested in you. You can even curse the chaotic deity to death. Your appearance has broken the long-standing stability of the chaos. Come out and fight me," Divine Lord Peacock said with a burning gaze. Han Ju teased, "Are you the chaotic deity's match?" "Yes." He lost. "Then, how dare you challenge me? I like to challenge experts." Divine Lord Peacock's eyes burned as his powerful aura erupted, causing the dream to twist violently. Han Ju asked, "Why are you working for the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning?" Divine Lord Peacock said, "I'm not working for him. I'm only here to add insult to injury to the Heavenly Tao." To add insult to injury. Han Ju didn't expect him to confess so easily. Divine Lord Peacock smiled mockingly and said, "The living beings of the chaos are all from the Heavenly Tao. I'm the same." However, after the Tao ancestor attained the Tao, he ruled over the Heavenly Tao in sage positions alone. All the sages were his disciples. The sages in the future are also inheritors of the Tao sect. Even if all living beings have outstanding potential and monstrous providence, they are still suppressed by the Tao ancestor. After the Tao ancestor fused with the Tao, he became equivalent to the Heavenly Tao. He used the Heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity to expel us pseudo-sages from the Heavenly Tao, and we struggled to survive in the chaos. He controlled the Heavenly Tao like this and made it impossible for it to escape the Tao sect's hands. As time passed, the sages became dissatisfied. Although we are grateful for his teaching, there's no need for us to serve him forever, right? The reason why I want to destroy the Heavenly Tao now is to create a new Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning convinced me, so I came. I know the reason he came to me is that I'm not afraid of curses." Divine Lord Peacock stared at him, his eyes becoming more and more excited and even a little fanatical. Han Ju couldn't stand this gaze. This fellow was too confident. Divine Lord Peacock's words allowed Han Ju to understand the Tao ancestor from another perspective. It had to be said that the Tao ancestor was indeed a little domineering. If Han Ju was one of those sages and was forever inferior to the Tao ancestor, he wouldn't be able to take it. Han Ju thought of the hidden sect. The Tao ancestor's betrayal was worth being wary of. Fortunately, the hidden sect did not have any territory or benefits for the disciples to fight for. Compared to the Tao ancestor, Han Ju's desire for power was very low. He rarely let his disciples help him and wouldn't restrict their development. Divine Lord Peacock snorted, "Dark Forbidden Lord, come. Fight me. I want to see how strong you are. The difference in cultivation level between us is too great. You can't be my match. You're not even worth me showing my face. In that case, why did you visit me in my dreams?" Divine Lord Peacock mocked. Han Ju asked, what are you pursuing? He had a great Dao purple chi in his hand and could even transform a person into a chaotic fiend celestial. This was his topic of conversation. Divine Lord Peacock smiled. You want to subdue me? Is it impossible? There are many people who want to subdue me. Back then, the Dao ancestor also wanted to take me in, but I rejected him. It's precisely because of this that I'll never have the chance to attain the Great Dao. What if I can let you attain the Great Dao? While Divine Lord Peacock was still mocking, his words stunned him. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently. He couldn't help but check Divine Lord Peacock's information again. Divine Lord Peacock, perfected freedom sage, immeasurable emperor, demon saint, great Dao mystical power inheritor, great Dao mystical power inheritor. Could he be the Kongzon of the investiture of the gods? Is this mystical power the five-colored divine light? In the investiture of the gods, Kongzon's five-colored divine light could even defeat sages. HMPH, defeat me first. I can prove my potential to you. The surrounding dream shattered like a mirror. He forcefully broke through the dream realm. In the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes. Divine Lord Peacock has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Han Ju originally thought that Divine Lord Peacock was angry, but he didn't expect him to have a favorable impression of him. Was this arrogance? Han Ju didn't immediately go out to challenge Divine Lord Peacock. That would expose his relationship with the Dark Forbidden Lord. However, he could also tell from the dream that Divine Lord Peacock and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning were not completely tied together. He continued cultivating. When he broke through to the late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos, Han Ju felt that he should be able to insta-kill Divine Lord Peacock. Han Ju still had this confidence. You, Divine Lord Peacock, claim to have unparalleled potential, but are you comparable to the Primordial Fiend Celestial? Dark Forbidden Zone. Han Tuo and Yi Tian quickly traveled with tens of thousands of heavenly court immortals. Their current selves had already been reborn. The spirit of an expert could be seen with the naked eye. They wore armor and their capes fluttered, looking majestic. Han Tuo's eyes sharpened as he said, we're getting closer and closer to the heavenly Dao. Prepare for battle at any time. Kill them whenever you see them. The tens of thousands of heavenly court immortals acknowledged softly. These immortals were all recruited by the evil heavenly emperor from the various little heavenly Dao. Their cultivation levels were at least Grand Unity True Immortal, and they had extremely strong foundations. Han Tuo and Yi Tian were even experts who dominated the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Yi Tian suddenly smiled and said, it's been a long time since we returned to the heavenly Dao. If we succeed, shouldn't the heavenly Dao sages thank us? Han Tuo shook his head. You're thinking too much. Our heavenly court is only restraining the calamity race and won't be of much use. Yi Tian chuckled. It's fine. There's a mighty figure behind us. I wonder where His Majesty persuaded him to come. Tisk tisk, that aura is really terrifying. Chapter 659 Sacred True Martial, Heavenly Calamity Emperor. Chapter 659 Sacred True Martial, Heavenly Calamity Emperor. Don't talk about that, senior. Han Tuo frowned and instructed. Yi Tian was always rude. If he offended that mighty figure, he couldn't protect him. Even the evil heavenly emperor had to be polite to that mighty figure and did not dare to offend him. Yi Tian curled his lips and he did not continue. He only sighed. The heavenly court army continued forward. At the same time, outside the netherworld, in the city of the calamity race, Divine Lord Peacock sat in the quiet palace. Sensing something, he suddenly opened his eyes. A gust of wind blew towards him. The door was clearly closed and there were no windows. Divine Lord Peacock's eyes narrowed as an invisible aura dispersed the strange wind in front of him. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Sacred True Martial. What, you're also here to attack the heavenly Dao? Divine Lord Peacock mocked. With that said, a figure appeared in front of him. The two of them remained 10 steps apart. Sacred True Martial wore a white robe. His hair was white like a galaxy waterfall and scattered down his shoulders. He had a handsome face and a refined temperament. Compared to Divine Lord Peacock, he gave off a refreshing feeling without any pressure. Sacred True Martial smiled. No, I'm here to stop you. You. Divine Lord Peacock stood up as 5-colored light lit up behind him. Sacred True Martial said, Divine Lord, why? We shouldn't participate in the schemes of the great Dao sages. Chess is necessary for the great Dao sages, but also not necessary. Do you understand? Divine Lord Peacock said disdainfully, then, who are you here for? Which great Dao sage? Sacred True Martial shook his head. I'm here for you. In this chaos, the only cultivator I admire is you. I don't want you to go deep into the mud. Recently, the Heavenly Court's evil Heavenly Emperor invited me to join the Heavenly Court. He told me his plan. I think it's very good. I hope you can join us. Heavenly Court. Divine Lord Peacock narrowed his eyes. Sacred True Marshal continued, the evil Heavenly Emperor is different from the previous Heavenly Emperor. He has already escaped the great Tao Sage's control. His Heavenly Court has obtained the recognition of the inauspicious evil. Sooner or later, he will unite the Dark Forbidden Zone. If HMPH. Shut up. You think you can persuade me? Divine Lord Peacock suddenly waved his sleeve and a 5-colored divine light shot out, sweeping Sacred True Marshal away. Immediately after, Divine Lord Peacock vanished from the hall. Inside the 100-peak Immortal River, Han Ju, who was cultivating, sensed 2 extremely strong battle auras. He opened his eyes and saw Divine Lord Peacock fighting a white-robed man. The 2 of them were both freedom sages. In order to not affect the Calamity race, they entered a deeper space to fight. Only those at the Freedom Realm could spy on them. Space seemed to not exist, but it actually existed. It was also divided into many levels. Even sages might not be able to completely comprehend the rules of space. Han Ju couldn't help but become curious when he saw that the 2 of them were on par. Who was this? Invited by Heavenly Venerate Zondu. Han Ju watched for a while and felt that something was wrong. These 2 were sparring, right? The battle was too gentle. Han Ju lost interest and continued his seclusion. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Ju stood up and twisted his waist while checking his emails. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was attacked by the living beings of the Calamity Race X 7,932,005. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by the living beings of the Calamity Race X 6,982,233. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was ravaged by a mysterious array formation and was severely injured. Your good friend Empress Haotu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Her Tao heart was damaged. Your good friend South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Pan Shin has obtained Pengu's will. His bloodline has transformed and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your descendant Han Yu was attacked by the living beings of the Calamity Race X 80,921. Your disciple Ji Shanshan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. How tragic. Another 1,000 years passed. The Calamity Race still occupied the Netherworld. The heavenly Tao living beings came one after another, but they couldn't drive the Calamity Race out. Now, the Jia school, the Chan school, the human school, the Buddhist sect, the Holy Mother sect, and so on were all constantly sending disciples to reinforce the Netherworld. The sages had never attacked. They couldn't make a move in the Heavenly Tao, but there was Divine Lord Peacock outside the Heavenly Tao. They were not his match. Han Ju noticed that Pan Shin had obtained Pengu's will. Tisk tisk, this Pan surname was truly suitable. He checked his interpersonal relationships. Pan Shin's cultivation had already reached the perfected pseudo-sage realm. It increased very quickly. He checked Tao Sovereign's profile picture again. This kid did not let him down. Early stage pseudo-sage realm. He finally broke through. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction. He looked outside the Netherworld again. Divine Lord Peacock and the other Freedom Sage had already disappeared. This was a good opportunity. Han Ju's sage sense swept over and discovered that the strongest person in the Calamity Race was only a perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. He was equivalent to a perfected heavenly Tao sage. I'm going out to capture the sage of the Calamity Race this time with all my might. I'll return after capturing him. Is my life in danger? Han Ju used the derivation function. The more this was the case, the more cautious he had to be. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Seeing these words, Han Ju immediately disappeared from the Taoist temple. In the city, Patriarch Heavenly Calamity Emperor was cultivating in his palace. She had the image of a woman and wore black armor. Her bearing was extraordinary. Like the other members of the Calamity Race, she exuded a cold and sinister aura. Heavenly Calamity Emperor suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. Almost instantly, a figure shining with divine light appeared behind her. A hand landed on her shoulder, making her unable to move. Imprisonment Great Tao. It was Han Ju. He grabbed Heavenly Calamity Emperor and left, returning to his Taoist temple. Heavenly Calamity Emperor widened her eyes and looked at him in shock. Impossible. Han Ju used the Great Tao of Traversal to come behind her, making her unable to react in time. He then used the Great Tao of Imprisonment to suppress her, and now, he used the Great Tao of Void to disperse her dharmic powers. Heavenly Calamity Emperor was helpless and could only panic. Who are you? Heavenly Calamity Emperor asked in a low voice. She was at the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm and was only a step away from the freedom realm. Hanju threw her into the primordial heavenly prison without saying anything. Heavenly Calamity Emperor asked, "Are you the freedom sage who killed the Dark Sage King?" Hanju remained silent. HMPH, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You're probably not much different from the Divine Lord. Why didn't you attack earlier? When the Divine Lord returns, he will definitely be able to trace my aura. Why are you so obsessed with the Heavenly Tao? I can sense that your Heavenly Tao Providence is very weak and can't be compared to the other Heavenly Tao sages. Heavenly Calamity Emperor kept asking questions. Hanju was impatient. He used the power of the bewitching Fian Celestial to pull the Heavenly Calamity Emperor into an endless illusion. The Tao field immediately quietened down. Next, Hanju waited for the primordial heavenly prison to succeed. The news of Heavenly Calamity Emperor's disappearance did not spread. She usually cultivated in seclusion, and the living beings in the clan did not dare to disturb her. 300 years later, Divine Lord Peacock returned. Discovering that Heavenly Calamity Emperor's aura had vanished, he immediately came to her cultivation palace. Chapter 660 The Calamity Race's Plot. Chapter 660 The Calamity Race's Plot. In the empty and quiet hall, Divine Lord Peacock frowned and looked around. His eyes reflected a strange light. In his vision, everything that had happened in the palace kept replaying in front of him. Soon, he saw Hanju capture Heavenly Calamity Emperor. He frowned. Too fast. The other party's speed was not inferior to his. He could also directly capture Heavenly Calamity Emperor, but that would require his full strength. Divine Lord Peacock did not stay any longer and vanished. Sometime later, the Calamity race finally discovered that Heavenly Calamity Emperor had disappeared. However, the upper echelons controlled the news. The current Calamity race could no longer retreat, let alone when they had occupied the Netherworld. There was no need to retreat. The Calamity race controlled the news, but they couldn't hide it from the sages. Outside the 33rd heaven, Universal Hall. The sages gathered. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "The leader of the Calamity race, Heavenly Calamity Emperor, has disappeared. We have to be wary of this." Fang Liang frowned. Divine Lord Peacock is still around and the Calamity race has not descended into chaos. Could it be that Heavenly Calamity Emperor has gone to seek help? Chu Zilai shook his head. Now that the Calamity race has the upper hand, why would they need helpers? The Calamity race wants to dominate the immortal world. The other sages also discussed. Heavenly Venerate Zondu had a headache. The Calamity race was really too strong. There was even a freedom sage guarding outside. They could only worry outside the 33rd heaven. Outside the 33rd heaven was the top level of the Heavenly Tao. It was a space exclusive to sages. Here, they could still enjoy the Heavenly Tao's protection. The sages were afraid of Divine Lord Peacock and could only hide here. They were very aggrieved. Let's wait and see. At least the situation is stable, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said. Chu Zilai said, "This battle has stimulated many geniuses. The new generation of cultivators is beginning to gradually ascend the stage. The Heavenly Tao in the future will definitely be powerful." The other sages nodded. Although the Heavenly Tao had suffered heavy losses, countless experts had also appeared. This was also the reason why they were not in a hurry. Shi Dudao snorted. "I'm just afraid that we won't be able to survive until then. The Calamity race can clearly invade the Yang realm, but they didn't. It's obvious that there's a huge conspiracy, but we don't even know what they want to do." Universal Hall fell silent again. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was also thinking, what does the Calamity race want? It took an extremely long time to enslave a freedom sage. 1,000 years passed, but he still did not succeed. During this period of time, Hanju didn't dare to cultivate, afraid that the Heavenly Calamity Emperor would find a chance to attack him. Although the difference in cultivation between them was great, he had to be cautious. He could reach this point because he was cautious. Hanju observed the situation in the Netherworld and waited patiently. After Heavenly Calamity Emperor disappeared, the Calamity race was as usual. They couldn't build in the Netherworld and kept controlling the cycle of reincarnation. Although there was a continuous stream of Heavenly Tao lifeforms coming to stop them, the overall situation couldn't stop the Calamity race. During this period of time, many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and even pseudo-sages appeared in the Heavenly Tao. Tao Sovereign wasn't the most glorious pseudo-sage. There were a few others whose battle achievements were even more ferocious than Tao Sovereign. Among them were the Divine Might Buddha of the Buddhist sect, the sect master of the Jia school, Huang Zuntian, the Divine Palace's Jing Tiangong, and other familiar faces. Divine Lord Peacock did not move. Compared to the beginning of the war, it had been much quieter recently. Hanju was secretly pleased. I'll give you a surprise when I enslave the Calamity race. The Calamity race was called the strongest race in the deity realm of the ruins of End. It would be a pity to destroy them. It was better to accept them and make them the guardians of the heavenly Tao. Hanju had witnessed the battles over the years. The Calamity race's combat talent was indeed powerful. Their average level was higher than the heavenly Tao lifeforms. Furthermore, after he captured Heavenly Calamity Emperor, he did not attract any hatred notifications from the mighty figures. This meant that Heavenly Calamity Emperor had no stronger backer. Otherwise, he would directly hate Hanju like Chu's Ili. Hanju had already thought of the arrangements for the Calamity race. He was waiting for the enslavement to succeed. A mortal world, a human city. Halfway up the mountain, a cloth-robed youth with messy hair faced the sun. His robes fluttered as he absorbed the eastern emergence purple chi. The cloth-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes. His ordinary facial features suddenly looked sinister as black scales appeared on his face. A voice entered his ears. Your Highness, what are you waiting for? Are you going to let His Majesty down? The cloth-robed youth's expression returned to normal. I don't want to join the sage sect. My potential is enough to grow on my own. No, you have to join. This is His Majesty's order. I don't want to flatter you. Why won't you give me time? I can rely on myself to reach the peak of cultivation. The mysterious voice was silent. The cloth-robed youth closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Are you really unwilling? Yes, I want to rely on myself. Don't worry, I won't forget my race. Hee. Another 400 years passed. Primordial Heavenly Prison has successfully enslaved the target. Heavenly Calamity Emperor has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Hanju looked at the 2 lines of words that finally appeared in front of him and heaved a sigh of relief. He checked Heavenly Calamity Emperor's profile picture. Heavenly Calamity Emperor. Perfected Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, leader of the Calamity race, immeasurable Emperor, connate lifeform. Favorability towards you is maxed. At this realm, if he took another step forward, he would reach the Freedom Realm. Hanju looked at the Heavenly Calamity Emperor and suddenly felt that this woman was not bad-looking. Heavenly Calamity Emperor opened her eyes and knelt in front of Hanju respectfully, calling him master. Hanju asked, who did you listen to before? Heavenly Calamity Emperor said, I didn't listen to anyone. I just had an agreement with a great Tao sage. Why didn't you attack the living world? I'm afraid there will be an accident. After all, the flame race has all perished there. I sent my son to the cycle of reincarnation to be reincarnated as a living being of the heavenly Tao. In the future, when the Calamity race dominates the netherworld, we will discuss with the sages and promote my son to a sage. They will let the Calamity race completely stabilize ourselves in the heavenly Tao until we control it alone. Hanju was a little surprised that Heavenly Calamity Emperor had such selfish motives. Don't you want to destroy the heavenly Tao? That's just what the great Tao sage thinks. Destroying the heavenly Tao is not beneficial to the Calamity race. I don't want to be a pawn for the great Tao sage for nothing. If I can control the heavenly Tao alone, I will have the right to challenge the great Tao sage. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning said that he would give me a chance to attain the great Tao, but I don't believe it. They're too arrogant. Everything is just empty talk. Heavenly Calamity Emperor looked disdainful. It had to be said that from Heavenly Calamity Emperor's point of view, this was a very good plan. Unfortunately, she met Hanju. Hanju instructed, you can talk to Heavenly Venerate Zondu. The netherworld is divided into half and the Calamity race will stay there. As for the authority of reincarnation, we'll talk about it in the future. Heavenly Calamity Emperor immediately agreed. Hanju waved his hand and sent her out of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Calamity Emperor sent a voice transmission to Heavenly Venerate Zondu. She couldn't enter the heavenly Tao and could only send a voice transmission. Upon hearing that Heavenly Calamity Emperor wanted to negotiate peace, Heavenly Venerate Zondu subconsciously became vigilant. The Calamity race was in such a good state. Why did they have to negotiate? Heavenly Calamity Emperor returned to her palace and waited for Heavenly Venerate Zondu to reply. As soon as she entered the hall, a figure appeared in front of her. It was an old Taoist with a dignified expression. Chapter 661 Fusion of the Heavenly Tao, Revival of the Tao Ancestor. Chapter 661 Fusion of the Heavenly Tao, Revival of the Tao Ancestor. Seeing the old Taoist in front, the Heavenly Calamity Emperor bowed slightly and said, Greetings, Heavenly Lord. The old Taoist who appeared in the hall was the founder of the Chan school, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, one of the personal disciples of the Tao ancestor, one of the three pure ones of the Tao sect. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning stared at her expressionlessly and asked, "You've been with Hanju for so long. What did you say?" The heavenly calamity emperor replied, "Just chatting. Why did the calamity race stop the attack in the netherworld? The calamity race also needs to recuperate. We can't fight for long. Really? If you don't believe me, you can send Chan school disciples to help." The heavenly lord of primordial beginning did not answer. The heavenly calamity emperor mocked in her heart. Did he really think she was a stupid spear that he could use as he pleased? They fell silent. After a long time, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning seemed to see through the heavenly calamity emperor. With that, he vanished. This attack on the heavenly Tao is an opportunity we gave the calamity race. If you don't cherish it, we can also find other races. Your calamity race is strong in the deity realm of the ruins of End, but in the chaos, you can't compare to the race created by the chaotic Fian Celestials. I will always keep an eye on you. The heavenly calamity emperor did not care about the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's threat at all. She only had Hanju in her heart now and was absolutely obedient to him. She wouldn't hesitate even if Hanju asked her to directly fight the great Tao sage. The heavenly calamity emperor approached her mat and sat down. She began to cultivate, waiting for heavenly venerate Zondu's reply. At the same time, heavenly venerate Zondu gathered all the sages. Hanju also went. He had to speak up for the heavenly calamity emperor in case the sages did not believe him. In the universal hall, heavenly venerate Zondu repeated heavenly calamity emperor's words. The calamity race wants to enter the netherworld. And they want half of it. The south extreme heavenly venerate frowned with a furious expression. The other sages were also puzzled. Hanju said, the calamity race might not want to be controlled by the great Tao sage, so they haven't attacked the world of the living. We can agree. After all, the netherworld is already controlled by the calamity race. From the battle situation, the calamity race is retreating. Chu Zilai immediately said, in that case, you can agree and see how it goes. Heavenly venerate Wufa said, fellow Taoist Han makes sense. Sect Master Tianju said, I agree. Li Daokong said, Sect Master is right. Shi Dudao scanned them thoughtfully. Emperor Shao narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Heavenly venerate Zondu glanced at Hanju meaningfully. Hanju was indifferent and wasn't afraid of being suspected. In any case, the current heavenly Tao was under his control. If heavenly venerate Zondu was a smart person, he wouldn't expose him. In that case, I'll agree to her request first and see how the calamity race performs later. Heavenly venerate Zondu pondered. The sages had no objections. The conversation ended. Hanju was about to leave when Fang Liang sent him a voice transmission, Grand Master, can you come to my heavenly Tao palace for a talk? Hanju immediately entered the heavenly Tao palace and saw Fang Liang. The restrictions in the heavenly Tao palace were useless to him. Fang Liang's heart palpitated. How strong was Grand Master now? Everyone knew that Hanju was a freedom sage, but all the sages knew that his speed of becoming stronger was extremely exaggerated. After so many years, he must be even stronger. Hanju stared at Fang Liang and waited for him to speak. Fang Liang asked, it's rare for you to take the initiative to speak. Could it be that the reason why Heavenly Calamity Emperor retreated is related to you? Hanju asked, is it very important? Fang Liang said, of course. Once the Calamity race is stationed in the Heavenly Tao, they will integrate sooner or later. The Heavenly Calamity Emperor can even use the providence of the Heavenly Tao of the Calamity race to become a Heavenly Tao sage. Hanju didn't reply. Fang Liang said, Grand Master, I've already found the jade slip of creation with the help of the other sages. I'm preparing to fuse with the Tao and fuse with the Heavenly Tao spirit at the same time to prevent anything from happening. Hanju asked, what benefits are there to the Heavenly Tao after Tao integration? Unlike the Tao ancestors' Tao integration, I've decided to imitate Pengu and transform into the Heavenly Tao. I'll expand the Heavenly Tao domain and help the Heavenly Tao become stronger, Fang Liang said seriously. Hanju frowned. The Tao ancestor asked you to do this? No, it's my own decision. How do you know that what you're thinking wasn't given to you by the Tao ancestor? You've already transformed into the Tao ancestor and are about to fuse into the Heavenly Tao. No matter how I look at it, you're not benefiting. You're completely paving the way for the Tao ancestor. Hanju couldn't help but try to persuade him. Fang Liang's path was becoming more and more crooked. Although Fang Liang seemed to have betrayed the hidden sect, he had never schemed against Hanju or targeted the sect. He could only say that he had left the hidden sect in name and did not become enemies with it. Under such circumstances, Hanju still wanted to help him. Fang Liang was silent. Hanju left after saying, "Think about it carefully. What do you want to pursue? Do you only want to satisfy the Tao ancestors' will? Then what are you? Are you still Fang Liang?" Fang Liang frowned. Hanju's words touched his soul. He suddenly felt like he woke up. What was he doing? After returning to the 100-peak immortal river, Hanju immediately used the derivation function. After Fang Liang completes Tao integration, what will happen to the heavenly Tao? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju entered the illusion. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was outside the 33rd heaven. A dazzling light shone from above, illuminating the entire 33rd heaven. Hanju saw the sages standing in front of the universal hall and looking up. He looked up and saw a figure in the center of the dazzling light. Fang Liang. Fang Liang was undergoing Tao integration. A vast pressure descended. It was an aura that far exceeded the Freedom Sage realm. Hanju narrowed his eyes. He saw Fang Liang's figure changing. Something was wrong. "Greetings, Tao ancestor." The sages suddenly shouted in unison and knelt down with excited expressions. Hanju showed a frown. "During the time I was gone, the heavenly Tao was protected by you. You did well. I'm very glad." An ancient voice sounded. It was no longer Fang Liang's voice. "Tao ancestor. The true Tao ancestor. What happened? Was Fang Liang really a tool?" Hanju frowned even more. He couldn't deduce everything about the Tao ancestor. This time, he deduced that the Tao ancestor was only related to Fang Liang. It seemed that the Tao ancestor was not completely impossible to deduce. As long as he found an existence with great karma with him, he could deduce the Tao ancestor, but it was only his fragment in the karma. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly expanded and enveloped the entire 33rd heaven. "Tao ancestor, what do you want?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu exclaimed in fear. Hanju turned around and discovered that the dharmic powers of the sages were sucked out of their bodies, then the high and mighty Tao ancestor appeared. "I want the heavenly Tao to occupy the entire chaos. I apologize, but from today onwards, the heavenly Tao will no longer have any sages." The Tao ancestor's voice was extremely calm without any emotion. The illusion ended. Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. Indeed, Fang Liang was a pawn that had been bewitched. It seemed that the Tao ancestor also had a method similar to the primordial heavenly prison. No. Hanju had finally turned the heavenly Tao into a harmonious situation. It couldn't be broken by the Tao ancestor. Hanju might not be safe in the heavenly Tao when the Tao ancestor was revived. Chapter 662 to 2 Piece of the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 662 Piece of the Heavenly Tao. No, I have to stop the Tao ancestor. Hanju's eyes were firm. Regardless of whether the Tao ancestor was sincere about the heavenly Tao, this fellow could actually absorb the dharmic powers of all the sages. It was really terrifying. Hanju didn't want his dharmic powers to be sucked away. He did not act immediately. After resting for a few days, he sent a voice transmission to Fang Liang and asked him to come back for a chat. Fang Liang had no objections and was moved into the Taoist temple by Hanju's dharmic powers. Hanju waved his hand, and a mat for Fang Liang to meditate on appeared. Fang Liang sighed. "I haven't been back for a long time. I really miss it." Hanju directly used the power to confuse and imprison Fang Liang. Then, he began the absolute purification and primordial heavenly prison. Fang Liang closed his eyes as if he was asleep. Hanju sighed. "Fang Liang, oh Fang Liang, I've paved so many paths for you. If you insist on going down the wrong path, I have no choice but to forcefully correct you." Hanju closed his eyes and started cultivating. Fang Liang's disappearance was not suspected by the sages. They even hoped that he would suddenly die. Several hundred years later, Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice resounded through the world. "The battle between the heavenly Tao and the Calamity race will stop for the time being. The Calamity race will give up half of the netherworld and protect the heavenly Tao together with us." Boom! The myriad worlds and the immortal world were in an uproar. After fighting for so long, they had actually stopped. Furthermore, the Calamity race had taken the initiative to give up half the netherworld. News of the battle in the netherworld had always spread to the myriad worlds. Panic and tension had always enveloped the entire heavenly Tao. They never expected the sages to suddenly announce that the war would stop. It wasn't only the living beings of the heavenly Tao who were puzzled. The Calamity race was the same. The two sides had been fighting for a long time. The blood feud was very difficult to resolve. The conflict within the Calamity race had also completely erupted. Unlike the heavenly Tao, the calamity race invaded with their entire race. Almost every living being had relatives and friends who died in the netherworld. They said they weren't going to fight anymore. How could they avenge themselves? All the higher-ups of the calamity race went to visit the heavenly calamity emperor. Hundreds of generals gathered in the palace and stared at heavenly calamity emperor angrily. Heavenly calamity emperor was expressionless. You want to rebel? With that said, all the generals knelt down and said that they did not dare. An old man looked up and asked, Your Majesty, why did you suddenly make such a decision? Heavenly calamity emperor said, the calamity race pursues the future, not being a knife for the great Tao sage. Don't worry, I won't harm the calamity race. The calamity race generals looked at each other, still dissatisfied. What kind of explanation was this? The heavenly calamity emperor waved her hand, and the generals had no choice but to retreat. When only heavenly calamity emperor was left in the hall, she said, How long more do you want to watch, Divine Lord? Divine Lord Peacock walked out of the darkness. He frowned and asked, What is this? I'm here to play with your calamity race. He had come all the way here and stayed for thousands of years. In the end, before he could even encounter the Dark Forbidden Lord, the calamity race had already surrendered. The heavenly calamity emperor said, Sorry, but do you really trust the great Tao sage? Divine Lord Peacock narrowed his eyes. Who subdued you? The heavenly calamity emperor did not answer. Divine Lord Peacock was frustrated. No one would be happy that their plan had been disrupted. However, he didn't care to attack the heavenly calamity emperor. The one who invited him was the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, not the heavenly calamity emperor. Divine Lord, actually, joining the heavenly Tao is not impossible. The current heavenly Tao is no longer the previous heavenly Tao, the heavenly calamity emperor said meaningfully. Divine Lord Peacock looked at her deeply before turning around and disappearing into the darkness. The heavenly calamity emperor did not care and closed her eyes to cultivate. If Divine Lord Peacock wanted to kill her, it would be useless even if she tried her best to guard against him. 1,400 years passed. Primordial Heavenly Prison has successfully enslaved the target. Fang Liang has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability. Max Hanju opened his eyes and looked at Fang Liang, who had also opened his eyes. He hurriedly knelt down and bowed respectfully like a servant. Seeing him like this, Hanju's heart ached. He didn't want to throw the people around him into the primordial heavenly prison, but Fang Liang had already become a demon and insisted on sacrificing himself for the Tao ancestor. Hanju asked, Are you still going to undergo Tao integration? I'll listen to Grandmaster's arrangements. Then don't do it. Yes. Looking at Fang Liang acting like a robot, Hanju sighed. However, he did not trigger the Tao ancestor's hatred notification. It seemed that the Tao ancestor did not keep tabs on Fang Liang. Perhaps the Tao ancestor was in danger, or he had many pawns like Fang Liang. Hanju asked, Did the Tao ancestor ask you to fuse with the Tao? Fang Liang shook his head and nodded. I'm not sure, either. Now that I think about it, my desire to fuse with the Tao is very crazy. There's no motive or reason. Fang Liang had been alone since he was young. After becoming Hanju's disciple, although he had encountered many dangers, he had always survived. Throughout his life, he had been sad and happy, but not bitter and vengeful. The more Fang Liang thought about it, the more confused he became. What was wrong with him? He had a deep fear of the Tao ancestor. Unknowingly, he had become like this. Hanju said, Go back. Like before, continue to protect the heavenly Tao, but don't undergo Tao integration. Don't tell anyone what happened between us during this period of time. Understood. Fang Liang stood up and bowed. Hanju waved his sleeve and sent him out. After that, he stretched. I'm saving the heavenly Tao and the sages, future again. Hanju felt that he was so noble. He was saving everything behind the scenes. He looked at the myriad worlds of the heavenly Tao. After so many years, the battle had long ended. The calamity race, the heavenly race, and the ghost deities had divided their territory in the netherworld. Empress Haotu, Ji Shanshan, Yang Tiandong, and Su Qi had returned to their positions and were working hard to restore the order of reincarnation. Too many ghosts were wandering outside the netherworld. It was impossible to completely clean them up in a short period of time. In short, peace descended again. Hanju suddenly thought of Divine Lord Peacock. This fellow was still in the city of the calamity race and had no intention of leaving. The calamity race had already surrendered. What else did this fellow want? Hanju decided to visit Divine Lord Peacock in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The dream was still above the yellow spring. Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes. He was not surprised to see him. He asked. Dark Forbidden Lord, when are you going to attack me? Han Ju asked. Why should I swing my saber at you? If I wanted to kill someone, I wouldn't have contacted them like this and directly attacked. Oh, then what do you mean? Join me and become my believer. I will lead you to an unprecedented peak. I think very highly of your potential and strength. I think so highly of you that I don't want to kill you. Under my guidance, I will let you surpass the chaotic deity or even the Tao ancestor. Han Ju spoke firmly as if he was telling the truth. Divine Lord Peacock said disdainfully, you want to subdue me with nonsense. It's still the same thing. If you want me to be convinced, you have to defeat me. The difference in cultivation level is only a shackle in my opinion. It can be breached. Perhaps your cultivation level surpasses mine, but I might not lose. How pretentious. This fellow was definitely the most confident person he had ever met. Han Ju asked, then, do you mean that you are invincible in the same realm? Divine Lord Peacock said proudly, that's right. What if I send a disciple of the same realm as you to defeat you? Impossible. Chapter 663 Inheritance of Pengu's Will. Chapter 663 Inheritance of Pengu's Will. If you're really defeated, what should you do? Han Ju continued to force Divine Lord Peacock to face this question. Divine Lord Peacock flew into a rage out of humiliation. If that really happens, I'll submit to you and let you be my master. But that's impossible. I, Divine Lord Peacock, am invincible among my peers. Even if I have to fight against many enemies alone. Oh, then, I'll send more disciples. The agreement is as before. No, we agreed on a one-on-one fight. Divine Lord Peacock hurriedly changed his words. Although he was conceited, he was not stupid. Han Ju was so confident and definitely had sinister methods. How could he let himself fall into an unfair situation? Han Ju smiled. This fellow was interesting. Then don't leave. Wait for him to find you. How long? You can cultivate in seclusion first. You have nothing to do, anyway. Divine Lord Peacock said impatiently, all right, I'll wait for you. He forcefully shattered the dream again. Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled. He still wanted to subdue Divine Lord Peacock, so he stabilized him. Han Ju opened the emails and checked his circle of friends. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Pan Shin was attacked by your enemy, Fuxidian. Your good friend Pan Shin was attacked by your enemy, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Your good friend Pan Shin was attacked by your enemy, Karma Heaven. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious Tao Devil X840292. Your disciple Su Qi has absorbed the negative karma of the netherworld. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Ancestor Shishan was entangled by a mysterious misfortune. His lifespan has decreased by 300 billion years. The battle at the deity realm of the ruins of End had begun. Seeing Pan Shin being beaten, Han Ju was quite surprised. Being able to survive meant that Pan Shin was already very strong. He checked his profile picture. Pan Shin, late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal, descendant of Pengu, one of the first living beings after creation. He has experienced the immeasurable calamity and was playing in the mortal world. Afraid of being discovered by the ancient master of calamity, he infiltrated the Sword Dao River. Because of your nature, he is interested in you. Current favorability, 3 stars late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. This leveling speed was too ridiculous. There was also the Providence label of Pengu's descendant. It was really impressive. He was only a primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. How could he withstand the siege of a great Tao sage? Could it be that Pengu's power was protecting Pan Shin? Han Ju didn't spend his lifespan deducing but continued to check his emails. Ancestor Shishan was entangled by bad luck and lost 300 billion years of his lifespan. It was fine. It was just a drizzle. Han Ju didn't care much about lifespan if it was just hundreds of millions now. An existence like Ancestor Shishan still had an endless lifespan, right? Perhaps this was the definition of immortality. The reason why he was immortal was that his lifespan had reached the upper limit. The concept of eternal life was vague. What was eternal life? Live on forever. How long was forever? Han Ju thought about it and continued reading the emails. After he finished reading the emails, he immersed himself in cultivation again. Outside the 33rd heaven, Heavenly Tao Palace. Fang Liang sat on the lotus throne with a white-robed man kneeling in front of him. The white-robed man asked, Master, when will you attempt Tao integration? Fang Liang replied, I won't do it. Won't do it. The white-robed man was stunned. In order to attain Tao integration, Fang Liang had arranged many things. As the sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect and Fang Liang's personal disciple, the white-robed man had been preparing all these years, waiting for Fang Liang to reach the Tao integration realm. But Fang Liang suddenly changed his mind. This was not the way of a sage. Fang Liang stared at his disciple, feeling helpless and afraid. Thinking back, he was terrified. He had almost sacrificed himself for the Tao ancestor. After going through the primordial heavenly prison, Fang Liang only eliminated the Tao ancestor's control over his thoughts. As for his absolute loyalty to Han Ju, he was the most grateful to him and would never become enemies with him, so he didn't change much. Fang Liang said, "Let's not talk about the Tao integration for now. Send orders to the disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect to preach in the various new mortal worlds. Next, the Heavenly Tao sect will help all living beings of the Heavenly Tao become stronger. This is what the sages are seeking." Although he was puzzled, the white-robed man still agreed. Fang Liang closed his eyes, and the white-robed man bowed and left. 5 minutes later, a voice floated over, "Fellow Taoist Fang, can we talk?" Fang Liang opened his eyes and focused. The array formation of the Tao field closed and Emperor Shao entered the hall. The array formation of the Tao field activated, blocking all sage sense and voices. Fang Liang waved his sleeve, and a mat appeared in front of him. Emperor Shao sat down and asked, "What do you think of the Calamity race?" Fang Liang's expression did not change as he asked, "Why do you ask?" Emperor Shao said, "The Calamity race offended us, and countless living beings of the Heavenly Tao died. Now that the battle has stopped, no matter how I look at it, it looks like the Heavenly Tao has compromised. I'm worried that the Calamity race will cause trouble in the future." Fang Liang said, "But if we continue fighting, the Heavenly Tao will suffer even more losses. The Calamity race is stronger than all the living beings in the Heavenly Tao. This is a fact, we have to admit it. We will treat it as a humiliation and encourage all the living beings in the Heavenly Tao to become stronger." Sigh, there are so many living beings in the Heavenly Tao, but they were actually defeated by a race. How laughable. Fellow Taoist Shao, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, the Heavenly Tao has only been restarted for a little more than 10,000 years. Emperor Shao began to complain to Fang Liang, who kept comforting him. After an hour, Emperor Shao left. Fang Liang's expression turned cold. This fellow actually dares to mock my grandmaster. He's really tired of living. 1,000 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation level increased again. It had been nearly 20,000 years since his last breakthrough. He was a little unhappy that he hadn't broken through after so long and felt inexplicably terrified. Could he have become mediocre? Han Ju shook his head. He couldn't think like that. He had to be confident. After all, Divine Lord Peacock was still waiting for him to subdue him outside the Heavenly Tao. He was about to check the emails when Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice floated over. "Fellow Taoist Han, can you come to the Universal Hall?" Hearing this, Han Ju immediately moved forward. Heavenly Venerate Zondu rarely looked for him. It was usually something big when he did. In the Universal Hall, Han Ju arrived. There were only the two of them in the hall. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was the first to speak. "It's not good." Han Ju asked, "What is it?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu said in a low voice, "The mighty figures of the deity realm of the ruins of End did not block the existence in the ancient desolate. Now that the array formation of the ancient desolate has been completely destroyed, countless evil demons have escaped. The great Tao sages have already evacuated the deity realm of the ruins of End. I'm worried that this matter will affect the Heavenly Tao." Han Ju was not surprised. When he read the emails, he often saw that the ancestor was severely injured. It was obvious that the existence in the ancient desolate was stronger. But then again, was the chaotic deity's power of order so strong? He could actually help the ancient desolate suppress so many existences stronger than him. In addition, do you remember Pan Shin? Heavenly Venerate Zondu asked. We've met a few times. What happened to him? He obtained the inheritance of Pengu's will and his cultivation level rose steadily. It's said that he inherited the great Tao of strength and is preparing to walk the path of the giant god Pengu. He wants to kill all the chaotic Fian Celestials and obtain the great Tao of chaos. Chapter 664 Inauspicious Divine Emperor. Chapter 664 Inauspicious Divine Emperor. Walking on Pengu's path. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and asked, he has the strength to do so. Heavenly Venerate Zondu shook his head. My master said that he holds the heaven opening axe and has a 36th grade chaotic green lotus on his head. Be it attack or defense, even a great Tao sage will find it difficult to resist. So ridiculous. Han Ju suddenly thought of the heaven opening axe the system had given him. However, his heaven-opening axe was not that strong. He had tried it in the simulation trial. Although it was his strongest offensive Dharma treasure, it was completely useless against Ancestor Shishin. Moreover, why were there two heaven-opening axes? Hanju was puzzled. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "We have to hurry up and increase the providence of the heavenly Tao. Now that the heavenly race has moved to the netherworld, they are not suitable to be the heavenly Tao race anymore." "Which race do you think is suitable?" Hanju said, "The human race." "Alright, I'll listen to fellow Taoist Han and choose the human race as the new heavenly Tao race," Heavenly Venerate Zondu replied with a serious expression. Hanju complained in his heart, "What are you pretending for? Don't you also want the human race to become the heavenly Tao race?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu was from the human race and was the sect master of the human school. How could he not support the human race? Then, Heavenly Venerate Zondu chatted about the reincarnation space. Just like before, he talked about the reincarnation space's development. Heavenly Venerate Zondu planned to develop the reincarnation space into another little heavenly Tao or even into a mortal world in the heavenly Tao. Hanju had no objections. Half of the reincarnation space belonged to him, anyway. Heavenly Venerate Zondu wanted to use this to fight for Providence, but it couldn't affect Hanju. If the two of them really fell out one day, Hanju would let him know who the master of the heavenly Tao was. After chatting, Hanju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. His gaze landed on Hanyu. This fellow had also participated in the Battle of the Netherworld and his cultivation level had increased greatly. Now, his status in the human race was only inferior to the human emperor. He even called the human emperor his brother. Once the humans returned as the heavenly Tao race, Hanyu would have made a comeback. Hanju looked at the netherworld again. Under the domineering orders of the heavenly Calamity Emperor, the Calamity race didn't dare to deal with ghosts, gods, and immortals. Empress Haotu and Ji Shanshan naturally wouldn't take advantage of this. The netherworld returned to its former peace. Peace is still the best. Everyone, cultivate in peace. Hanju thought silently. As long as he was given time, he would be more arrogant than anyone else when he was truly invincible. Dark Forbidden Zone. A huge bronze ship sailed. There was no living being on the huge ship, but the ship was clean. It did not look like it was uninhabited. In front of the bronze ship, Han Tuo and Yi Tian appeared. Yi Tian frowned and asked, "That's it? Why is there nothing?" Han Tuo said, "It's precisely because there's nothing that it's here. There are probably countless inauspicious evils on the ship who want to devour us." At the mention of the inauspicious evil, Yi Tian couldn't help but shiver. Anyone would be afraid of such an invisible existence. Han Tuo flew forward and cupped his hands. "I'm Divine General Han under the evil Heavenly Emperor. I'm here to seek an audience with the inauspicious Divine Emperor." Yi Tian bowed. The bronze ship suddenly stopped. The surrounding dark space fluctuated like water blown by the wind. A hoarse voice came from the bronze ship, "Where's your emperor?" Han Tuo replied, "His Majesty is looking for the divine jade of the ruins of End for you." The inauspicious Divine Emperor did not reply. Han Tuo braced himself and continued, "His Majesty asked us to invite you to capture Divine Lord Peacock. He said that as long as you can do it, he will think of a way to gather 3 pieces of divine jade of the ruins of End for you and let your race control the deity realm of the ruins of End's sky." An extreme killing intent attacked. Han Tuo's face instantly turned pale. Behind him, Yi Tian also took out his Dharma treasure and prepared to fight. Yi Tian was extremely nervous. He didn't even know where the inauspicious Divine Emperor was. "HMPH, lead the way." "Thank you, senior." Han Tuo heaved a sigh of relief and immediately turned around to lead the way. Yi Tian followed beside him and asked with a voice transmission, "What is the divine jade of the ruins of End?" This old fellow is actually willing to agree. "Don't talk nonsense. You have to be respectful to your senior. As for the divine jade of the ruins of End, His Majesty told me that if someone obtains it, they can obtain the providence of the deity realm of the ruins of End and even control it. A long time ago, the deity realm of the ruins of End was actually a supreme treasure." "What? Supreme treasure? There's such a huge supreme treasure." "I heard that, too. Ask His Majesty yourself when you return." Tisk tisk. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed. In the past 3,000 years, the immortal world had changed drastically. The thing most worth mentioning was the rise of the human race. The human school, the Chan school, the Jia school, the Buddhist sect, the Divine Palace, the Holy Mother sect, the Loose Heaven sect, and so on had all entered the human race and spread the Tao techniques to help them rise quickly. The reproduction ability of the human race was already powerful. Now that they had the support of the sage sects, they could be said to have soared into the sky. The numerous races of the immortal world were nervous. They were not stupid. They could tell that the sages wanted to support the humans again. However, in the past, they often bullied them. They were worried that the humans would take revenge on them after they rose. The happiest was none other than the dragon race. Long Hao had face, and all the elders of the dragon race admired him. If not for Long Hao, the dragon race would also be one of the mortal enemies of the human race. Apart from that, there were dozens of mortal worlds between the netherworld and the immortal world. At the edge of the immortal world, the disciples of the various sects were still building various chaotic cities to help the providence of the heavenly Tao spread and condense into a land that bordered the immortal world. This process was very complicated and required a long time to accumulate. However, in the immortal world, there was no lack of time. The Calamity race did not stay. Under the arrangements of the heavenly Calamity Emperor, more and more Calamity race living beings reincarnated and helped the Calamity race integrate into the heavenly Tao. The reincarnated living beings of the Calamity race also headed to the edge of the immortal world or the mortal world to help the heavenly Tao expand. The Calamity race's performance satisfied the sages. At least from the looks of it, the Calamity race really wanted to join the heavenly Tao. In short, the entire immortal world was thriving. On this day, the strange deity suddenly found Hanju. It was very emotional. Through telepathy, Hanju knew that this fellow was very terrified as if he had encountered his natural enemy. You're saying that an extremely powerful inauspicious deity is approaching the heavenly Tao. As Hanju became stronger, the strange deity that had long fused with him also became stronger. Although it was far inferior to him, in terms of strength, it was already equivalent to a sage. Its perception could naturally cover the heavenly Tao. The strange deity nodded, extremely nervous. Hanju looked up. It was silent outside the heavenly Tao. There was nothing unusual, however, it was very difficult to see the inauspicious evil. Hanju suddenly discovered that Divine Lord Peacock had disappeared. This fellow had always been in seclusion in the Calamity race's city. Could it be that he broke his promise? No, Hanju immediately checked the emails. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by an inauspicious evil x 90,293,021. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Gasp! Had he attacked the inauspicious evil's base? Hanju showed a frown. To be able to severely injure Divine Lord Peacock, the other party was at least in existence comparable to a great Tao sage. However, with so many inauspicious evils, they would definitely affect the heavenly Tao living beings at the edge of the heavenly Tao. Why was there no commotion? Could it be that the inauspicious evil was only targeting Divine Lord Peacock? Chapter 665 Terrifying Dark Forbidden Lord. Chapter 665 Terrifying Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju hesitated for a moment before giving up on using the derivation function. In any case, Divine Lord Peacock had yet to acknowledge him as his master. There was no need to waste his lifespan for him. The strange deity was still shaking like it had gone mad. Hanju glared and scolded it. Get lost and cultivate. The other party can't come in. What are you afraid of? So embarrassing. Feeling wronged, the strange deity could only shrink into a corner and curl up into a ball. Trembling in the past, the strange deity had always treated the inauspicious deity and the inauspicious evil as food. This was the first time it was so afraid. It seemed that this inauspicious deity was very strong. It was very likely one of the top existences among the inauspicious deities. Hanju decided to visit Divine Lord Peacock in his dreams. In any case, this fellow was severely injured, but he did not die. This meant that the inauspicious deity did not want to kill him. Divine Lord Peacock was probably imprisoned. In the dream, Divine Lord Peacock suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing that it was the Dark Forbidden Lord, he heaved a sigh of relief. Hanju smiled faintly. What? You can't do that. Divine Lord Peacock gritted his teeth and said, your disciple is the inauspicious Divine Emperor. Very good, no wonder you're called the Dark Forbidden Lord. Even the strongest existence in the Dark Forbidden Zone is your disciple. Hanju was silent. What the hell? It turned out that the existence who attacked Divine Lord Peacock was called the inauspicious Divine Emperor. From this name, it was obvious that he was an ominous existence. What a chaotic era. Anything could give birth to a supreme expert. Seeing Hanju's silence, Divine Lord Peacock cursed. You don't follow the rules. What happened to fighting someone at the same realm? This fellow even brought helpers. Hanju thought of the number of times Divine Lord Peacock was attacked and couldn't help but mourn. This fellow was really miserable. Hanju asked, do you know what realm the inauspicious Divine Emperor is at? Nonsense. I don't know, but can he still be at the same realm as me? Hee hee. What do you mean? Divine Lord Peacock had a look of disbelief. In his opinion, the inauspicious Divine Emperor was in existence like a great Tao sage or even stronger. But on second thought, if he was really that strong, he wouldn't have fought with him for so long. Could it be? Divine Lord Peacock's heart skipped a beat, and his expression gradually darkened. Hanju asked, "My disciple has a strange personality. How is he going to deal with you?" Divine Lord Peacock gritted his teeth and cursed. "How would I know? He sealed me on a bronze ship. I asked him why, but he ignored me. He's like a mute. However, there are still 2 people on the ship. They are the 2 young divine generals of the evil heavenly emperor. Damn it, why aren't they also sealed? They are so weak and still dare to mock me. If not for me being sealed, I could have destroyed their bodies and souls with a breath." Evil heavenly emperor. Could it be that the evil heavenly emperor had asked the inauspicious divine emperor to capture Divine Lord Peacock? That should be the case. Otherwise, why would the evil heavenly emperor's subordinates be alive? Hanju said, "Don't worry. The evil heavenly emperor will treat you well." The evil heavenly emperor was not as strong as Divine Lord Peacock. If he really wanted to kill Divine Lord Peacock, he could just let the inauspicious divine emperor kill him. With Hanju's understanding of the evil heavenly emperor, this fellow probably wanted to subdue Divine Lord Peacock. The evil heavenly emperor loved to recruit prodigies. What do you mean? Could it be that the evil heavenly emperor is also your Divine Lord Peacock widened his eyes in disbelief. Hanju was secretly pleased. "Aren't you very confident?" He was finally shocked. Seeing that Hanju didn't answer, Divine Lord Peacock's imagination ran wild. The Dark Forbidden Lord had cursed the chaotic deity Nkundi to death. Under him were the leaders of major factions like the inauspicious Divine Emperor and the evil Heavenly Emperor. Gasp. Even the arrogant Divine Lord Peacock was shocked. The Dark Forbidden Lord was so strong and controlled such a powerful force, but he had been hiding behind the scenes. What did he want? Divine Lord Peacock suddenly looked up and asked, "Could you be the primordial fiend celestial that the Tao ancestor once mentioned?" Hanju said calmly, "Primordial fiend celestial. Who does he think he is? Damn it, this fellow had really guessed correctly." Divine Lord Peacock said disdainfully, "You really know how to brag. Are you going to let me go or not?" "I'm convinced." "Okay, tell the inauspicious Divine Emperor to let go of me. I'm going to kill those 2 divine generals." Hanju was worried that the 2 weak divine generals were Han Tuo and Yi Tian. These 2 were like a pair of pants and had always been inseparable. "Don't hurt them. I'll let you go when it's time." "What do you mean, not letting go? You still want the evil heavenly emperor to humiliate me?" Hanju remained silent. Divine Lord Peacock was furious. "HMPH, you look down on me. I don't need your help to speak. I will definitely destroy the inauspicious divine emperor." Boom, the dream shattered. Hanju opened his eyes and shook his head with a smile. "Silly Peacock, if he was really my disciple, I'd definitely let you go. But he's not." Hanju looked outside the heavenly Tao again, and his gaze landed on the primordial origin coffin. Tisk tisk, why didn't the inauspicious divine emperor find this fellow? It seemed that primordial origin was stronger than the inauspicious divine emperor and he did not want to provoke him. On that day, Xing Hongshuan suddenly came. Hanju had a headache because this woman had finally reached the zenith heaven realm. Xing Hongshuan was not immortal, to begin with. After reincarnating and exchanging for a new bloodline, it was not unreasonable for her to become a zenith heaven cultivator. Hanju thought for a moment and let her enter the Taoist temple. The strange deity was chased out. As soon as she entered, Xing Hongshuan quickly walked up and started touching him. "It's been tens of thousands of years. I can't hold it in anymore. What nonsense. Husband, why are you being so awkward? You're a zenith heaven golden immortal, after all. How can you be obsessed with mortal desires? Don't you want to? I mean, it's not that I don't want to." Several years later, Xing Hongshuan's expression was bitter. "Husband, are you going back on your word?" Hanju asked helplessly, "Must we have a child?" "Yes, just take it as my wish. Do you want the child's potential to be poor or good?" "Of course, it has to be good. It's definitely going to be the #1 talent in the world." "Not necessarily. You'll drag down my bloodline." Xing Hongshuan was stunned. Her eyes immediately filled with tears as she bit her lips. She looked truly pitiful. Hanju had no choice but to listen to her. After a few more months, Xing Hongshuan left. After so many attempts, she was finally pregnant. As for this child's potential, Hanju couldn't guarantee it. Ever since he helped Han Tuo increase his potential, his control over his bloodline had become blurry. There was some force restraining the reproduction of powerful bloodlines. Then, Hanju began to cultivate in seclusion. 1,000 years passed in a flash. Hanju opened his eyes and looked at Xing Hongshuan. He frowned. She hasn't given birth yet. Under his gaze, Xing Hongshuan was cultivating. Her abdomen was flat and she did not look pregnant. However, Hanju could sense that the child in her womb had vitality and was nurturing a new soul. Neja had been born after 3 years and was already a freak. Hanju's son had stayed in the womb for 1,000 years and still didn't come out. What was this? Hanju suddenly became interested in his new child. Could it be that he had won a prize? Did he really create an extraordinary genius? End of 5-chapter mass release, and it will go back to normal release schedule from tomorrow. Chapter 666 Han Tuo's Unease. Chapter 666 Han Tuo's Unease. Hanju stared at Xing Hongshuan's womb. His youngest child was curled up like a porcelain doll. The vitality was very strong. This kid was actually absorbing Xing Hongshuan's dharmic powers. Interesting. Hanju was afraid that something would happen, so he sat down beside Xing Hongshuan and used absolute purification on her. Xing Hongshuan saw him and asked curiously, "What is it?" Hanju rarely took the initiative to look for her. Could it be for his son? Xing Hongshuan reached out to touch her abdomen with anticipation. At first, she was also worried. After all, she had been pregnant for so long. However, as years passed, she could feel the child's vitality. She was now filled with anticipation. Such an extraordinary fetus must be extraordinary. Hanju said, "If you encounter trouble, send me a voice transmission at any time. Don't be afraid of disturbing my cultivation." Xing Hongshuan smiled. "It's fine, I'm a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, after all. How can it be difficult?" Hanju chatted with her for a while and left after the absolute purification ended. Hanju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and started to check his emails. The protagonist of his emails became Pan Shin. This fellow had always been fighting and had never been severely injured. He was extremely domineering. Hanju also saw that Divine Lord Peacock was severely injured. How tragic. Han Tuo followed the evil heavenly emperor and was beaten from time to time. After reading the emails, Hanju looked at the immortal world. The addition of the Calamity race promoted the development of all living beings in the immortal world. The cultivation trend became stronger, which in turn strengthened the heavenly Tao's providence. It was worth mentioning the humans. In just 1,000 years, the population of the human race had increased by dozens of times. This was all thanks to the influence of the sage sects, causing the other races to no longer dare to bully them. The human race's territory was also constantly expanding. It wasn't a rude and unreasonable expansion, but an integration with the other races. The humans were willing to coexist with other races. This was also something the sages were willing to see. Only by being united in the heavenly Tao could they better face the crisis of the chaos. The reason why the Calamity race and the Flame race were so strong was that the race was unified and there was less internal friction. Hanju looked down at the crowd. There were fewer hardships in the world, but not completely. The anxiety of cultivation began to spread in the heavenly Tao. Even if sages were preaching the Tao, their potential was innate, like a natural chasm suppressing all living beings. Hanju saw Hanyu. As the human race became stronger, Hanyu obtained its providence, and his cultivation level increased by leaps and bounds. Hanju looked at the netherworld next. Su Qi had been in seclusion recently, and Yang Tiandong was also living very peacefully. The heavenly race's leader, Ji Shanshan, seemed to have completely given up on his desire for power. He cultivated in seclusion all day long. The heavenly race's existence in the netherworld had become extremely low. Many immortals had even switched to the netherworld or returned to the immortal world to join the heavenly Tao sect. On the other side, after the Earth immortal world fused with the providence of the heavenly Tao, Hanju could spy on the situation of the Earth immortal world in the main Tao field. Ren Gang and Yin Hongshan's cultivation levels had improved greatly, which satisfied him. Several hours later, Hanju retracted his gaze and continued cultivating. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The first thing Hanju did when he opened his eyes was to look at Xing Hongshuan. It was not born yet. Hanju frowned. He spied on the fetus in Xing Hongshuan's womb. Its aura had already surpassed that of a mortal. Its soul had taken form, but it was in a sleeping state. This kid. Was he going to hide in his mother's womb forever? The fetus only instinctively absorbed Xing Hongshuan's dharmic powers. It did not have a cultivation technique and did not have a realm for the time being. Xing Hongshuan's cultivation did not stop because of him. Her body was also in good condition. Her cultivation speed was even faster than before she got pregnant. After observing this, Hanju was relieved. He was afraid that the fetus would burden Xing Hongshuan. Now, it seemed that she was cultivating faster than before thanks to it. The news of Xing Hongshuan's pregnancy had already spread throughout the 100-peak Immortal River. The disciples were all looking forward to this young sect master. Only a few people knew that Han Tuo was Han Ju's son. Most disciples thought that he only had one son. It's said that the young master is still being nurtured. He must be impressive. That's right. The longer it incubates, the stronger the potential. It's said that the ancestral dragon was nurtured for 10 billion years. 10 billion years is too exaggerated. In any case, sect master's son is definitely a genius. Let's guess how long he will take to descend. It's probably still early. Han Ju heard many disciples talking about this in the 100-peak Immortal River. Most of them were looking forward to it. If Han Ju had children, the hidden sect could continue to be passed down generation after generation. As for personal disciples, they were not as powerful as the protectors who joined later. They were not enough to convince the masses. If his cultivation and experience were not enough to take over Han Ju's position, he could only use his bloodline to convince the masses. Han Ju looked forward to this child's performance after he was born. What should I name it? Han Ju touched his chin and pondered. He hoped that this kid was not reckless and liked to cultivate diligently like him. Just call him Han Bulong. Han Kusho. Han Go. PFF'd, this name was like cursing. He would think about it later. Han Ju quickly closed his eyes. He was also agitated by his youngest son. He wanted to break through a minor realm before this child was born. Dark Forbidden Zone. In the darkness stood a huge stone door that sat above the sea of clouds. Two figures sat under the door. They were Han Tuo and Yi Tian. Han Tuo suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Yi Tian asked, "What's wrong? Why are you feeling uneasy recently? Are you afraid of Divine Lord Peacock's revenge?" Han Tuo shook his head. Of course not. Divine Lord Peacock has already been suppressed. Even if he escaped, revenge is still revenge on His Majesty. However, for some reason, I've been feeling inexplicably frustrated recently. Yi Tian opened his eyes and asked, "Should we ask His Majesty?" Han Tuo thought for a moment. This mentality indeed affected his cultivation. He immediately stood up. The stone door emitted a strong light. It was a teleportation formation that was 10,000 feet tall. Han Tuo stepped into the strong light and arrived in a paradise. The blue sky was filled with white clouds. Immortal birds flew past in rows. There were palaces above every sea of clouds. From time to time, heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals would patrol. Han Tuo quickly arrived at a majestic palace at the highest point. A plaque was hanging on the door. Numinous Palace. Han Tuo had the Heavenly Emperor token and could directly enter the hall. The evil Heavenly Emperor was sitting on the Emperor's throne with two pieces of jade in his hand, frowning. "Your Majesty, I have something to ask you." Han Tuo cupped his fists and bowed. The evil Heavenly Emperor looked up and smiled kindly. What is it? He was very satisfied with Han Tuo. He felt that he had potential that was not inferior to Han Ju, making up for the regret of not controlling Han Ju back then. Han Tuo voiced his concerns. The evil Heavenly Emperor frowned. Han Tuo was also a mighty figure. His control over his body and soul had long reached the perfection realm. How could he be flustered for no reason? He pinched his fingers to deduce, but he could not deduce it. He had to take out a golden mirror. "Stand closer," the evil Heavenly Emperor said softly. Han Tuo immediately took a step forward. The evil Heavenly Emperor held the golden mirror and looked at him. Golden light scattered out and landed on Han Tuo. Crack. The mirror suddenly shattered, and a long crack appeared, splitting the mirror into two. The evil Heavenly Emperor widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Han Tuo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the mirror shatter. Crap, this was His Majesty's treasure. Chapter 667 On par with Pangu. Chapter 667 On par with Pangu. The evil Heavenly Emperor frowned and stared at the golden mirror in his hand. He looked at Han Tuo from time to time, his mind filled with confusion. This is a chaotic numinous treasure. It can even deduce chaotic fiend celestials. What karma caused this mirror to shatter? The evil Heavenly Emperor felt inexplicably uneasy. Could it be that a terrifying existence that surpassed chaotic fiend celestials had targeted Han Tuo? He treated Han Tuo as his grandson. How could he let anything happen to him? The evil Heavenly Emperor said, "Follow me to visit a senior." Han Tuo asked curiously, "Which senior?" "An ancient god who stands at the end of the river of destiny. He's a transcendent existence that has existed since the beginning of time. When we get there, without my instructions, you are not allowed to speak or look at him." "Yes." The evil Heavenly Emperor waved his hand and left with Han Tuo. In the imperial city of the human race. Han Yu sat under a tree in his courtyard. There were dozens of cultivation formations set up in this courtyard, and the konate chi was extremely abundant. He suddenly opened his eyes, his handsome face revealing worry. What's happening? Han Yu muttered to himself. In the past 1,000 years, he had been uneasy from time to time, as if a calamity was coming. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It was fine in the past, but now, it had already affected his cultivation. If this continued, Han Yu was worried that he would go berserk. He hesitated for a long time before leaving. Several days later, he arrived at the top of the Buzhou Divine Mountain. There was a simple Taoist temple here. It was Li Daokong's cultivation place in the past. He pushed open the door and bowed to the mat that Li Daokong had once sat on. Master, I have something to ask you, Han Yu said softly and respectfully. After a while, Li Daokong's voice sounded, what is it? Han Yu told him about his troubles. Li Daokong said, don't worry. Nothing will happen to you in the heavenly Tao. Han Yu hesitated before saying, but this mentality has already affected my cultivation. Bear with it, it might be related to your ancestor. I can't figure out why, but there's one thing I can be sure of. Don't leave the heavenly Tao for the time being, understand? I understand. Han Yu immediately understood when he heard that it was related to his ancestor. Perhaps his ancestor had encountered trouble and his bloodline had resonated, causing his Tao heart to become unstable. He had heard of such a thing before. As the saying went, if one lived, all would live. If one died, all would die. In a mysterious space, the personal disciples of the hidden sect gathered here. This was the myriad worlds projection created by Han Ju's system. When cultivating, personal disciples always like to gather here. Through Zhou Fan, they could understand what was happening in the immortal world and the chaos. Li Daokong suddenly asked, is sect master not around recently? Chu Shiren said, yes, why? Nothing, I just wanted to ask, Li Daokong replied, heaving a sigh of relief. As long as nothing happened to Han Ju. Strangely, even after he became a sage, he couldn't spy on the 100-peak immortal river. He wondered if Han Ju was still in the hidden sect. Shuan Chang'an suddenly said, there are too many. Master has a son who's still in the process of being nurtured. He's already been nurtured for 4,000 years. He probably has extraordinary potential. The other disciples sighed in anticipation. Li Daokong was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. I see. Han Yu was indeed being affected by his bloodline. Li Daokong was not a gossipy person. He did not ask further. After understanding the reason, he was relieved and no longer worried about Han Yu. On the other side, Han Tuo followed the evil heavenly emperor into chaotic space. The fog was vast, and colorful lights flashed from time to time. This was the first time Han Tuo had come to such a space. He couldn't feel any life force, but the surrounding pressure caused him to tense up. He didn't even dare to look around. He kept feeling that something was staring at him, making him feel uncomfortable. After traveling for an unknown period of time, the evil heavenly emperor suddenly stopped. Han Tuo subconsciously looked up and saw a pair of huge legs as tall as the Buzhou Divine Mountain sitting in front of him. Looking up, he could only see the other party's exposed belly button. Further up, it was covered by clouds. Just the lower half of his body was millions of feet tall. It was extremely huge and had an extremely visual impact. There was actually a cold eye in that huge navel. Meeting its gaze, Han Tuo's soul almost exploded, scaring him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head. The evil heavenly emperor bowed and said, greetings, divine ancestor. Why are you here? An ancient voice sounded. It spoke extremely slowly. Just these words made Han Tuo feel as if he had lived through the 4 seasons. This feeling was extremely strange. Han Tuo was shocked to discover that his dharmic powers had increased greatly. His cultivation level increased just by listening to the other party. Han Tuo became even more nervous. The other party's existence exceeded his imagination and understanding. He suddenly forgot what the legs and belly button looked like. He did not dare to look up. Divine ancestor, what caused the divine mirror you gave me to shatter? The evil heavenly emperor asked respectfully. The ancient voice sounded, this karma is too great. It's not something it can withstand. It's related to this child's bloodline. A supreme expert will appear in his bloodline karma and overturn the chaos. Shocked, the evil heavenly emperor asked cautiously, has it already appeared and is about to break through, or is it about to be born? It's still being nurtured. The words of the ancient voice made the evil heavenly emperor and Han Tuo think of many things. Han Tuo first thought of Han Yu. Could it be that Han Yu really would surpass him? Or could it be that Han Yu's descendant would become a genius that shocked the chaos? The evil heavenly emperor thought of Han Ju. Was this kid going to have another child? When he was the Heavenly Emperor in the past, the evil Heavenly Emperor had many children. Occasionally, children with extraordinary potential who shocked the three realms would appear, such as Long Hao. Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. The evil Heavenly Emperor bowed. Since it was related to Han Ju, he couldn't be bothered. He turned around and prepared to leave with Han Tuo. At this moment, the ancient voice sounded again, this child is far from simple. Since ancient times, only two can compare to him. The evil Heavenly Emperor was stunned. He turned around and asked, Giant God Pengu and the Tao Ancestor. Tao Ancestor, he's just an opportunist. The evil Heavenly Emperor and Han Tuo were shocked. A terrifying expert comparable to the giant god Pengu and surpassing the Tao Ancestor. The evil Heavenly Emperor's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly left with Han Tuo. Don't look back. The evil Heavenly Emperor's voice entered Han Tuo's ears, scaring him so much that he followed closely behind and quickly flew away. Unknowingly, Han Tuo heard a strange song. It sometimes sounded like a resentful girl and sometimes sounded like a heroic shout, causing his consciousness to blur. When he woke up, he was shocked to discover that he had already returned to the numinous palace. Han Tuo's consciousness quickly cleared. He looked at the evil Heavenly Emperor and asked, Your Majesty, just now, the evil Heavenly Emperor said expressionlessly, what just now? 100 years have passed. You were almost mesmerized by that old man's Tao. Chapter 668 Expansion of the Hidden Sect, Primordial Phi and Celestial. Chapter 668 Expansion of the Hidden Sect, Primordial Phi and Celestial. So long, he wants to harm me. Han Tuo was shocked and had a lingering fear. The evil Heavenly Emperor shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that his Tao is too strong. You shouldn't have looked at him. If your cultivation level was any lower, your body and soul would have been destroyed the moment you saw him. Even more afraid now, Han Tuo asked curiously, is he stronger than the Tao Ancestor? The evil Heavenly Emperor replied, I'm not sure. That existence is not something I can assess. Don't think about it usually. Whatever you can think of, he can learn of it. Han Tuo nodded and became even more nervous. It could even spy on thoughts. It was too terrifying. You can return to the immortal world to take a look when you're free. If I'm not wrong, you should have a younger brother or sister soon, the evil Heavenly Emperor said. Han Tuo nodded, feeling complicated. To be able to resonate with his bloodline, how strong was his potential? Han Ju didn't know that his youngest son had caused such a huge commotion. He was still focused on cultivating. Another 4,000 years passed. Han Ju was finally close to breaking through. He was in a good mood. After his seclusion, he preached the Tao to the hidden sect disciples for 100 years. Not long after the lecture ended, Li Xuanao and Han Zuishan came to visit. As the first living being to transform in the 100-peak immortal river, Han Zuishan was already Li Xuanao's right-hand man. They managed the affairs of the 100-peak immortal river together. Han Ju let them in and the two of them knelt down. Han Zuishan began to report the situation in the sect. 10,000 nether race members were still stuck at the 6 mystic divine origin. Even so, it was still an extremely powerful force. Apart from that, the number of deity realm disciples had already exceeded 100,000. Not long ago, 2 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal disciples had been born. They were both geniuses and had already become personal disciples. Among them, Chu Shiren had taken in the most disciples. He was the Supreme Buddha in his previous life and had his own understanding of taking in disciples. However, so far, other than Tao Sovereign, no new pseudo-sage had been born. The next pseudo-sage was most likely Zhao Xuanyuan. After Han Zuishan finished speaking, Li Xuanao said, Sect Master, should the hidden sect expand? Now that the myriad worlds have welcomed a cultivation frenzy, the disciples of the various Providence sects are increasing day by day. The number of mortal worlds they cover is also increasing. Only our hidden sect is still guarding the 100-peak immortal river. I remember that more than 100,000 years ago, the heavenly race divided the nearby 3 regions to our hidden sect. It's time to use them. Of course, the decision is still yours. The reason why Li Xuanao dared to speak was that he could see the current situation of the heavenly Tao. Previously, when the Calamity race attacked, Han Ju had also sent Tao Sovereign out to fight, which meant that he still cared about the heavenly Tao. Since he cared about the heavenly Tao, it was necessary to take root and develop in it. Han Ju said, all right, you can arrange it. When the time comes, I'll send you out together. Build a city around the 100-peak immortal river and expand it. In the future, the 100-peak immortal river will still be the center of the hidden sect. He paused and continued, if anyone among the personal disciples wants to go out, you can bring them along. Dao sovereign's experience meant that not everyone was suitable to cultivate diligently. Occasionally, they needed to go out to train. Now that Hanju could already completely control the heavenly Dao, it was naturally fine to let them out. He did not let go in the past because he was afraid of causing trouble. He wasn't afraid now. Even if the sky collapsed, he could withstand it. Of course, if the disciples caused trouble, Hanju would also punish them severely. In any case, he had people in the netherworld. Those who had done evil should be severely punished. His principles and bottom line could not be broken. If they killed the innocent today, they might want to kill their master tomorrow. All right, I'll arrange it now, Li Xuanao said excitedly. Han Zuishan asked, Grand Master, is there a limit to the number of recruits? Hanju said, it's up to you. But if I'm not satisfied, I'll find trouble with you. These words immediately brought great pressure to Li Xuanao and Han Zuishan. After the two of them left, Hanju's gaze landed on Xing Hongshuan. The fetus was still being nurtured. It was the same size as before. At first glance, Xing Hongshuan did not seem to be pregnant. However, Hanju could feel that the fetus, aura had become stronger again. Hanju suddenly had a thought and used the simulation trial to check his surroundings. Primordial Fian Celestial. Nurturing state. Wow. It was really the Primordial Fian Celestial. Hantuo only had the qualifications to become a Primordial Fian Celestial. He had yet to completely evolve into a Primordial Fian Celestial for the time being, but this fetus was already a Primordial Fian Celestial when it was still in its nurturing state. Hanju found it strange. He had only given birth to 2 sons. Was his bloodline so well inherited? None of them were worthless. Hanju had no choice but to use the derivation function. I think I know why my youngest son can perfectly inherit my bloodline. If it was any other father, they would be overjoyed, but Hanju was instinctively vigilant. What if it was a trap? For example, Zhou Fan was the Dharma idol of the 7 Dao sage. Fang Liang was chosen by the Dao ancestor. Those experts of the great Dao always had a way to scheme against others without anyone knowing. Hanju didn't want his youngest son to become a sharp blade in the enemy's hands. It involves karma that surpasses the current limits of the system. It cannot be deduced. Hanju's heart skipped a beat when he saw this line of words. The first thing he thought of was the Dao ancestor. The Dao ancestor had started plotting against him after he had interfered with his Dao integration plan. Hanju asked, is my youngest son being controlled by others? Or is he the reincarnation of another mighty figure? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. As expected of my son. He's already worth 100 million before he's even born. This soul is a new existence. It only involves the transcendent rule and is not being controlled by any living being. Seeing this line of words, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he was not a spy. In that case, the reason why Hanju won consecutively was that he had touched a certain transcendent rule. What was it? Hanju was puzzled. Since he couldn't figure it out, forget it. Hanju started to check his emails. Your good friend Zhang Dugu has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Heavenly Venerate Zondu was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Pan Shin was attacked by your enemy, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Your good friend Ancestor Shishin was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by an inauspicious evil x 209,383,297. Your son Hantuo received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure in his dreams. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Calamity Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock comprehended a mystical power in battle. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Hantuo was attacked by a mysterious Dao Devil x 7,113,924. Ever since Divine Lord Peacock joined Hanju's circle of friends, he had been beaten up so many times that even Hantuo couldn't compare. Hanju was surprised. After so long, Divine Lord Peacock still hadn't escaped from the inauspicious Divine Emperor. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? It was not that the evil Heavenly Emperor wanted to recruit Divine Lord Peacock, but that the inauspicious Divine Emperor wanted to torture him. Hanju hesitated for a moment and decided to visit Divine Lord Peacock in his dreams. The dream was still above the yellow spring. Seeing him, Divine Lord Peacock immediately revealed an arrogant expression and said, "How is it? The inauspicious Divine Emperor can't trap me at all. Do you have anyone else to send? Send them all. I'll kill as many as they come." Chapter 669 Shock. Chapter 669 Shock. This fellow defeated the inauspicious Divine Emperor. Hanju thought to himself. It seemed that the situation was different from what he had imagined. Divine Lord Peacock continued to shout, "What? Are you shocked? Are you exasperated and want to curse me?" He had the karma bead that specialized in isolating curses, so he was naturally not afraid of curses. Hanju shook his head. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago. Besides, do you really think you escaped on your own?" Divine Lord Peacock frowned. Could it be Divine Lord Peacock carefully recalled the previous battle? There was indeed something wrong with the inauspicious Divine Emperor. He seemed very weak. Could it be that he had deliberately let him go? Divine Lord Peacock's expression instantly turned ashen. Compared to being defeated, he hated being humiliated even more. Divine Lord Peacock glared at him. "What do you want?" Hanju said, "Come back. Find a place outside the Heavenly Tao to enter seclusion. Wait for me to arrange for the disciples in the Heavenly Tao to challenge you." Inside the Heavenly Tao, Divine Lord Peacock laughed angrily. He had some understanding of the Heavenly Tao. Even the strongest sage was not his match. How could he not understand what Hanju meant? He wanted to nurture that Heavenly Tao disciple again and challenge him later. If that was the case, didn't that mean that Hanju thought that the Heavenly Tao disciple's potential was stronger than his? "Alright, I'll rush to the Heavenly Tao now. I want to see what your Heavenly Tao disciple is capable of." Divine Lord Peacock waved his sleeve and the dream shattered. Hanju opened his eyes and looked helpless. Why was this fellow so angry? How did he cultivate to this day with this temper? Fortunately, he was not born in the same era as him. Otherwise, he would definitely be slapped to death. Hanju still wanted to ask if the inauspicious Divine Emperor had really been killed by Divine Lord Peacock. He did not believe it. No matter how he looked at it, the inauspicious Divine Emperor was a great Tao existence. How could he be killed by a Freedom Realm cultivator? If this peacock was really so capable, Hanju wouldn't subdue him. He had to think of a way to get rid of him. Hanju didn't allow another person with his potential to exist in the world. Especially when they were enemies. Hanju teleported to the second Tao field. He gathered everyone in the second Tao field and began to preach. The chaotic Fian Celestial's cultivation speed was extremely fast. They had all reached the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. The heavenly constellation Fian Celestial had even reached the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. It seemed that the original chaotic Fian Celestial cultivated the fastest. Yongdu was the weakest. He had no choice. He had yet to transform into a chaotic Fian Celestial. In the Milky Way, Yongdu was extremely domineering. The name of the war god resounded throughout the galaxy, but here, his attitude was humble. In front of the other chaotic Fian Celestials, he did not seem to exist. It was not that the chaotic Fian Celestials were bullying him, but the difference in cultivation level was too great. Just talking to them gave Yongdu a huge psychological pressure. At the same time, Yongdu looked forward to becoming a chaotic Fian Celestial. As for the extreme pain Marongchi and Great Loose Heaven mentioned, he did not care at all. Hanju left after 100 years of lecture. He continued cultivating after returning to the 100-peak Immortal River. When he broke through to the late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm, he would attack Divine Lord Peacock and let him understand that there was always someone better. 1,000 years later, Hanju opened his eyes. His cultivation level had increased again, and he was getting closer and closer to breaking through. He glanced over and discovered that Divine Lord Peacock had already returned to the Calamity Race's city outside the Heavenly Tao. Although this fellow was arrogant, he still kept his word. Hanju said, "Come in." In the Taoist temple, his new disciple, Guan Bubai, had been waiting for several days. Guan Bubai came to visit in 1,000 years. Unfortunately, he still waited for a few days. It was not good for him to turn around and leave, so he simply waited outside. Hearing Hanju's words, Guan Bubai immediately entered the temple. After bowing, Guan Bubai said confidently, "Master, I've already become a pseudo-sage." When he first became Hanju's disciple, he was only at the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Now, he was already a pseudo-sage. As expected of the reincarnation of a freedom sage. Not bad, Hanju praised. Guan Bubai said, "Master, I've asked around. I heard that you're less than 200,000 years old." When he asked this, Guan Bubai had an awkward expression. Master, please impart me a great opportunity." Guan Bubai suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. He believed that Hanju was the reincarnation of a mighty figure, but even if he was, how could he become a sage in 200,000 years? Although Fang Liang had attained the Tao, he had transmigrated to the primordial era many times. His physical body was already more than 200,000 years old, and he had relied on Providence to attain the Tao. According to Guan Bubai's understanding, Hanju was not only a sage. Heavenly Venerate Zondu had said that Hanju was already a freedom realm existence. Guan Bubai guessed that Hanju had a way of quickly becoming stronger, so he couldn't help but come to greet him. He was really anxious to cultivate like this. Hanju naturally guessed Guan Bubai's thoughts, but he didn't agree immediately. What a joke, you're new here, what right do you have to receive better treatment than a personal disciple? Guan Bubai's forehead pressed against the ground, waiting for Hanju to agree. Hanju suddenly said, I indeed have a huge opportunity that can transform you. However, you haven't done anything for me yet. How can I believe you? Guan Bubai looked up and asked, what do you want me to do? Hanju asked, why are you in a hurry to become stronger? Guan Bubai gritted his teeth. Revenge. Hanju was silent. In his previous life, Guan Bubai was attacked when he was trying to break through to the great Dao Dao fruit. Such hatred was irreconcilable. If it was Hanju, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. Guan Bubai's favorability was 5 stars. In the past, Hanju would have trusted him, but now, he felt that as long as it wasn't maxed, it was unreliable. Hanju hesitated. After a long while, forget it, I'll send you to a place. Continue cultivating and wait, Hanju said and brought Guan Bubai to the second Dao field. Guan Bubai was puzzled. What place? Go out and listen to Marong Qi. As for why I brought you here, you can ask him. Hanju left after saying this. He had once instructed Marong Qi that anyone he sent here would be chaotic Phi and celestial candidates and he could explain everything to them. Guan Bubai immediately walked out of the Taoist temple. Marong Qi and the others immediately came over. There were few people in the second Dao field, but every newcomer was a future chaotic Phi and celestial. They naturally had to get to know him and rope him in. In the future, they had to fight for Hanju together. Sensing the terrifying blood essence of Marong Qi, the heavenly constellation Phi and celestial, the crimson fox, and great loose heaven, Guan Bubai was secretly shocked. He began to ask where this was. Marong Qi and the others did not hide anything. When Guan Bubai learned that Hanju could make him a chaotic Phi and celestial, he was stunned. In his previous life, he was the connate life form with the most outstanding potential. He had almost attained the great Tao, but he knew the difference between him and the chaotic Phi and celestial. Hanju could actually turn him into a chaotic Phi and celestial. Impossible. Guan Bubai's first reaction was disbelief. After he entered the simulation trial with Great Loose Heaven and the heavenly constellation Phi and celestial, he believed it and was shocked. A chaotic Phi and celestial at the zenith heaven golden immortal realm was enough to sweep through him. On the other side, a line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Guan Bubai's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Chapter 670 Domineering Heaven Opening Acts. Chapter 670 Domineering Heaven Opening Acts. This kid is quite tactful. Hanju thought silently. Even if Guan Bubai betrayed him later, he was not afraid. Before these chaotic Phi and celestials appeared, he would definitely test their loyalty. Those below 6 stars would all be thrown into the primordial heavenly prison. Hanju didn't want to be stabbed in the back. Not long after, he threw himself into cultivation again. He wanted to break through as soon as possible. In a courtyard, Long Hao and Hanyu sat at the table and drank happily. Recently, Hanyu's uneasiness had disappeared and he had returned to his normal state. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Although he was confident in his ancestor, if this state lasted for too long, it would also affect his cultivation and Tao heart. He might even suffer from Qi deviation. How about it? If we obtain this opportunity, countless geniuses will appear in the human race. Your Han family can use this opportunity to soar and greatly increase your status in the human race. Long Hao swirled his wine cup and smiled. Hanyu curled his lips. If that's the case, why doesn't your dragon race want it? Long Hao chuckled. Of course we want it. I just want to help you on account of our relationship. The cultivation forces of the Earth immortal world are not very strong. Now, only the hidden sect and the human school can enter. Hanyu frowned and asked, is this the intention of my ancestor? He already knew that his ancestor had an extremely high status in the hidden sect. Your ancestor doesn't have the time to care about you. I just want to help you and fight for the right to enter the hidden sect as soon as possible, Long Hao said angrily. At first, he only befriended Hanyu because he looked like Hanju. After interacting with him for so long, the two of them were already very concerned. Recently, he had learned in the myriad worlds projection that Hanju was about to have a son. This child's potential was extremely heaven-defying. When this kid descended, Hanju would definitely forget Hanyu even more. In Long Hao's opinion, no matter how well Han Yu did, he was far inferior to Han Ju. The greatest opportunity in the world was to win Han Ju's favor. Han Yu hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, I'll bring my Han family disciples there first. If I succeed, I'll bring the humans in." Long Hao beamed. "Don't worry, there are no powerful cultivators in the Earth immortal world. We're going to carry out the duty of immortal gods and spread our faith to absorb Providence." Han Yu nodded. Outside the heavenly Tao, in the city of the Calamity Race, Divine Lord Peacock was meditating and cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted a terrifying cold light. He looked over. An extremely powerful aura was quickly attacking from the depths of the darkness. It was unstoppable. Soon, he saw a mighty figure. It was unknown how tall it was, but it was even larger than the entire immortal world. This figure was bare-chested. His muscles were like huge mountains. He held a huge axe in his hand. The blade was surrounded by visible flames, like the chaotic chi when the world was created. It was vast and ancient. Divine Lord Peacock frowned. His gaze landed on the giant's face. This person's hair was disheveled and his white hair danced wildly. He looked like a demon. His face was wild and the corners of his mouth revealed killing intent and cruelty. "Freedom Realm fellow, what are you doing here in my heavenly Tao?" A cold voice entered Divine Lord Peacock's ears. Divine Lord Peacock immediately flashed into the darkness and turned to look at the giant. This giant was Han Ju's good friend, Pan Xin. Pan Xin was much younger than before. His body was completely different from before. He had the aura of the legendary giant god Pangu. "Who are you?" Divine Lord Peacock asked in a low voice. The first thing he thought of was that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord's disciple. This person revealed that he was a heavenly Tao living being and was so powerful. He was very likely sent by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Pan Xin said disdainfully, "Remember my name, I'm Pan Xin." "No, you won't have the chance to remember it." With that, he suddenly raised the heaven-opening axe and slashed down angrily. His body was even larger than the immortal world. Just the terrifying wind stirred up by his raised arm was enough to tear everything apart. The chaotic chi in the dark forbidden zone surged violently. The heaven-opening axe slashed out with unstoppable force. Divine Lord Peacock raised his right hand. A five-colored divine light shot out from his back and collided with the heaven-opening axe. The five-colored divine light shattered. The terrifying wind landed on Divine Lord Peacock's body. In an instant, Divine Lord Peacock's body was destroyed. In the next second, Divine Lord Peacock appeared in another place with a terrified expression. "How can this be?" Divine Lord Peacock was shocked. His five-colored divine light was his intrinsic mystical power that had been upgraded to a great Tao mystical power. This was his strongest reliance. Even a great Tao sage would stagger when brushed by the five-colored divine light. His gaze was fixed on the heaven-opening axe in Pan Xin's hand. "What was that?" Pan Xin smiled disdainfully and swung his axe again. Divine Lord Peacock was completely furious. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Divine Lord Peacock rushed towards Pan Xin, and a huge battle immediately erupted. In the heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven, the sages were alarmed by the terrifying battle aura. Han Ju, who was cultivating, was the same. He opened his eyes and recognized that Divine Lord Peacock's opponent was Pan Xin. Holding the heaven-opening axe, Pan Xin was extremely ferocious. He was completely suppressing Divine Lord Peacock. Han Ju was not surprised. After all, Pan Xin had killed his way out of a group of great Tao sages. "Why isn't my heaven-opening axe so powerful?" Han Ju was depressed. The heaven-opening axe he had obtained from the system had already been thrown into the system space. Seeing the heaven-opening axe in Pan Xin's hand, his heart burned again. It had to be said that the heaven-opening axe was really cool. It swept through the world. Who could compete? At the same time, Han Ju mourned for Divine Lord Peacock. He had just returned and was being beaten again. Han Ju didn't want to interfere. He might not be Pan Xin's match now. Staying away from trouble was the right choice. Will Pan Xin harm the heavenly Tao? Han Ju asked in his mind. The current Pan Xin was indeed powerful. He had to be wary. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. He has the providence of the heavenly Tao. With the death of the heavenly Tao, his strength will decrease greatly and he will even lose control of the supreme treasure. Seeing this line of words, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, Pan Xin was on the heavenly Tao's side. Han Ju closed his eyes. The 1,000-year mark was not reached yet. He couldn't stop. As for Divine Lord Peacock, if he died in Pan Xin's hands, it meant that he had no fate with the great Tao. However, Han Ju still believed that he could escape. This fellow had such a bad temper. If he was going to die, he would have died long ago. In the blink of an eye, Han Ju's 1,000-year seclusion ended. He opened his eyes in shock. Pan Shin and Divine Lord Peacock were still fighting. The two of them had fought for more than 600 years. They had already entered a deeper space. Only sages could sense it. It seemed that Pan Shin was still very worried about the heavenly Tao, afraid that the battle pressure would affect it. Divine Lord Peacock shone with the 5-colored divine light. His speed was extremely fast, turning into afterimages. Even sages were dazzled. Pan Shin couldn't keep up with his speed. Divine Lord Peacock's 5-colored divine light was like a blade, causing Pan Shin to be covered in injuries. However, this did not affect him at all. Pan Shin's aura was still domineering. Han Ju's blood boiled. This was a true battle. However, I still pursue the path of insta-kill. Although such a battle is exciting, it's too dangerous. Han Ju thought silently. Chapter 671 to 1 Infinite Reverence. Chapter 671 Infinite Reverence. Han Ju watched the battle for a long time. He suddenly felt that the reason why Pan Shin could survive from a group of great Tao sages might be because he was durable. Divine Lord Peacock's aura began to weaken, and so did his speed. He was often struck by Pan Shin's heaven-opening axe and his body was destroyed. On the other hand, Pan Shin seemed to be injured, but his condition was still high and did not show any signs of decline. At this rate, if Divine Lord Peacock did not escape, he would definitely die. Fellow Taoist Han, come to the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice entered his ears. Han Ju looked up. Sweeping his sage sense through the 33rd heaven, he discovered that all the sages had gone to the Universal Hall. He was relieved. He flashed into the Universal Hall and all the sages gathered. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, Pan Shin has returned. He should be on the Heavenly Tao's side. Previously, he had been hunted down and suppressed by Jin Shen. If he's willing to protect the Heavenly Tao, this matter has to be resolved. Jin Shen was the ancient master of calamity. The sages discussed this matter. Han Ju only listened and didn't say anything. He also learned about Pan Shin and Jin Shen's past. Jin Shen was one of the Tao ancestor's disciples. Back then, when the Tao ancestor first preached after attaining the Tao, Jin Shen had also participated. As the calamity increased, the Tao ancestor conferred Jin Shen as the master of calamity, meaning to maintain the order of the calamity. The calamity also had rules. For example, after the calamity began, living beings outside the heavenly Tao were not allowed to enter. Pan Shin was Pangu's descendant. After he entered the calamity, he would not encounter heavenly punishment, so he always acted recklessly. Jin Shen had no choice but to take action. As time passed, the two of them formed a grudge that could not be resolved. Now that Pan Shin had risen, Jin Shen was only at the perfected pseudo-sage realm. How could he be his match? When Pan Shin entered the heavenly Tao, he would definitely threaten the sages to hand over Jin Shen. Han Ju also learned that the reason why Jin Shen targeted Pan Shin was because of the other sages. Pan Shin used to be fearless and didn't even care about sages. He often said bad things about sages and offended them. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Chu Zilai, and Emperor Shao had all schemed against him. After arguing for a long time, the sages finally decided to see Pan Shin's attitude. If he really wanted revenge, they could only hand over Jin Shen. Han Ju had no objections to this. If he was Pan Shin, he would also think of a way to crush Jin Shen. Otherwise, he would be unhappy. After the conversation ended, Han Ju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River to continue cultivating. Subconsciously glancing at Xing Hongshuan, he suddenly froze. Xing Hongshuan was meditating and cultivating, but she did not notice the situation in her body. Han Ju saw that the fetus was posing in the womb. Its movements slowly changed as if it was cultivating This posture Han Ju widened his eyes. Wasn't this the action of Pan Shin swinging his axe? Was this kid imitating Pan Shin? But how did he see it? Even the pseudo-sages in the heavenly Tao could not spy on the battle between Pan Shin and Divine Lord Peacock. Was this the primordial Fian Celestial's talent? Why don't I have it? Han Ju hesitated. No matter what, it was a good thing that his son was talented. In any case, this kid was still being nurtured. It was unknown when he would be born. Han Ju shook his head and continued cultivating. 2,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. He was already close to breaking through. He could break through in at most 1,000 years. More than 30,000 years had passed since his last breakthrough. Time passed really quickly. Han Ju looked over. Divine Lord Peacock had already escaped and Pan Shin was still recuperating in the dark forbidden zone. Han Ju checked the emails and saw one. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by your good friend Pan Shin and was severely injured. Hanju couldn't help but mourn for Divine Lord Peacock. Ever since he met Hanju, Divine Lord Peacock seemed to have been very unlucky. Could this fellow also treat Pan Shin as the Dark Forbidden Lord's disciple? Amused, Hanju immediately sent him a dream. In the dream, Divine Lord Peacock saw him and remained silent. Hanju didn't say anything. The atmosphere was awkward. After a long while Divine Lord Peacock snorted. What supreme treasure is your disciple using? After being defeated by Pan Shin, he almost felt depressed, but he quickly blamed the defeat on the heaven-opening axe. Pan Shin was not his match, but the heaven-opening axe was too strong. Hanju said, "Heaven-opening axe." Divine Lord Peacock's pupils suddenly dilated. The connate supreme treasure of giant god Pangu. I see. That makes sense. Then, are you convinced? 1111. Divine Lord Peacock was silent. He was actually not convinced. He pinched his fingers and calculated Pan Shin. He couldn't figure it out. Now that Hanju admitted it and even said the name of that Dharma treasure, it meant that Pan Shin was really his disciple. Damn it! Divine Lord Peacock was extremely aggrieved. He had always wanted to challenge the Dark Forbidden Lord and even brought the karma bead so that the other party couldn't curse him. In the end, before he could really see the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was defeated by his disciple. He had been invincible in his life and was almost invincible in the same realm. In the end, the more Divine Lord Peacock thought about it, the angrier he became. He even felt that his persistence was meaningless. Hanju said, "Find a place to cultivate well and come to me in the future." Divine Lord Peacock replied gloomily. Hanju said, "Don't be discouraged. Pan Shin himself is not that strong. In the future, as long as you are loyal, I can also make you stronger, even surpassing the Great Tao. Do you know what realm is above the Great Tao Sage realm?" "What realm?" "Above the Great Tao Sage realm is the Great Tao Supreme realm. Above that is the Tao Creator realm. Do you know how insignificant the Freedom realm is now?" Divine Lord Peacock was silent as waves surged in his mind. He thought that a Great Tao Sage was the strongest existence. He didn't expect there to be two levels above. He had never heard of them. Hanju said meaningfully, "My goal is not the heavenly Tao or the deity realm of the ruins of End, but a higher level. I can't tell you for the time being. The reason why I'm looking for you is not because of your strength, but because I like your future. One day, you will understand that all the disputes today are child's play. When the true Great Tao immeasurable calamity descends, the heavenly Tao and the deity realm of the ruins of End won't be able to take care of themselves. What Great Tao Sage? Just cannon fodder. The strongest can destroy 3,000 Great Tao with a flip of their hand. Those who aren't eternal can't escape the immeasurable karma. Those transcendent existences can turn your cognitive world into nothingness with a thought." Hanju's words were extremely domineering, as if he was a Tao creator. Divine Lord Peacock was shocked. He suddenly felt very small. Divine Lord Peacock's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. With Divine Lord Peacock's cultivation, how could he trust others easily? However, he couldn't see through Hanju. He couldn't see through Pan Shin and the inauspicious Divine Emperor. When all the unknown gathered together, it would produce endless reverence. Although Divine Lord Peacock was arrogant, he knew that he was not invincible. There was always someone better. Divine Lord Peacock took a deep breath and said, "From now on, I will acknowledge you as my master. I hope you can bring me to a higher level." Chapter 672 Breakthrough. Karma Heaven. Chapter 672 Breakthrough. Karma Heaven. Hanju and Divine Lord Peacock chatted for a long time. After Divine Lord Peacock returned, under Hanju's instructions, he began to talk about what had happened when he was captured by the inauspicious Divine Emperor. It turned out that the inauspicious Divine Emperor did not hand him over to the evil Heavenly Emperor at all. Instead, he used him to bargain with him. While the two sides were fighting, Divine Lord Peacock escaped. Divine Lord Peacock even asked if Hanju had asked the inauspicious Divine Emperor to let him escape on purpose. This was because the last time the inauspicious Divine Emperor attacked, his strength was much inferior, as if he was severely injured. Hanju only smiled and didn't say anything. Divine Lord Peacock was still very puzzled. Since the evil Heavenly Emperor and the inauspicious Divine Emperor were both working for the Dark Forbidden Lord, why were they fighting among themselves? Hanju asked, "Why are the 3 pure ones divided into 3 branches?" Divine Lord Peacock was silent. No matter what, Hanju accepted Divine Lord Peacock. He let him recuperate first and contact him in the future. After the battle with Pan Shin, Divine Lord Peacock's soul origin had been damaged greatly. He needed time to recuperate. I have to break through quickly. When the time comes, I'll capture Divine Lord Peacock and throw him into the primordial heavenly prison. He'll completely become my lackey. Hanju thought silently. If he defeated Divine Lord Peacock and he sincerely submitted, Hanju couldn't use the primordial heavenly prison. Continue cultivating. Hanju perked up and started sprinting. 600 years later, Hanju began to break through. It took him more than 300 years to break through. Awesome. It had been a long time. His dharmic powers surged. His soul was elevated. Every breakthrough was a sublimation. At this moment, Hanju felt that his potential was not so mediocre after all. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his attributes panel. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 197,490, 6,304 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race: Primordial Fiend Celestial Immeasurable Emperor. Cultivation: Late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm Perfect Sage. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin. Not only did his lifespan increase, but it also doubled. Hanju felt that it was a little ridiculous how his lifespan refreshed every time he broke through. Coupled with the Book of Misfortune, he was simply invincible. However, on second thought, he had to break through quickly. If it were anyone else, how could they break through so quickly? Even if he gave the Book of Misfortune to others, once they became addicted, they would be squeezed dry by the book before they could break through and refresh their lifespan. They would die of old age. Hanju felt that he couldn't rely on the Book of Misfortune. He had to reduce his reliance on it. 200 years later, Hanju completely stabilized his cultivation. He first checked the emails. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your enemy, Karma Heaven. He was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by your enemy, Karma Heaven. He was severely injured. Your good friend Pan Shin has obtained Pengu's inheritance. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress How To comprehended the chaos and obtained the comprehension of reincarnation. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Calamity Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your son Han Tuo was deprived of his body by your enemy, Karma Heaven. His soul was imprisoned. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by an inauspicious evil x 78,902,922. Your good friend Huang Zuntian has entered the dark forbidden zone. Hanju frowned when he saw Han Tuo's encounter. Karma Heaven. How dare you hurt the Heavenly Emperor and my son? Not only that, but you also took away my son's body. Hanju was worried that Karma Heaven would discover the secret of Han Tuo's body. He immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing him. Needless to say, he would definitely be killed in one go. Karma Heaven, Great Tao Divine Spirit, formed by the Great Tao of Karma. Later, it was controlled by ancestor Shishin and was deprived of the Great Tao origin. Therefore, it hates the Heavenly Tao. Because you stopped his plan to destroy the Heavenly Tao, it has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Hanju checked Karma Heaven's information again. Not only was he helping the Heavenly Emperor and Han Tuo, but he was also helping the ancestor eliminate a great enemy. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. He opened his attributes panel and stared at his lifespan. 100 million years, 1 billion years, 10 billion years, 100 billion years, 1 trillion years, 10 trillion years, 100 trillion years. Hanju continued cursing. His current lifespan was not worth mentioning in his eyes. He suddenly remembered that he had decided to use the Book of Misfortune less. Just this once. One last time. Using it less did not mean he would not use it. After adjusting his state of mind, Hanju focused on cursing. In the dark starry sky, there was a huge oil lamp. Millions of souls floated in the wick. They were imprisoned here and could not escape. Han Tuo and Yi Tian were also among them. Yi Tian said, "Brother, do you find this scene familiar?" Frustrated, Han Tuo was asked in an annoyed tone, "What do you mean?" Back then, when I was suppressed by the Dark Sage King, was it very similar to now? Han Tuo couldn't understand Yi Tian's mind. He was still in the mood to joke. The enemy this time was different from the past. Even the evil Heavenly Emperor was severely injured. Millions of heavenly troops were suppressed here and endured the burning of the lamp. It was a fate worse than death. Han Tuo couldn't help but think of his father. He was his only hope. He said that he wanted to grow up on his own. He didn't expect to need his father's help again. At this moment the dark starry sky stirred up a cold wind. The lights of the huge oil lamp swayed as the fire increased, causing many heavenly troops to wail. A great pressure descended. Han Tuo actually felt as if his soul was about to dissipate. What happened? Han Tuo was shocked and swept his gaze in all directions. Yi Tian asked carefully, "What does that fellow want?" Han Tuo did not answer him. The huge oil lamp had a mysterious restriction that prevented them from using their divine sense. They could only use their naked eyes to capture it. HMPH, what a heavenly court. I didn't expect you to have the backing of the Dark Forbidden Lord. A cold snort sounded. Han Tuo remembered that the other party was the mysterious mighty figure who had suppressed them. Millions of heavenly troops were captured by the other party with a single hand. It was still a nightmare to think about such a mystical power. Since you want to save them, I'll devour their bodies. Karma Heaven's voice sounded again. In an instant, Han Tuo's expression changed drastically. He felt that his body was already gone. It was not only him. The other souls could also feel it. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable, causing their souls to quickly weaken. Because of your curse, your enemy Karma Heaven's Tao heart has wavered. Because of your curse, your enemy Karma Heaven's Tao heart shattered and his cultivation decreased greatly. Your enemy Karma Heaven has devoured 1,000,000 living beings. His bloodline has fused with them and his providence has increased greatly. Seeing the latest emails, Han Ju's expression darkened. Could it be that Karma Heaven had eaten Han Tuo? Courting death, Han Ju continued cursing. He had already consumed 2 quadrillion years of his lifespan, and it was still decreasing, 3 quadrillion years. The mental demons of your enemy, Karma Heaven, were born because of your curse. 4 quadrillion years. Your enemy, Karma Heaven, is affected by your curse. His mental demons are causing trouble. His bloodline is surging and his body was destroyed. 5 quadrillion years. Aren't you going to die? Chapter 673 Soul Transforming into the Great Tao. Chapter 673 Soul Transforming into the Great Tao. I don't believe it. I have to kill you. Even if I can't kill you, I have to make sure you can't jump around anymore. Han Ju muttered to himself. The black light of the Book of Misfortune flickered, causing his expression to change. He looked very cold, like an evil villain plotting behind the scenes. His lifespan continued to decrease rapidly. 6 quadrillion years. Your enemy, Karma Heaven, is affected by your curse. Mental demons wreak havoc and his soul is severely injured. Your enemy, Karma Heaven, perished and his soul transformed into the great Tao of Karma. Han Ju's curse missed after that. Karma Heaven had perished. Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships. Karma Heaven's portrait was still there. He had relied on some method to survive. Just like the chaotic deity and Kundi, although they were believed to have died, they were actually still alive. At this moment, the clouds in the sky churned as crimson light filled the sky. It was a spectacular and beautiful sight. Han Ju curled his lips when he saw this. What was the heavenly Tao doing? It always mourned for the enemy. If a sage in the heavenly Tao died, the heavenly Tao would not react. Han Ju had reason to suspect that the heavenly Tao was a traitor. The heavenly Tao had once given birth to a heavenly Tao spirit and was absorbed by Fang Liang. Han Ju suddenly wondered if the heavenly Tao spirit was still around. Han Ju didn't calculate. It didn't affect him much, anyway. Karma Heaven transformed into the great Tao and was not a threat for the time being. Han Tuo should be able to escape or be saved by the evil heavenly emperor. As for his body, if he couldn't find it, there was nothing he could do. Everything was karma. Han Ju closed his eyes and began to improve his sword Tao mystical powers. Several months later, he continued to comprehend the grand unity aspect. 130 years passed. Han Ju learned 50 new Fian celestial Dharma idols, accumulating a total of 349. He gained another 50 different great Tao powers. Han Ju concluded that many great Tao actually had the same effect, but the exact performance was different. Among the new Fian celestial Dharma idols, the one that left the deepest impression on him was the spatial absorption Fian celestial. It could absorb space. The stronger one's cultivation was, the greater the space they could absorb. As long as they were strong enough, it was not impossible to absorb the entire chaos and fuse it with themselves. Not only could the spatial absorption Fian celestial take away space, but it could also absorb and fuse it into its own power. Han Ju felt that if the spatial absorption Fian celestial stayed cautious like him, Pengu might not be able to defeat it. Apart from that, the wondrous technique Fian celestial, the flesh Fian celestial, and the blood chi Fian celestial also interested Han Ju. After receiving a mystical power, the power that the wondrous technique Fian Celestial could use was extremely abnormal. Hanju felt that the flesh Fian Celestial was like Pan Shin, the great Tao that represented the limit of the body. Its attack might not be powerful, but its endurance was heaven-defying. The blood chi Fian Celestial burned its blood essence to transform into supreme dharmic powers. At the same time, it could seize the blood essence of others. It was extremely domineering. Hanju began the simulation trial to adapt to the new Fian Celestial Dharma idols. He also wanted to see if the heaven-opening axe, the killing Tao token, and the primordial judgment sword could display greater power in the hands of the Dharma idols. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the Universal Hall, the sages sat side by side. Facing them were Heavenly Venerate Zondu and Pan Shin. Unlike the seriousness of the sages, Pan Shin's posture was indecent, sloppy, and rude, like a hooligan in the streets. Pan Shin, who had transformed into the size of an ordinary person, was still burly. He stood beside Heavenly Venerate Zondu like an iron tower. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were strong and wild. His white hair was disheveled, and his eyes were like ferocious beasts sweeping across the sages. The sages had unnatural expressions and were a little afraid of him. Shi Dudao and Li Daokong were secretly disdainful. He had only picked up Pengu's Providence, not cultivated it himself. They looked down on Pan Shin because he did not have the demeanor of an expert. Pan Shin grinned and said, "Everyone, I didn't expect this day to come." "Are you very shocked?" He looked at Chu Zilai and cursed. "Bald donkey, weren't you very arrogant in the past? Why didn't you use the Tao destruction mystical power to destroy me?" Chu Zilai's face twitched, but he did not say anything. Pan Shin began to scold them one by one. The sages who were scolded looked a little embarrassed. However, Pan Shin was indeed different from before. They didn't dare to put on airs. Although they were undying and indestructible in the heavenly Tao, what if Pan Shin kept killing them? Just like how Hanju killed the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage, causing him to have no choice but to escape and never dare to provoke Hanju again. What if Pan Shin did the same to them? Pan Shin looked at Li Daokong, Shi Dudao, and Fang Liang. He thought for a moment and ignored them. Even Heavenly Venerate Wufa was scolded by him. "Don't worry, I'm no longer the same as before. I won't care about the past. From today onwards, I'll protect the heavenly Tao. I won't participate in the battle for Providence, but I only ask for one thing. I want you to ensure that the heavenly Tao's providence continues to increase. If the providence decreases, I'll have to consider establishing a new sage." Pan Shin snorted, his face filled with arrogance. The sages were silent. Li Daokong suddenly couldn't take it anymore and cursed. "Stop acting arrogant. If you're really that strong, why don't you directly sweep through the deity realm of the ruins of End and ensure the heavenly Tao's absolute safety?" Pan Shin glanced at him. "I've already swept through the deity realm of the ruins of End." Li Daokong chuckled. Seeing that the argument had affected the hidden sect sage, Heavenly Venerate Zondu had no choice but to say, "Since fellow Taoist Pan doesn't care about the past, we'll make peace and protect the heavenly Tao together. After the ancient desolate is broken, the deity realm of the ruins of End will definitely covet the heavenly Tao even more. Fellow Taoist Pan, can you tell us about the situation in the deity realm of the ruins of End?" The sages nodded. They were also very curious about the situation there. Pan Shin said, "The deity realm of the ruins of End is indeed in chaos. Those great Tao sages are moving their inheritances out one after another. It's not only the great Tao sages who threaten the heavenly Tao, but also the terrifying existences in the ancient desolate. I've been to the ancient desolate and know that many powerful existences want to step on the heavenly Tao to attain the Tao. The heavenly Tao is the giant god Pengu's providence and the way the Tao ancestor used to attain the Tao. To those transcendent Tao cultivators and great Tao deities comparable to the great Tao sages, it has an irresistible attraction." He began to talk about the ancient desolate. He spoke very seriously, but he looked relaxed and did not take the ancient desolate seriously at all. Now, he was extremely confident that he would become the next Pengu. On the other side, Hanju stayed in the simulation trial for 20 years. He felt that his combat ability had increased again. Even when facing Ancestor Shishin, he was no longer easily controlled. He could persist and not be killed. Of course, he was still not Ancestor Shishin's match. Hanju couldn't help but be shocked by Pan Shin's strength. How did this fellow escape from a group of great Tao sages? At the thought of Pan Shin, Hanju's eyes lit up. He looked up. Pan Shin had indeed entered the heavenly Tao and had even established his own Tao field outside the 33rd heaven. Pengu Hall. How pretentious. Hanju immediately moved to the front of Pengu Hall and used the simulation trial to detect Pan Shin. Almost instantly, he jumped back into the 100-peak immortal river. In the Pengu Hall, Pan Shin opened his eyes. He frowned and muttered, that aura just now was a little familiar. Chapter 674 Pengu's Reincarnation. Chapter 674 Pengu's Reincarnation. After returning to the Taoist temple, Hanju immediately entered the simulation trial and challenged Pan Shin. An hour later, he began the second simulation trial. Just as he had guessed, Pan Shin's strength was mainly reflected in his indestructible body. This kind of immortality was even more domineering than the revival of the heavenly Tao. It was impossible to destroy his body. As for the heaven-opening axe, it was too slow and couldn't hurt Hanju at all. If Divine Lord Peacock could dodge, so could he. Hanju used the primordial divine rage to fuse with the power of the Fian Celestials and finally cut Pan Shin in half. In the end, a green lotus rose and enveloped him, blocking all the attacks. 36th grade chaotic green lotus. Not bad. Hanju began to immerse himself in the battle with Pan Shin. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. How satisfying. A confident smile appeared on his face again. He had the stellar primordial body and grasped many great Tao mystical powers. He held all sorts of supreme treasures and could always fight across realms. Pan Shin was strong, but he might not be able to compare to him. Although he didn't find a way to shatter the 36th grade chaotic green lotus, he could already injure Pan Shin's body. The terrifying power after the fusion of the chaotic Fian celestial Dharma idols could tear Pan Shin apart. He discovered that Pan Shin's body was very complicated and actually contained the power of many great Tao. If it was a cultivator who only grasped one great Tao, he would indeed be unable to defeat him. The great Tao sages only cultivated one great Tao. Just one great Tao was enough for them to comprehend for countless years. Furthermore, there was a rejection between the various great Tao. Not everyone was like Hanju. He also solved his doubts. Pan Shin wasn't powerful enough to resist a group of great Tao sages, but the great Tao sages couldn't hurt him at all. Apart from his powerful body, he also had the 36th grade chaotic green lotus. Similarly, because of the difference in cultivation, he couldn't hurt the great Tao sages. It was probably because they couldn't kill after attacking for a long time that the great Tao sages let Pan Shin go. The battle with Pan Shin made Hanju regain his confidence. Pan Shin could beat the perfected Divine Lord Peacock, and he could also beat Pan Shin. Didn't that mean that Hanju was already invincible in the Freedom Realm? That's right, it was a beating. After more than 10,000 simulation trials, Hanju could already prevent Pan Shin from hurting him at all. He couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. However, it was very difficult to kill Pan Shin. First, he had to think of a way to break through the strongest defense of the 36th grade chaotic green lotus. Hanju looked down at the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction black lotus and sighed. It was really incomparable. It was infuriating. They were both lotuses, but why was the other party's lotus so strong? Hanju shook his head and stood up. He began to stretch his muscles and bones. At the same time, he covered the great Tao of extreme origin and made all the disciples in the 100-peak immortal river enter a state of Tao comprehension. The sound of the great Tao kept echoing in their ears. Countless ideas burst out from their minds and attacked the barriers they encountered in their cultivation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hanju began to observe the immortal world. Cities had already been built near the 100-peak immortal river. Under the operation of Li Xuanao and Han Zuishan, the number of unnamed disciples of the hidden sect was increasing at a terrifying speed. With the reputation of the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage, Li Xuanao easily took back the 3 regions. The hidden sect was developing well. In the immortal world, humans became more and more like the heavenly Tao race. Hanju discovered that not only the immortal world, but the providence of the humans in the earth immortal world also became stronger and stronger. Moreover, the providence of the 2 worlds was actually fusing. He counted with his fingers and smiled. Long Hao had improved. He wasn't as rash as before and knew how to use his brain. Hanju took a look at Han Yu. This fellow was still stuck at the 6th mystic divine origin. It was indeed not easy to break through to the zenith heaven realm. It could block the path of 90% of the deity realm experts. Ever since Pan Shin returned, the providence of the heavenly Tao had been increasing exponentially. Even the heavenly Tao domain was constantly expanding. How impressive! Thinking of something, Hanju immediately checked Pan Shin's profile picture. Pan Shin, late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm, Pengu's reincarnation, one of the first living beings after creation. He has experienced the immeasurable calamity and was playing in the mortal world. Afraid of being discovered by the ancient master of calamity, he especially infiltrated the Sword Dao River. Because of your nature, he is interested in you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Gasp. Late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm. Last time, he was only a Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Wasn't his strength growing too quickly? Hanju noticed something. Pan Shin used to be Pengu's descendant. Why did he suddenly become Pengu's reincarnation? Something was wrong. Hanju had no choice but to use the derivation function. Why did Pan Shin become Pengu's reincarnation? 150 billion years will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Detected that Pan Shin's body contains karma that exceeds the system's current limit. It is corroding his soul bit by bit until the reincarnation process ends. Hanju remained silent. He suddenly began to pity Pan Shin. In the end, you're still a pawn. Perhaps Pan Shin did not even realize this and was still immersed in powerful joy. How long will this process take? 150 billion years will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Can't deduce it accurately. With the current transformation speed of his soul, it will take at least 100 million years. 100 million years. Hanju frowned. This speed was actually very fast. Previously, when the Dark Sage King planned to invade the Heavenly Tao, it would take billions or even tens of billions of years. Hanju wasn't sure what his cultivation level would be in 100 million years. But no matter what, he had to hurry up and become stronger. If Pengu descended into the Heavenly Tao, it would not be safe. Pengu Tao ancestor, what are you guys plotting? Hanju fell into deep thought. These two transcendent existences were trying their best to revive. It was really strange. It seemed that the great Tao immeasurable calamity was not groundless. It would even involve all the supreme experts since ancient times. Hanju couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. In the darkness, an old Taoist slowly walked forward. Lotus flowers bloomed under his feet and space fluctuated. It was Ancestor Shishin. Ancestor Shishin looked forward expressionlessly. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly stopped. There was still darkness ahead, and nothing could be seen. Ancestor Shishin said, "Why did you transform into the Great Tao? This isn't your style." As soon as he finished speaking, a venomous voice sounded, "Shishin, tell me the truth. Are you the Dark Forbidden Lord?" Dark Forbidden Lord? Ancestor Shishin asked in surprise. You were cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Why did he do that? Before this, what did you do and who did you target? The vicious voice sounded again, HMPH, still pretending. I only captured people from the Heavenly Court. Ancestor Shishin pinched his fingers to deduce and revealed a look of realization. Immediately, his gaze became complicated. It's really him. Ancestor Shishin turned around and left. Shishin, you forced me back into the Great Tao. Do you think you can control the power of the Great Tao of Karma alone? You can't escape this chaotic chessboard. You're still a pawn. I want to see how long you can struggle. The vicious voice was filled with mockery. Ancestor Shishin did not turn around or answer. He seemed old but extremely determined. Chapter 675 200,000 years old. Chapter 675 200,000 years old. 1,000 years passed. Hanju originally wanted to enter seclusion until his 200,000th birthday, but considering that Li Xuanao had been waiting outside the Dao field for a long time, he still stopped cultivating. He moved him into the Taoist temple. Li Xuanao waited for more than 10 years and finally saw Hanju. He heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't think too much about it. He knew that Hanju was used to going into seclusion for 1,000 years. Before the 1,000 years were up, even a sage could forget about seeing him. Sect Master, now that the hidden sect. Li Xuanao began to report the situation. The number of outer disciples had already exceeded 10 million. There was a threshold for the hidden sect to recruit disciples. They had to be at least a Grand Unity Heaven Immortal. Apart from recruiting disciples, many sage sects and races also took the initiative to express their goodwill. During this period of time, many geniuses appeared among the hidden sect disciples outside the 100-peak Immortal River. This was the Heavenly Tao. It seemed to be inferior to the deity realm of the ruins of End, but it had a deep foundation and often produced geniuses. The great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End were also once Heavenly Tao living beings. Now, they could even compare to some chaotic Fian celestials. It was enough to show the potential of the Heavenly Tao living beings. Li Xuanao wanted to recommend some talented disciples to cultivate in the 100-peak Immortal River. The spirit chi in the Tao field was richer than all the holy lands in the immortal world. Even if Hanju didn't preach the Tao, it was still a huge opportunity. Hanju didn't refuse and gave Li Xuanao 100 spots. Actually, the 100-peak Immortal River was very big, but he wanted to create the illusion that the quota was very tight and let Li Xuanao choose the most outstanding disciples. The disciples who entered would also cherish the opportunity and work harder. Li Xuanao was very excited after receiving the answer. 100 spots. He was confident that he could choose 100 geniuses with at least zenith heaven potential, or even pseudo-sages. He was very excited at the thought that 100 zenith heavens would rise in the future because of his promotion. He was also a zenith heaven golden immortal, but he was far inferior to Li Daokong. He felt that it was very difficult to improve, so he wanted to focus on managing the hidden sect and fight for himself in another aspect. Han Ju and Li Xuanao were very satisfied. After Li Xuanao left, Han Ju continued cultivating and prepared to welcome his 200,000th birthday. The current immortal world could be said to be flourishing. The calamity race had already fused with the heavenly Tao. More and more mortal worlds were born. Under the instructions of the sages, more and more sects and races began to explore the Dark Forbidden Zone. Although the Dark Forbidden Zone was empty, too many experts had died there over the years. This was an opportunity. In addition, there were also some secret realms and dimensional spaces hidden in the Dark Forbidden Zone. They were all things that were helpful for the development of a faction. To sages, such an arrangement could help the heavenly Tao understand the chaos more effectively and even know some potential enemies in advance. Although there were battles in the immortal world, the overall situation was very peaceful. In such a golden age, cultivation talent was the easiest to stand out. Without battles, geniuses could grow better. Many geniuses also appeared on the heavenly Tao Providence board. Time passed. 1,000 years later, words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected that you are already 200,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Leave the heavenly Tao immediately and spread the name of the primordial Fian Celestial in the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a creation spirit stone, a chance to upgrade the Tao field, a mystical power inheritance, and a supreme treasure. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. As expected of a choice that could only be triggered once every 100,000 years. The reward was still very generous. Han Ju maintained his original intention and silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from the chaos. You obtained a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the chaotic supreme treasure. Time Tao Rogue, defensive chaotic supreme treasure. A defensive supreme treasure condensed from the power of time. It can defend against attacks from great Tao existences. Defend against the attack of great Tao existences. Han Ju was delighted. He liked defensive Dharma treasures the most. Pan Shin's 36th grade chaotic green lotus made him extremely envious. Apart from that, he had already accumulated 8 great Tao fragments. He was only missing one more to comprehend a great Tao mystical power. In addition to the creation spirit stone, he could nurture another chaotic Fian Celestial. He was naturally happy. What a harvest! Han Ju immediately took out the Time Tao robe and prepared to make it recognize him as its master. The Time Tao robe was very gorgeous. The inner layer was a white robe with the patterns of the great Tao. It was silver blue and mysterious. The outer layer was covered in Tao light that was like a light veil, bright and resplendent. After spending a few years, Han Ju finally refined the 49 layers of restrictions in the Time Tao robe and completely controlled this supreme treasure. This method was different from other Dharma treasures, but to Han Ju, it was not difficult. After putting on the robe, Han Ju felt even more handsome. He retracted his freedom divine light and the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection, revealing his peerless appearance. In the past, he felt that the divine light all over his body was very impressive. Now, he was a little tired of it. No wonder even an existence like the ancestor had returned to his original state. Han Ju started the simulation trial. His opponent was still Pan Shin. He stood and let Pan Shin slash him. After an hour, Han Ju finally felt bored. Pan Shin couldn't break through his defense at all. Han Ju continued to challenge Ancestor Shishin. The ancestor was also unable to break through his defense, but Han Ju couldn't kill him either. He could only say that there was a 50-50 chance. Han Ju experienced the feeling of Pan Shin facing a group of great Tao sages. It was really satisfying. Han Ju continued to change opponents. He discovered that all the experts in the simulation trial could not break through the Time Tao robe's defense. Sigh, it was so lonely to be invincible. Hanju felt that he was too arrogant, but his opponent was only like this. He had no choice. He placed his attention on the Phi and celestial chi in the primordial world and began to choose the chaotic Phi and celestial he was about to nurture. If I nurture the strength Phi and celestial, will Pengu notice? Hanju asked in his mind. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. He was mainly asking about the strength Phi and celestial and not Pengu himself. Yes. Hanju immediately dismissed this thought. He couldn't provoke Pengu for the time being. Hanju finally decided to use the creation spirit stone on the time Phi and celestial. The time Phi and celestial was a Phi and celestial dharma idol that he had comprehended a long time ago. The law of time was also extremely powerful among the 3000 great Tao. In the future, he might be able to use the time Phi and celestial to help him. The creation process required time. Hanju focused on Xing Hongshuan next door. Her abdomen had already swelled slightly, but she still didn't look pregnant. That brat was still in her womb. Hanju finally understood. The connate primordial Phi and celestial was different from the postnatal primordial Phi and celestial, just like the difference between the heavenly constellation Phi and celestial and Marong Chi. Hanju was a postnatal primordial Phi and celestial who had transformed. Hantuo was still in the process of transformation. He looked forward to his youngest son's talent after he was born. To prevent any accidents, he decided to give Xing Hongshuan an absolute purification every few days to prevent some supernatural existences from plotting against him. Chapter 676 Dominating the Heavenly Tao, 4th Generation Disciple. Chapter 676 Dominating the Heavenly Tao, 4th Generation Disciple. Outside the 33rd heaven. In the Pengu Hall, Pan Shin sat on the 36th grade chaotic green lotus and looked disdainfully at a man kneeling in front of him. This man wore a black robe. His hair was disheveled and his face was old. At this moment, his face was ashen and his eyes were empty. Jin Shen, oh Jin Shen, weren't you very proud in the past? Do you still think I'm an ant? Pan Shin asked mockingly. Jin Shen did not answer and continued kneeling. After Pan Shin became a sage, in order to stabilize him, the sages had no choice but to ask Jin Shen to personally come and apologize. Although Pan Shin did not mention it, this matter could easily cause trouble. Jin Shen was forced by the sages to come. He didn't hate the sages because this was reality. He had also used his power to suppress others in the past. Now, the tables had turned. However, he didn't regret it. He could only blame Pan Shin for being lucky in obtaining Pengu's inheritance. Looking at the silent Jin Shen, Pan Shin suddenly felt bored. Before he returned, he had thought of at least 10,000 ways to deal with him. However, when Jin Shen knelt in front of him, the hatred in his heart suddenly dissipated. He knew that Jin Shen was not really convinced, but was forced by the other sages. He suddenly understood. If Jin Shen really wanted to kill him, why did he suppress him so many times? Although Pan Shin thought of this, he didn't want to pursue the reason. No matter which sage it was, as long as they were in the heavenly Tao, he couldn't kill them. Besides, he knew his limits. He had a foul mouth in the past. Other than the new sages, almost all the other sages had been offended by him. If he really wanted to settle scores, it would be too troublesome. However, he couldn't easily let Jin Shen go. If that happened, where would his face go? Pan Shin slowly said, Jin Shen, do you think you're satisfied with your current position? Do you have any other thoughts? Jin Shen replied, I'm willing to listen to the sage's arrangements. He was not surprised. Pan wanted to cut off his heavenly Tao status first and kill him after losing the heavenly Tao's protection. I want to help you become a sage. Are you willing? Pan Shin's next words made Jin Shen suddenly look up as if he had heard wrongly. He was a pseudo-sage. How could he have heard wrongly? Jin Shen was shocked. After a while, he came back to his senses and asked, why? Pan Shin said calmly, you've already been handed over. Other than me, who else can you follow? Jin Shen had a bitter expression. That's right. The sages behind him had already given up on him. Who else could he follow? Besides, he had not become a sage with the other sages. Now that the sage position was in front of him, how could he refuse? As the heavenly Tao becomes stronger, more and more sages will appear. I want to support you not because I'm lying to you, but because I'm familiar with you. Although you've targeted me in the past, I still approve of your actions and character. Pan Shin wasn't lying. Jin Shen had always kept a low profile and never relied on his identity to act recklessly. If not for the Heavenly Tao Providence Board, all living beings might not know of his existence. Jin Shen gritted his teeth and said, the sage will let bygones be bygones. That's the benevolence of the sage. Since the sage is willing to support me, I naturally won't refuse. I'll be at your disposal in the future. Pan Shin smiled in satisfaction. Taking down Jin Shen was only the first step. His true goal was to control the entire sage circle. He wanted to dominate the heavenly Tao. In the human imperial city, Han Yu held an iron plate and studied it repeatedly. There were all sorts of strange words printed on the iron plate. Even Han Yu couldn't recognize them. This was obtained by Han Yu from the Earth immortal world. It was very hard, even Long Hao couldn't destroy it. He thought that there was a huge opportunity inside, so he kept it. At this moment, a green-robed man quickly entered the courtyard. He knelt in front of Han Yu and said, "Ancestor, young master is fighting with someone outside the imperial city. The other party is coming aggressively and young master is going to the sage Dao field to listen to the Dao. I'm afraid young master." The head of the Han family was not Han Yu, but Han Yu's son. The young master was naturally Han Yu's grandson. Han Yu also took good care of his grandson. It was mainly because of Han Ju's influence that he always felt inexplicably close to the younger generation. Han Yu raised his eyebrows and looked over. He suddenly exclaimed, "Grand Unity Golden Immortal, but his soul is at the deity realm." Strange. Han Yu had already reached the sixth mystic divine origin and could see through the soul. He asked, "Where is the other party from?" The green-robed man said, "This child has recently made a name for himself in the immortal world. It's said that he's the reincarnation of a calamity race expert and is extremely talented. Although he's a Grand Unity Golden Immortal, he has killed several immortal emperors." Han Yu raised his hand and grabbed the air. A man in cloth garments landed in front of him. This man had a cold expression and powerful blood essence. He emitted a ferocious aura and was struggling with all his might. However, the dharmic powers of the sixth mystic divine origin were not something he, a Grand Unity Golden Immortal, could break free from. Han Yu waved his hand and gestured for the man in the robe to leave. Then, his gaze landed on the man in the cloth garments. Seeing that the young master's opponent had been subdued, the green-robed man heaved a sigh of relief and immediately left. "Who are you?" Seeing that he couldn't break free, the man asked in a low voice. Han Yu said, "I'm Han Yu of the Han family. The karma between you and my grandson is neither great nor small. There's no need to fight to the death. Let it go. How about I take you in as my disciple?" Han Yu. The linen-clothed man was moved. He had naturally heard of this name. In the human race, Han Yu was an existence comparable to the human emperor. He was the only disciple of the sage, Li Daokong. The linen-clothed man said in a low voice, "Is this the bearing of a sage's disciple? He wants to interfere in the matters of the juniors." Han Yu shook his head. "If this really goes on, you'll kill my grandson. The Han family will definitely hunt you down and even cause a conflict between the humans and the Calamity race. The Calamity race has been keeping a low profile after entering the Heavenly Tao. Do you want to cause chaos because of this?" The man was silent. These words were very dangerous to reply to. "I haven't taken in a disciple yet. It's not to resolve the conflict," Han Yu continued. The man was a little tempted. He had come to the Heavenly Tao to attain the Tao and obtain the true method of attaining the Tao. He looked down on his mother's Tao attainment technique. He wanted to walk a path of endless strength. Perhaps this was an opportunity. He had naturally heard of Sage Li Daokong. In the previous calamity, he was almost the strongest existence below the sages. Later, he became a disciple of the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage and obtained the sage status. If he became Han Yu's disciple and had the chance to interact with Li Daokong, he had a chance to interact with the sect master of the hidden sect, immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. He was confident in his talent and needed to find an impressive backer. In the end, he would be stronger than his mother. The second guardian of the hidden sect was recruiting disciples outside the 100-peak Immortal River. The cloth-robed man had asked around and only found out that they were in-name disciples, so he lost interest. If he started as an in-name disciple, he would be too inferior to the sect master of the hidden sect. If he became Han Yu's disciple, he would only be 3 generations inferior to the sect master. The sect master of the hidden sect, Li Daokong, Han Yu, and him. He would be a 4th-generation disciple. In a flash, the man thought of many things. He looked up at Han Yu and said, "Disciple Tianyong greets master." Chapter 677 Fighting for the Sage Position, Change in the State of Mind. Chapter 677 Fighting for the Sage Position, Change in the State of Mind. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes in a good mood. After reaching the late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm, he still needed to cultivate persistently and strive to attain the Great Tao as soon as possible. It had to be said that the primordial Fian Celestial's talent was indeed terrifying. Even at such a high realm, he could still sense visible improvement. Hanju stood up and headed to the 33rd heaven. Several years ago, Heavenly Venerate Zondu had informed him and agreed to meet at the Universal Hall after his seclusion. After Hanju entered the hall, Heavenly Venerate Zondu immediately informed the other sages. The other sages did not have the strange cultivation rules like Hanju and could be summoned at any time. As for breaking through, Chu Zilai had already forgotten the taste. To them, the sage realm was already the limit. It was very difficult for them to continue. Pan Xin also came. Seeing Hanju, he was stunned. Hanju had already retracted his divine light and revealed his unparalleled appearance. Under the time Dao robe's contrast, his temperament was extraordinary. It's you. He remembered Hanju. Back in the Sword Dao River, he had felt that this child was talented and even wanted to take him in as a disciple. So the sect master of the hidden sect was this kid. At that time, his cultivation level Pan Xin was shocked, but he smiled on the surface. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time. If not for what he saw today, Pan Xin wouldn't even remember Hanju. Hanju smiled and nodded. In the boring years, Pan Xin had contributed a lot to his entertainment. He still remembered Pan Xin's back facing him in the Sword Dao River. His shoulders were loose and his hands were doing something. Pan Xin sighed. I didn't expect you to be the sect master of the hidden sect. Hanju said politely, senior's return is the Heavenly Dao's fortune. In the future, the Heavenly Dao will still need your protection. Pan Xin smiled even more and found Hanju very pleasing to the eye. Heavenly Venerate Zondu did not speak. Emperor Shao pondered. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate glanced at Sect Master Tianju. Seeing that his expression did not change, he did not think too much about. Pan Xin was happy because Hanju was expressing his goodwill. He had already begun to fantasize about subduing him and unifying the Heavenly Dao. He knew very little about Hanju's actions after attaining the Dao. The sages naturally wouldn't say much. After all, it was more or less a little embarrassing. Hanju's status was not obtained by currying favor, but by his fists. Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Chu Zilai, the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage, Li Mui, they were all Hanju's stepping stones. After the sages arrived, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, with the addition of Pan Xin, the providence of the Heavenly Dao has increased greatly. Now, there are 2 more sage positions available. Today, we will discuss this. The position of a sage was very important. Heavenly Venerate Zondu definitely couldn't decide this on his own. Actually, even if he didn't say it, the other sages could sense it. As the Heavenly Dao became stronger, the sages in the future would definitely form circles and fight equally. Emperor Shao was the first to speak. It's time to give our devil race a sage position. Since ancient times, whenever the Heavenly Dao was about to collapse internally, it was always our devil race who stood up and became everyone's target. We let all the living beings of the Heavenly Dao unite and resolve karma. Hanju sighed. In that case, the devil race was actually the scapegoat. It was not considered taking the blame. In order to attract hatred, the devils had indeed done many sins. Chu Zilai snorted. Our Western sect has 2 sage seats since ancient times. Previously, in order to appease your devil race, the Dao ancestor had already cut off a sage seat of the Buddhist sect. It's time to return it, right? Pan Xin said domineeringly, 2 more seats are available because of me. I'm already a freedom sage. I need to have 1 seat. His tone was unquestionable and left no room for discussion. The other sages also began to fight. Hanju didn't speak. He no longer needed to fight for the sage position. No matter who it was, as long as they did not threaten him, it was fine. If they did, he would enslave them. The sages began to fight. Hanju, Heavenly Venerate Zondu, and Shi Dudao didn't interrupt. Even Li Daokong and Fang Liang began to fight. Li Daokong wanted to fight for the hidden sect. Previously, Li Xuanao had looked for him and complained that as a sage, he did not repay the hidden sect. He was afraid that Hanju would be dissatisfied. Fang Liang was also fighting for the hidden sect. If the hidden sect did not want it, he would give it to the Heavenly Dao sect. In any case, he had to fight. Hanju listened for a while and felt bored. He stood up and left. Heavenly Venerate Zondu didn't stop him. It was a good thing that Hanju didn't try to fight with them for the sage seat. After walking out of the Universal Hall, Hanju didn't return to the 100-peak Immortal River. Instead, he wandered around the 33rd heaven. With the chaotic supreme treasure, he wasn't afraid of being attacked. Passing by Li Daokong's Dao field, Hanju saw 2 people kneeling in front of the door. One of them was Han Yu. Han Ju appeared behind them and asked, "Long time no see." The two of them were shocked and subconsciously turned around. When they first saw Han Ju, they were all stunned. Tian Yang turned to look at Han Yu and discovered that he resembled Han Ju. Han Yu also discovered this. Why was this person so similar to him? He asked carefully, "You are?" He couldn't see through Han Ju's cultivation level, so he naturally followed him. Han Ju smiled. "Can't you recognize my voice?" Thinking of something, Han Yu's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly knelt down and said excitedly, "Ancestor." Seeing Han Yu kneel down, Tian Yang also knelt down. Han Ju glanced at Tian Yang and found that his eyebrows were a little familiar. He counted with his fingers and realized that he was the Heavenly Calamity Emperor's son. Han Yu asked excitedly, "Why are you here?" "I see. I look so similar to my ancestor." No wonder his ancestor had saved him. No wonder Li Daokong had taken him in as a disciple. No wonder he had encountered so many mighty figures who treated him well for no reason. Han Yu had always been very confident in his looks. Today, compared to Han Ju, he knew that he had only inherited 30% to 40% of his looks. Han Ju's face was extremely charming and indescribable. "I came to take a walk. How have you been?" Han Ju smiled with a kind expression. For some reason, after breaking through to 200,000 years old, Han Ju's mentality began to change. Especially when he saw his descendants personally, he couldn't help but feel happy. Han Yu was flattered and began to talk about his experiences. He did not deliberately talk about the difficulties. With Li Daokong around, it was indeed very difficult for him to encounter a huge crisis. Tian Yang stayed quietly at the side, very curious about Han Ju's identity. After chatting for a while, Han Ju left. Han Yu was still very excited and couldn't stop smiling. He knew of his ancestor's existence, but this was the first time he had seen him with his own eyes. This feeling was extremely wonderful. Tian Yang asked curiously, "Master, your ancestor is?" Han Yu said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Tian Yang curled his lips. "Hee, how mysterious. My mother is a sage who has attained the Tao with her strength. Am I as pretentious as you?" On second thought, Tian Yang realized that he was indeed hiding this. Many cultivators were sitting quietly in the sage Tao field. It was not as cold as before. 2 hours later, Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple. It had to be said that going out personally had indeed improved his mental state. However, it was only limited to the heavenly Tao. Although the time Tao robe could resist a great Tao level expert's attack, what if he encountered an existence that surpassed the great Tao? There's still a chance things may go wrong. Chapter 678 Two Sages of the Hidden Sect. Chapter 678 Two Sages of the Hidden Sect. The sages argued for several days about the two sage seats, but it was still undecided. Ever since the sages united, all of them had contributed to the heavenly Tao and had made many contributions. They had reasons and qualifications to fight for it. After Han Ju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River, he entered cultivation. Although no one in the heavenly Tao was his match, he still had to maintain his previous cultivation attitude and not slack off. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years passed. The immortal world had already changed greatly. Not only the immortal world, but even the dark forbidden zone had become lively. The human race had already become a heavenly Tao race, but they lacked a sage to publicly announce that their providence had already surpassed all the races. It had to be said that the human race's tenacity was indeed powerful, and so was their potential. Perhaps the human race was not as powerful as the other races when they were born, but in terms of cultivation, they were far ahead. It would take thousands of years for the other races to transform. After such a long period of peace, the number of living beings in the immortal world and the myriad worlds had already far exceeded the past. It was even greater than the eve of the calamity. Especially after the joining of the calamity race, the number of living beings was already the highest since ancient times. The news of two more sages' seats had already spread in the immortal world. For a time, the heavenly Tao Providence board became chaotic again. The hidden sect's development was also extremely smooth. The number of unnamed disciples had already exceeded 100 million. This was even under Li Xuanao's deliberate restraint. Otherwise, the number would be even more exaggerated. On this day, Han Ju ended his seclusion and began to preach the Tao to the disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River. As his cultivation level increased, his preaching also slowed down. However, the disciples had no objections. After all, they had already heard too much. However, the new 100 genius disciples were very excited. They had been here for thousands of years and had finally heard the sage preach the Tao. The great Tao of extreme origin covered the entire 100-peak immortal river, allowing all the disciples to quickly enter a state of Tao comprehension. This lecture lasted for 100 years. After the lecture, Han Jule's gaze landed on the 100 geniuses sent by Li Xuanao. Their potential was indeed very strong. After a lecture, most people broke through a major realm. Han Ju was only slightly satisfied and not surprised. Not to mention a pseudo-sage, only the birth of a hidden sect sage could surprise him. Han Ju came to the second Tao field and released the born Time Fian Celestial to let Merongqi receive him. The Time Fian Celestial transformed into a human. His face was cold and his silver hair draped over his shoulders. Looking at this new Fian Celestial, Merongqi was secretly shocked. Wasn't Grandmaster creating the chaotic Fian Celestials too fast? After the two of them left, Han Ju turned to Rengang and Yin Hongqian. The two of them were still in the reincarnation space and were already immortal emperors. Their potential was neither strong nor bad. To their foundation, it was already very outstanding. Han Ju was hesitating if he should take them in now. Once they entered the second Tao field, they couldn't go out again. Han Ju couldn't be sure if they were prepared. Han Ju calculated. The karma between the two of them was still quite complicated recently. They didn't continue cultivating. He decided to release them again. In any case, he had already nurtured several chaotic Fian Celestials. There was still Yongdu and Guanbu by queuing up ahead. Even if Rengang and Yin Hongqian entered the second Tao field, they couldn't immediately become chaotic Fian Celestials. Han Ju paid attention to the Han family next. The Han family established by Han Yu was already extremely powerful in the Earth immortal world and had obtained the help of the reincarnation space. Immortal Emperor Samsara knew Han Yu's relationship with Han Ju just by looking at his face, so he tried his best to help. Han Ju had no feelings for the Han family and only wanted to take a look. After observing the Han family for a while and not finding any outstanding prodigies, Han Ju returned to the main Tao field. He sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and began to check his emails. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by an inauspicious evil x 580,032,133. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo has been reborn. His bloodline potential was stimulated. Your good friend Huang Zuntian has received guidance from your good friend Sect Master Tianju. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your grand disciple Fang Liang's soul has transcended into the primordial era. Your good friend Zhou Fan has received guidance from your enemy, the Seven Tao Sage. He has used his strength to attain the Tao. Han Ju frowned and checked Zhou Fan's information. Early stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Good kid, he actually attained the Tao without saying a word. Han Ju hadn't paid attention to Zhou Fan for a long time. He didn't expect him to be targeted by the Seven Tao Sage. Fortunately, Zhou Fan's favorability toward him didn't decrease. Thinking of Zhou Fan, Han Ju sighed. Zhou Fan was definitely the most stubborn person he had ever seen. Along the way, how many times had he revived and transformed? Han Ju's help was not the biggest factor. The Seven Tao Sage was Zhou Fan's true backer. Zhou Fan was no longer in the immortal world. He had probably bumped into the Seven Tao Sage in the dark forbidden zone. Han Ju wasn't worried that Zhou Fan would betray him. On the contrary, he wanted to see what Zhou Fan would choose in the future. As the heavenly Tao became stronger, more and more people went to the dark forbidden zone to explore. The great Tao sages seemed to have temporarily given up on targeting the heavenly Tao. The only one who suffered was Divine Lord Peacock. Divine Lord Peacock was still being chased by the inauspicious Divine Emperor. Han Ju couldn't care less about him and could only watch. I, the sect master of the Jia school, Huang Zuntian, have attained the Tao today. I will definitely lead the Jia school to a higher peak and also create more opportunities for all living beings in the heavenly Tao. A voice suddenly resounded through the myriad worlds. Han Ju was stunned. How did this fellow become a sage? Although the sages were fighting for two positions, without the primordial purple chi, how could they attain the Tao? They only decided on the spots first. Han Ju checked Huang Zuntian's information. He discovered that this fellow was indeed a heavenly Tao sage. Could it be that Heavenly Venerate Zondu had already obtained two primordial purple chi before discussing it with the other sages? It was very likely. Han Ju looked up. Outside the 33rd heaven, Huang Zuntian was opening a Tao field. The sages went to congratulate him. Even Pan Xin wanted to rope him in. Huang Zuntian was Han Ju's spy. Now that Sect Master Tianju was also enslaved by him, he was not worried about Huang Zuntian's situation at all. Their relationship could still be hidden. Perhaps there would be a miraculous effect in the future. This time, the hidden sect had produced 2 sages. At the same time, Huang Zuntian was exchanging pleasantries with the sages. He looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely excited inside. Master, did you see that? I've also attained the Dao. Huang Zuntian discovered that only Hanju didn't appear. This meant that Hanju wanted his undercover mission to continue, so he didn't become arrogant. In his opinion, he could already show his cards. Hanju, Li Daokong, Fang Liang, and him were 4 sages. They were enough to affect the entire circle of sages. However, he could also understand Hanju's caution. He had always been like this. Emperor Shao and Pan Xin were especially enthusiastic about Huang Zuntian and even invited him to be a guest. This was completely slapping Sect Master Tianju's face. However, Sect Master Tianju returned to cultivate after greeting him. Ever since he submitted to Hanju, Sect Master Tianju's ambitions had changed to cultivation. He hoped to become stronger so that he could help Hanju. Chapter 679 Unyielding. Chapter 679 Unyielding. In the dark forbidden zone, a continent floated quietly. Countless demonic birds circled the edge of the continent. Even transformed living beings in armor could be seen patrolling. The continent was very vast. There were mountains and rivers everywhere. The sea was located in the center. At this moment, on a desolate plain, lightning interweaved and gathered on a figure. It was Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan's upper body was naked as he sat on the ground. No matter how the lightning struck him, his expression did not change. His body was like a rock and did not tremble at all. Return to the hall. A voice entered Zhou Fan's ears. He directly transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky, disappearing. At the end of the plain, a mountain peak towered into the clouds. On the peak sat a majestic palace. It was sinister and terrifying, like a chaotic ferocious beast. A bolt of lightning rushed into the hall and transformed into a human before landing on the ground. Zhou Fan looked up and asked, "What is it?" Following his gaze, there were steps ahead. There was a huge stone chair on the hundreds of steps. A black-robed man sitting on the stone chair slowly opened his eyes. If Hanju was here, he would definitely recognize him. 7 Dao Sage. 7 Dao Sage looked down at Zhou Fan and said, "You've already attained the Dao. What are your plans next?" Zhou Fan said, "It's all thanks to you. I owe you a favor. Tell me, how should I repay you?" Of course, the premise is that it can't go against my principles and bottom line. After attaining the Dao, Zhou Fan became even more confident. 7 Dao Sage said, "If I ask you to break the heavenly Dao, are you willing?" Zhou Fan was stunned. In the next second, he frowned. He was sent to the chaotic city by Hanju to protect the heavenly Dao. Wasn't destroying the heavenly Dao becoming Hanju's enemy? Zhou Fan said in a low voice, "This is past my bottom line." Although he owed the other party, who was far stronger than him, Zhou Fan wouldn't back down. 7 Dao Sage said calmly, "Do you think that you've been revived many times because of the heavenly Dao?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Fan frowned even more. He had always been puzzled by his encounters. Many times, he really despaired. He didn't expect to be revived again. After reviving for a long time, he had become arrogant. No matter how desperate the situation was, he was not afraid. His fearless personality was developed because he could revive infinitely. He even thought that this was his talent. "Every time the heavenly Dao wants to eliminate you, I am the one protecting you with great dharmic powers. Your birth is my will." 7 Dao Sage said expressionlessly, but his tone was heavy. Thunder rumbled in the hall. Zhou Fan's expression changed drastically as if he had been struck by lightning. 7 Dao Sage stood up and said, "Zhou Fan, you are my pawn. I can create you, I can save you, I can also eliminate you and suppress you. Destroying the heavenly Dao is your innate mission. It's irresistible." Zhou Fan's expression changed. His hands clenched into fists. He looked up at the 7 Dao Sage and asked with a burning gaze, "Was it your scheme that I went crazy back then?" 7 Dao Sage was silent. Zhou Fan's anger was instantly ignited. He had once gone mad and killed his good friend, Mo Fucho. That was a scar in his heart that would never heal. When he learned that he was only a puppet, he wondered if there was something wrong with what happened back then. Every time he thought of Mo Fucho, Zhou Fan would fall into endless self-blame. Mo Fucho was the most important person to him. Ever since he first joined the cultivation sect, Mo Fucho had been taking care of him. Unexpectedly, boom, Zhou Fan erupted with a terrifying aura as flames visible to the naked eye burned around him. He glared at the 7 Dao Sage and asked, "Why are you plotting this?" The 7 Dao Sage snorted coldly. Endless pressure descended, instantly pressing Zhou Fan to the ground. The strongest path is to sever all ties. He's only a mortal. His potential is far from being able to walk side by side with you. I asked you to kill him so that you can eliminate the hidden danger as soon as possible and prevent him from being used by your enemies. Wouldn't everything go smoothly for you in the future? Seven Dao Sage snorted. Zhou Fan's opportunities to revive were all controlled by him. In his opinion, it was just the death of a mortal. What was the big deal? If not for the fact that Zhou Fan was his Dharma idol, he wouldn't have said anything. Zhou Fan tried his best to stand up, but he couldn't move at all. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the Seven Dao Sage and roared hoarsely, "Why? Why must it be me?" Seven Dao Sage descended. "I didn't choose you. You are a trace of my will. The heavenly Dao's mortal world has corroded your will. Submitting to me is your true path. You and I are one. I am your main body. Do you understand? You were born in the heavenly Dao to become a sage and then destroy the heavenly Dao. The emotions you value are all karma schemes that the heavenly Dao has used to stop us. If you can't wake up, you can stay here forever. Endure endless loneliness and let time devour your rebellious will." Zhou Fan glared at him. His entire body trembled as he felt fury. Seven Dao Sage said, "It's impossible for your master to save you. In your life, when has he ever attacked you? He even almost killed you. If not for me, you wouldn't be here today. I hope you won't be stubborn." Zhou Fan still hated him. He growled, "Don't say such hypocritical words. I only know that a life for a life. It's only right and proper. You caused my brother's death. I must kill you. A life for a life. Ridiculous. How many people have you killed? They can't kill me, just like I can't kill you. But as long as you don't kill me, I'll kill you one day." Zhou Fan's voice was filled with endless hatred. Seven Dao Sage waved his hand, and a golden bell descended from the sky, directly suppressing Zhou Fan. "How laughable. A chess piece dares to attack its master. Your only backing is me. You will understand sooner or later." Seven Dao Sage smiled disdainfully and sat down with his eyes closed. Even if Zhou Fan became a sage, he was not his match. If not for the fact that Zhou Fan was a Dharma idol he had nurtured for a long time and he could not bear to kill him, how could he allow Zhou Fan to say such big words? Han Ju only learned about Zhou Fan being suppressed 1,000 years later. After his seclusion ended, he habitually checked his emails and happened to see this. "Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by your enemy, Seven Dao Sage. He was severely injured. Your disciple Zhou Fan was suppressed by your enemy, Seven Dao Sage." Han Ju was stunned. What was going on? Did the two of them fall out? Han Ju immediately used the derivation function. After consuming 3 billion years of his lifespan, he saw the illusion of Zhou Fan and the Seven Dao Sage confronting each other. When he opened his eyes again, Han Ju sighed. What a good Zhou Fan. He was not convinced. But Seven Dao Sage, how dare you look down on me? There was nothing to say. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune. He knew that if he cursed the Seven Dao Sage crazily, he would expose his identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord. But so what? Zhou Fan's unyielding attitude moved him. How many years had it been? Han Ju had never been hot-blooded or fought for his life. Disciple, wait, you're not alone. Chapter 680 Unstoppable Curse. Chapter 680 Unstoppable Curse. Han Ju held the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the Seven Dao Sage. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease rapidly. Of course, compared to his lifespan, the decrease was extremely slow. On the other side, Seven Dao Sage, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and frowned. Dark Forbidden Lord. He had also been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord before, but it ended in less than 5 days. This was the first time it had lasted more than 5 days, and the power of the curse had begun to increase. The Dark Forbidden Lord wanted to attack him. Why was that? Seven Dao Sage looked at the golden bell in the hall. He suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes. He thought of the guesses of the Dark Forbidden Lord. He was enlightened. So you're the Dark Forbidden Lord. No wonder I couldn't find you. It seems that what the Dao ancestor said was true. The variable of the great Dao calamity Dark Forbidden Lord. Seven Dao Sage's eyes flickered as he began to circulate his energy to resist. The Dark Forbidden Lord was notorious. He had to be cautious. After all, the chaotic deity and Kundi were already examples. In order to guard against the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was already prepared. The black robe fluttered as strange lights spread out from Seven Dao Sage's body, forming a halo that enveloped his body. The curse power weakened greatly. Seven Dao Sage heaved a sigh of relief and smiled disdainfully. He wanted to rely on curses to dominate the chaos. Impossible. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju cursed as he stared at his attributes panel and emails. He had already lost 3 quadrillion years of his lifespan, but he still did not see anything happen to 7 Dao Sage. This fellow was not simple. Han Ju didn't dare to underestimate the other party. This fellow's reach was too far. In order to nurture Zhou Fan, he had spent 200,000 years. Who knew if he had other pawns? No matter what, even if the Dao ancestor appeared today, Han Ju had to kill the 7 Dao Sage. He was too arrogant. You bullied my disciple and even mocked me for not daring to attack. Han Ju cursed with all his might. 4 quadrillion years. 5 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy, 7 Dao Sage, had his Dao heart shattered. Hey, that's it, I thought you were a humanoid karma bead. Han Ju secretly mocked him. How could a supreme treasure like the karma bead be common? He continued cursing. 6 quadrillion years. 7 quadrillion years. In the hall, the 7 Dao Sage's expression was extremely gloomy. His body was like a phantom that kept fluctuating as if it would disappear at any moment. Damn it, why is his curse so strong? Did he sacrifice living beings? Did he sacrifice the entire heavenly Dao? 7 Dao Sage muttered to himself. He looked up and saw that the heavenly Dao was still there. He couldn't figure it out. However, he shouldn't think about this now. No, if this continued, he would follow in the footsteps of the chaotic deity in Kundi. Boom, 7 Dao Sage's body exploded and dissipated into dust. Immediately after, he regathered his body with a pale face. 7 Dao Sage panicked. As he resisted the curse, he racked his brains for a solution. At this moment, a black wind swept into the hall and transformed into a black shadow that landed in front of him. 7 Dao Sage frowned and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Seeing the other party transform into a black shadow, he subconsciously thought of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The Dark Forbidden Lord cursed him while coming here in his true body to kill him. The black shadow said, "You can't stop his curse." Him. 7 Dao Sage asked, "What's your relationship with the Dark Forbidden Lord?" The black shadow replied, "It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here to remind you that you can't block his curse. If you wait any longer, you'll die." 7 Dao Sage was silent. The black shadow continued, "Kill yourself and leave behind a remnant soul. Follow me, I can protect you and take revenge on the Dark Forbidden Lord in the future." 7 Dao Sage said in a low voice, "What a joke. Go with you." The black shadow was silent. 7 Dao Sage's body exploded and then recondensed again. He couldn't hold on any longer. The black shadow said, "I'm the Curse Fiend Celestial. The Dark Forbidden Lord is good at using the power of my great Dao. I will definitely eliminate him. Only by following me can you avoid his curse." Curse Fiend Celestial. Chaotic Fiend Celestial. 7 Dao Sage's pupils suddenly dilated. He didn't expect a curse to attain the Dao. In his mind, wasn't cursing the Dao of karma. Another wave of violent curse power attacked. The 7 Dao Sage knew that he had no time to hesitate. He immediately self-destructed, leaving behind a wisp of his remnant soul that flew towards the Curse Fiend Celestial. The Curse Fiend Celestial raised its hand and waved. It took 7 Dao Sage away and disappeared from the hall. At the same time, Han Ju felt the power of the curse being absorbed by a strange force. This feeling was unprecedented. He saw an email. "Your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial, is absorbing your curse power." Curse Fiend Celestial. Han Ju immediately stopped. This fellow had been missing since he was born. Han Ju didn't expect him to find 7 Dao Sage. Fortunately, the emails showed that the 7 Dao Sage had died, leaving only a remnant soul. A pitiful great Dao divine spirit who had schemed for countless years had died just like that. Han Ju asked in his mind, "Is the Curse Fiend Celestial my match? 150 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. Not for the time being." Han Ju asked, "Will it be dangerous for me to save Zhou Fan now?" 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and immediately sent a dream to Zhou Fan. In the dream, Zhou Fan opened his eyes and saw him. He wasn't surprised, but his expression darkened. Han Ju asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Fan smiled. "It's nothing, master. I just became a sage recently. When I return, I will definitely strengthen the hidden sect." He looked smug and became as high-spirited as before. Han Ju was speechless. Was this kid still acting? That made sense. If not for Han Ju having the system, he really wouldn't have been able to deduce his situation. Zhou Fan began to talk about his fortuitous encounters without mentioning the 7 Dao Sage. It was obvious that he didn't want Han Ju to worry. The 7 Dao Sage was really too powerful. He could become a sage with a flip of his hand. This was not something Han Ju could compare to. Zhou Fan didn't want to implicate him. He only felt guilty toward Han Ju. After being his disciple for so many years, he had never repaid Han Ju. Now, he had caused such trouble. Han Ju interrupted, hurry up and use the invocation technique. Zhou Fan was stunned. He instantly understood that he sent a dream because he was in trouble. He was touched. Master, you, Zhou Fan wanted to continue. Han Ju said, hurry up. There was so much nonsense. If he waited any longer, there might be a change. Han Ju could use the invocation technique to summon all the disciples who had grasped the technique back. He couldn't summon them individually. He was only saving Zhou Fan now, so there was no need to make such a big fuss. I was 7 Dao Sage, I know. He's already gone, huh? Zhou Fan was shocked. Han Ju directly removed the dream. Soon, a black vortex appeared in front of him. Han Ju stepped in and appeared in front of Zhou Fan. They were covered by a golden bell. Zhou Fan had a spell cast on him and lay on the ground, unable to move. Han Ju waved his sleeve and directly removed Zhou Fan's restriction, shattering the golden bell. The 7 Dao Sage had already fled. The array formation left behind was naturally weak. Of course, ordinary sages couldn't break through this bell.